Chapter 32. Jiyu Jiao had never shared a bed with anyone in her previous life, not even her female roommates. She thought that she wouldn't be able to fall asleep, but she soon fell asleep in that reassuring scent. She went to see Zhu Gong, but Xiao Liulang didn't fall asleep so quickly. He looked at Jiyu Jiao, who was lying beside him. The thin light of the snow shone through the window and fell on her face. She was lying on her side, and the birthmark on her face was pressed under her. She was probably really afraid of the cold. Her little face was red from the cold. Her eyelashes were very long, and her facial features were exquisite. If it weren't for the birthmark, she would be a beautiful and refined young lady. Inexplicably, Xiao Liulang felt a trace of regret. But soon, he frowned again and erased this feeling from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Liulang slept very well. He didn't move at all the whole night. Jiyu Jiao was also quite obedient. Apart from getting closer and closer to Xiao Liulang and hugging Xiao Liulang with her arms and legs, and resting her little head on Xiao Liulang's shoulder, she really didn't do anything else. Jiyu Jiao slept until the sun rose. When she woke up, Xiao Liulang was already up and sitting by the window, reading a book. The sunlight shone through the window, reflecting his handsome face. She didn't know if it was Jiyu Jiao's imagination, but she felt that he seemed to be blushing a little. "You're awake," Xiao Liulang greeted Jiyu Jiao seriously, but his eyes didn't look at Jiyu Jiao on the bed. "Ian, I'm awake. Good morning." Jiyu Jiao rubbed her eyes and yawned. She had just woken up and was still in a daze. She unconsciously spoke in a lazy and childish voice. Which normal man could stand this early in the morning? Xiao Liulang felt his chest swell, and he stood up almost immediately. "I'll go buy breakfast." Then, he opened the door and went out, leaving Jiyu Jiao scratching her head in confusion. The snow stopped in the middle of the night, and the sun was especially bright today. Since it was a rest day in the academy, the two of them hired a mule cart to return to the village after breakfast. When they passed by the village entrance, they heard the villagers, who were fetching water from the old well, talking about how it suddenly snowed yesterday. Quite a few people who were returning to the village at night fell and injured themselves. In the neighboring village, there was even a mule cart overturned into a ditch. "I heard that some people fell and almost lost their lives." Xiao Liulang remembered that she wanted to hire a carriage to go back to the village last night. If she hadn't proposed to stay at the inn for the night, they might have also met with an accident. Xiao Liulang didn't know what to say at this moment. After all, this was already the third time that he had avoided a calamity because of her. The two of them went home. The old lady had woken up and was sitting in the central room, sulking. Yesterday, Jiyu Jiao thought that things would end early, and that she and Xiao Liulang would be able to return before it snowed, so she only left lunch in the pot. Unexpectedly, the teachers of the academy were so troublesome that they pestered Xiao Liulang until the snow fell. In order to avoid the misfortune in the dream, she could only drag Xiao Liulang to stay in the town for the night. The old lady didn't know how to make a fire. Last night, she ate a cold steamed bun, and this morning, she ate another cold steamed bun. Her teeth were about to fall apart. Jiyu Jiao was puzzled. How could a poor old lady not know how to make a fire? "Are you the old lady of a rich family, or the Empress Dowager?" Jiyu Jiao silently took out a bag of candied fruit and a box of osmanthus cake. "I'll allow you to eat 2 more today." The old lady said, "No. 5. Jiyu Jiao said, 3. The old lady said, "Deal." Holding the candied fruit and osmanthus cake, the old lady turned her back and began to eat. The news of Jiyu Dashun and Madame Ju's arrest had already spread throughout the village. Even the neighboring villages had come to watch the show. For the time being, they didn't know what this matter had to do with Xiao Liulang and Jiyu Jiao, so they all went to the old Jiyu residence to inquire about the news. At noon, 2 bailiffs came to the door. They were looking for Jiyu Jiao. It turned out that after Madame Ju and Madame Liu were taken to the Yamen, they had honestly confessed the origin of the silver under strict interrogation. It had fallen from the person who had fought with the little fool. They had been greedy for it, so they took the silver back to the village before the little fool came back. "Ah, so that's how it is. I was wondering why I didn't see the 2 aunts when I went back," Jiyu Jiao said with a look of sudden realization. The bailiffs looked at him. Why did you fight? Jiyu Jiao said coldly, he hit me, he bullied me, he even scolded me. After being hit and scolded by someone, you chased them down a few streets with a sickle. Girl, you are a hero. If it was someone else who had done this, the bailiffs would have been suspicious. However, they had already learned from Madame Ju and Madame Liu that Jiyu Jiao was a fool. A fool's behavior couldn't be judged by common sense. Therefore, even if they were here, no one would suspect that Jiyu Jiao had deliberately squatted there to wait for the thief. He had also deliberately chased the thief away and left the silver for Madame Ju and Madame Liu to covet. Even Madame Ju and Madame Liu thought that everything was just an accident. Only Xiao Liulang faintly felt that everything was too coincidental. That person could have been the thief. What happened to him in the end? The bailiffs asked. He ran away. Jiyu Jiao spread his hands. Do you still remember what he looked like? The bailiffs asked again. He looked, Jiyu Jiao recalled and gestured. The other bailiffs was the Yarman's painter. He drew the thief's appearance. Is it like this? Well. Jiyu Jiao frowned. At this time, Xiao Liulang came out with a portrait. Jiyu Jiao's eyes lit up. Yes. It's this person. The bailiffs and the painter exchanged awkward glances. A dignified Yarman painter suddenly couldn't draw as well as a student. It felt like his rice bowl had been smashed, right? After receiving the portrait, the Yarman quickly solved the case. However, Madame Ju and Madame Liu were not immediately released by the Yarman. The reason was that when the Yarman's bailiffs came to the Jiyu family to ask them where the silver came from, they swore that they had sold the mountain goods. The amount was huge. In addition, they lied and refused to pay. It was a crime of embezzlement. Each of them was fined 20 taels of silver and beaten 30 times. As for Jiyu Dashun, his mother and second aunt had done such a shameful thing. His family was not upright. He was also nailed to the pillar of shame. Chapter 33. The Jiyu family had suffered a great loss this time. Their 40 taels of silver were all forfeited. The image that Jiyu Dashun had painstakingly built was also destroyed this time. For a long time, the Jiyu family wouldn't have the energy to find trouble with them. Jiyu Jiao was very happy and ate half a bowl more for dinner. There was some snow in the afternoon, but it wasn't heavy and stopped after a while. It didn't affect walking on the road, but it was a little cold. Xiao Liulang's hands were frozen by the time he reached home. Jiyu Jiao quickly handed him the ginger soup that she had cooked. Even if he was frozen, he drank the ginger soup at a moderate pace. It was a noble and elegant aura that came from his bones. Jiyu Jiao looked at him without blinking. What's wrong? He turned his head and asked. Jiyu Jiao, who was caught red-handed, wasn't embarrassed at all. She smiled and said, It's nothing. You drink, I'll go get the food. Jiyu Jiao brought out the hot dishes from the pot and called the old lady to eat together. Halfway through the meal, an uninvited guest came to the house. I'll go open the door. Jiyu Jiao put down her bowl and chopsticks. I'll do it. Xiao Liulang stood up before her with the help of his walking stick. Eat. The old lady said to Jiyu Jiao. Although the old lady knew that Xiao Liulang was her grandnephew and Jiyu Jiao was only her granddaughter-in-law, she never favored Xiao Liulang. Jiyu Jiao continued to eat. Xiao Liulang removed the bolt and opened the door. He found that the people standing at the door weren't villagers, but a young master and servant. The young master was dressed luxuriously and had a noble temperament. It was obvious that he was the master of a rich family. Xiao Liulang was a little surprised. Of course, they were also very surprised. They were here to look for Miss Jiyu, but they never expected that the person who opened the door would be a young man. The young man was dressed in the white uniform of the Tianxiang Academy. He had a clean and refined temperament. His facial features were exquisite and picturesque. In such a remote and desolate place, there was actually such an exquisite young man. The master and servant were both stunned. The young man asked, May I ask, is this Miss Gu's house? Who are you? Why are you looking for my wife? Xiao Liulang asked coldly. My wife. The young master was stunned again. My surname is Qin. Little husband Qin? Jiyu Jiao walked over at some point and looked at the young man outside the door strangely. Why are you here? When little husband Qin saw her, he was so scared that he almost turned around and ran away. I should be the one asking you this. Why are you here? Jiyu Jiao said, this is my home. If I'm not here, then where would I be? Why are you in Jiyu? Little Master Qin suddenly realized something before he could finish his sentence. He was flabbergasted. You are Miss Jiyu. Jiyu Jiao raised an eyebrow and rubbed her chin. So you still don't know who I am. The previous host had pestered him for so long, but he didn't even ask about the previous host's identity. Xiao Liulang's face became cold. He coldly looked at little husband Qin and then entered the room without looking back. Jiyu Jiao, Ari, she strangely felt that her husband was angry. Little husband Qin finally realized that Xiao Liulang's legs were broken. He was wondering why such a handsome youth would marry a little fool who didn't follow the virtues of a wife. So he was a cripple. Why have you come to my home? Jiyu Jiao asked coldly. Little husband Qin then discovered another thing. The little fool's eyes didn't seem to have the fanaticism she used to have for him, and the little fool didn't seem to be a fool at all. If you have something to say, say it. If not, take care. I won't see you out. Jiyu Jiao was going to close the door as she spoke. Little husband Qin came back to his senses and pressed the door. I came to ask if you found a letter. The silver in his bag had been taken by Madame Zhu and Madame Liu, but the letter was not. It had been thrown on the street. The bailiffs didn't find it, so they thought of the Jiyu family's girl who had returned to the scene. Perhaps she had found it. The bailiffs didn't say that the Jiyu family's girl was the little fool from Qingchuan village. Otherwise, little husband Qin wouldn't have come to find her. Hearing little husband Qin's words, Jiyu Jiao was shocked. To be honest, she hadn't expected the owner to be him. In her dream, she only cared about seeing Xiao Liulang. How could she remember what the owner looked like? However, she did pick up that letter. Jiyu Jiao turned into the room and took out the letter. She walked out of the door and asked him, are you talking about this? Little husband Qin's eyes lit up. You really did find it. But, why didn't you tell the bailiffs? Jiyu Jiao spread her hands. The bailiffs didn't ask. This was true. The bailiffs forgot. Here. Jiyu Jiao generously gave the letter to him. Little husband Qin hurriedly took the letter. The letter was sealed with wax and there was no trace of tampering. The surprise of finding what he had lost changed little husband Qin's view of her. Maybe she had done those stupid things before because she wasn't smart. But her nature was not bad. She was a good girl who didn't keep the money she found. Thank you so much. Little husband Qin said sincerely. Jiyu Jiao glanced at him from the corner of her eyes and said casually, just a verbal thank you. Little husband Qin was stunned. Jiyu Jiao smiled faintly. Don't you want something more substantial, like silver? Little husband Qin was petrified. Where was the girl who didn't keep the money she found? A quarter of an hour later, Jiyu Jiao came into the room with 100 taels of silver. This money was 3 times more than what Madame Zhu and Madame Liu had robbed. And little husband Qin was willing to give it. It was reasonable and legal. Oh, where is my husband? Jiyu Jiao looked at the old lady and asked. The old lady pouted her lips at Xiao Liulang's room. Jiyu Jiao pushed the door open and entered the room. Xiao Liulang was copying a book with a cold face. Jiyu Jiao took the money she had extorted. No, she took the money and gently put it on Xiao Liulang's table. Xiao Liulang didn't even look at it. Jiyu Jiao whispered, are you angry? Xiao Liulang turned around and ignored Jiyu Jiao. His arrogant look made Jiyu Jiaoming feel bad. Jiyu Jiao leaned over, bent down, and sighed softly in his ear. Tell me, I'm so young. How can I be blind? He is so ugly. Xiao Liulang's eyelashes trembled slightly. They were so close that her breath fell on his earlobe. Jiyu Jiao whispered, I didn't know it was his letter. I just picked it up and forgot about it. He just came to me to get the letter, and I extorted 100 taels of silver from him. All the unhappiness in Xiao Liulang's heart disappeared in the last sentence. She even extorted little husband Qin. It seemed that she had really given up. In fact, he shouldn't be angry. They weren't a real couple. He would leave her and leave this place one day. He didn't care about her relationship with little husband Qin before, and he shouldn't care now. However, even he himself couldn't explain why he was so angry just now. Jiyu Jiao softly coaxed, "Don't be angry. I won't look at him in the future." "Look as you wish," Xiao Liulang coldly said. Jiyu Jiao smiled and whispered in Xiao Liulang's ear, "He's not as good looking as you." Xiao Liulang. Chapter 34. With the money, Jiyu Jiao began to think about what to do. The next day, Xiao Liulang came back from school and the family of three sat in the main room to eat. Although they were a family of three, they didn't have any relationship with each other, but they were strangely harmonious. The old lady gnawed on a large chicken leg and glanced at Jiyu Jiao, saying, "If you have something to say, say it." Jiyu Jiao, the old lady's eyes are very good. How did she know that she had something to say? "I want to buy a mountain," Jiyu Jiao said. "Winter clothes or autumn clothes?" The old lady gave Jiyu Jiao a speechless look, as if she was complaining that such a small matter was worth wasting time on. "I'm not talking about clothes, I'm talking about the mountain. The mountain behind our village." Jiyu Jiao always picked wood ears and mushrooms on the mountain and found that there were a lot of good things there. If she bought it, she could pick mountain products, pick herbs, cut wood, and hunt. In short, the whole mountain was full of value. She would definitely not make a loss. Buy it. Unexpectedly, the old lady didn't hesitate at all. When it came to spending money, the old lady was very generous. If it was the original host's grandmother, Madame Wu, she would have jumped up and scolded Jiyu Jiao, "Little star of death, you spendthrift woman. You even bought a mountain. The money is earned by being generous." In the eyes of most villagers, mountains weren't worth much. At most, they could cut some firewood and pick some wild vegetables. Although there were mountain products and game, no one would buy an entire mountain for these things. Firstly, Jiyu Jiao knew what was good for her. Secondly, she had the ability to deal with any danger deep in the mountains. Therefore, that mountain in her hands would be a huge treasure bowl. In the past, she would make her own decisions. Xiao Liulang never interfered with any of her decisions. However, ever since the old lady came, the way they interacted seemed to have changed subtly. "Are you talking about the mountain behind second Uncle Luo's house?" Xiao Liulang asked. "Okay." Jiyu Jiao nodded. Clear Spring Village was surrounded by mountains on three sides. She had her eyes on the mountain in the middle, which was also the mountain that the villagers often went to. Second Uncle Luo's house was at the foot of the mountain. "All right, I'll ask Li Zheng later." Xiao Liulang did not hesitate. Jiyu Jiao scratched her little head. It was her grandfather in the room. She could go and ask him, but she didn't say it to make him busy. After dinner, Xiao Liulang went to the Jiyu family mansion. Madame Zhu and Madame Liu had been beaten 30 times by the Yamen. For the past few days, they had been obediently lying in their room to recuperate. The house had become much quieter. "Brother-in-law, why are you here?" The one who opened the door was Jiyu Xiaoshan. "I'm here to look for Li Zheng," Xiao Liulang said. Although he was married to Jiyu Jiao, he had always addressed the old man as Li Zheng. Oh. Jiyu Xiaoshan was only surprised that his brother-in-law had come to visit, but he was not surprised by how he addressed him. After all, the Jiyu family had forced his brother-in-law to get married first and squeezed his hard-earned money. Every sum was a debt. "Master, brother-in-law is here." Jiyu Xiaoshan led Xiao Liulang to Old Man Gu's house. Old Man Jiyu looked at Xiao Liulang with some surprise. If he remembered correctly, this was the first time Xiao Liulang had come to the Jiyu family mansion after his marriage with Jiyu Jiao. "It's so late, what's the matter?" Old Man Jiyu asked. Xiao Liulang said indifferently, "I came to ask Li Zheng, how much is the mountain behind second Uncle Luo's house?" "Why are you asking this? Does anyone from the academy want to buy a mountain?" No matter how imaginative Old Man Jiyu was, He would never have thought that his own granddaughter wanted to buy a mountain. That mountain costs a lot of money. Moreover, it's not something that anyone can buy. That mountain is not managed by our village, nor by the county government. It's the land of the temple. Temple? Xiao Liulang frowned slightly. He didn't know that there was a temple here. Old man Jiyu said, "That's right, it's a temple. You haven't been here for long, so you probably haven't been there yet. It's on the other side of the mountain. If you go around the foot of the mountain, you can reach it in about 2 hours. If anyone from the academy wants to buy a mountain, they have to go to the temple and talk to the abbot." Old man Jiyu thought of something and said, "Speaking of which, Jiao Niang was born in that temple." After Xiao Liulang returned home, Jiyu Jiao welcomed him and asked, "How was it? What did the Jiyu family say?" Xiao Liulang repeated Old Man Gu's words. "It's the land of the temple." The original owner of the body had never been to the temple. No, according to Old Man Jiyu, she was born in the temple, so she had been there. Did they say how much it would cost? They didn't say exactly, but 100 taels might not be enough, Xiao Liulang said. "Oh, then I still have some," Jiyu Jiao said as she took out a handful of silver pieces from her pocket and placed them on the table. The old lady stopped munching on the melon seeds. However, this wasn't the end. Jiyu Jiao took out another handful, and another, and another, and another. The old lady and Xiao Liulang were both stunned. There were at least 20 or 30 taels of silver pieces. Where did she get them? Xiao Liulang calmed himself down and asked, "Did you earn all of this from selling mountain goods?" "Yes." Jiyu Jiao tried her best to widen her eyes, her face full of sincerity. "I definitely didn't get them from fighting." Xiao Liulang, in ancient times, there weren't many holidays for studying. Other than the 10-day leave, the busy farming season, and the September clothing holiday, there were only annual holidays from the 12th lunar month to the 1st lunar month. In the past, annual holidays were in the first part of the 12th lunar month. This year, it was delayed to the second half of the lunar month. Because of the approaching annual holidays, there wouldn't be any 10-day leave for the next 2 weeks. Jiyu Jiao didn't want Xiao Liulang to ask for leave from the academy because of this, so she decided to go to the temple herself. Taking into account the previous lesson, Jiyu Jiao didn't leave the food in the pot for the old lady this time. Instead, she found Xuaningxiang and asked her to take care of the old lady. "Your great-aunt, her illness isn't serious. It's not contagious." "Ah, that's not what I meant." How could Jiyu Jiao not know that Xuaningxiang helped her cover up her lie? Naturally, she also guessed that Xuaningxiang had guessed something. However, Xuaningxiang didn't report her, nor did she alienate her because of this. Xuaningxiang didn't ask Jiyu Jiao how she cured her leprosy. She only needed to believe in Jiyu Jiao. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of your great-aunt." Chapter 35. Jiyu Jiao carried the basket to the other side of the mountain. The temple was halfway up the mountain and it was very difficult to walk. There was a section of the road in the middle that had no steps and was covered in snow. Fortunately, Jiyu Jiao had been diligent in climbing and training since she came here, so she was not dissuaded by the dangerous mountain road. She walked faster than ordinary people, but she still walked for 2 hours. When she arrived at the temple, it was almost noon. The temple was not very big, and the words Ningen Temple were written on the ancient and weathered plaque. She did not know if it was because there were not many people in the snow, but Jiyu Jiao did not meet a single pilgrim along the way. There were not many monks in the temple. Jiyu Jiao had been here for a while, but she did not see a single one. Could it be that this temple is already empty? But the ground was clean, as if someone took care of it every day. While thinking, Jiyu Jiao arrived at the Guanyin Hall. She stood behind the pillar and inadvertently glanced into the hall. Finally, she saw the first living person of the day. It was a madam dressed in silk. Although her clothes were luxurious, they were not ostentatious. A white cloak was draped over her body, reflecting the snow on the ground. From Jiyu Jiao's point of view, she could only see the other person's back, but she could feel the other person's gentle and elegant aura. She sincerely kowtowed a few times and put her palms together. "May the Bodhisattva bless my son's safety and success," Even her voice was gentle and pleasant. Jiyu Jiao rarely paid attention to a stranger, especially a woman. She did not like women, right? But just as she was lost in her thoughts, a delicate voice suddenly came from the side. Where did this little thing come from? How dare you peek at my madam? Jiyu Jiao came back to her senses and looked in the direction of the shout. She saw a maidservant wearing a pea-green vest walking over from the opposite corridor. The target of the maidservant's scolding was not her, but several little monks who had appeared behind a pillar at some point. When the little monks saw that the beauties had been caught, they screamed and ran away in a panic. So there were monks, but they were such small monks. One of the children ran in the opposite direction and ran towards Jiyu Jiao. He bumped into Jiyu Jiao's leg and fell to the ground. Jiyu Jiao looked at the dumbfounded little dumpling and suddenly wanted to spit at him. But before she could reach out her hand, the little dumpling got up and ran away. The madam who was praying to the bodhisattva in the hall walked out and said to the servant girl in green, "Liu, don't be rude." "Madam." The maidservant called Liu muttered as she walked forward. "If you don't teach these little guys a lesson, they'll take advantage of you later and run to your meditation room to make a scene. They're all children," the madam said. The servant girl pursed her lips, obviously disagreeing, but she did not continue to argue with the madam. Just when Jiyu Jiao thought that the two were going to leave, the madam suddenly looked in Jiyu Jiao's direction. Jiyu Jiao's figure was completely blocked by the pillar. Even the servant girl who was walking towards her did not notice her. She did not know how the madam had noticed her. "Who is it?" The servant girl immediately became alert. Jiyu Jiao could only walk out. She wore a shabby lavender floral jacket, maroon cotton trousers, and a pair of black cloth shoes that had long been soaked in snow. She also carried a small shabby basket on her back. However, she didn't know how to do a woman's hair, so she picked up her hair and tied it into a bun on top of her head. She was dressed like a poor country girl, not to mention the eye-catching red birthmark on her face. A trace of contempt appeared on the servant girl's face. There was no disdain in the madam's eyes. The snow had stopped, and the roof of the temple was covered in snow. The beautiful mountain was wrapped in silver, and the world was a white expanse of ice. However, all of this was not as good as her beauty. It was the first time Jiyu Jiao had seen such a beautiful woman. But the most beautiful thing was her temperament, gentle and elegant, quiet and dignified. "Miss, are you also here to pay respects to Guanyin Bodhisattva?" The madam smiled and asked Jiyu Jiao. Such a gentle voice, such a gentle smile. Jiyu Jiao paused, then said, "No, I'm here to find the abbot." The madam smiled warmly and said, "The abbot has come down the mountain." Before she could finish her sentence, another maidservant hurried over with a box of food. There was ice on the road that had not completely melted. Her foot slipped, and with a cry, she fell forward. Not only did she fall, but the box in her hand also flew out. Seeing that it was about to hit the madam, Jiyu Jiao took a big step forward and blocked the box with her arm. The box fell apart in midair, and the soup and vegetables inside spilled out, splashing Jiyu Jiao all over. "Madam, are you okay?" Liu looked anxiously at her madam. The madam shook her head and said, "I'm fine." Then, she turned to look at Jiyu Jiao, her eyes filled with worry. "Miss, how are you?" Just now, she was standing in front, and the flying box was about to hit her. If the little girl hadn't blocked it for her, her face would have been smashed. "It's nothing serious," Jiyu Jiao said. The weather was too cold, and the dishes were no longer hot. It was just that the soup stuck to her body, making her feel uncomfortable. The madam looked at her sorry state and felt guilty. She looked at the servant girl who fell on the ground and sighed, "Can't you walk properly?" The servant girl also fell heavily, and her knees were swollen. She endured the pain and got up, feeling wronged. The road is too slippery. The madam also understood that she didn't do it on purpose, but she still hurt the girl, so she deliberately didn't go. She said to Jiyu Jiao, "It's my fault for not teaching her properly, and dirtying the girl's clothes. Please come with me to the meditation room to change into clean clothes." Jiyu Jiao thought about it, and didn't refuse. This madam was obviously a frequent visitor of this temple. There was actually a separate meditation room in the temple. The meditation room was at the end of the corridor, and it didn't look any different from the other meditation rooms. But the furnishings inside were very elegant and quiet, and it complemented her temperament. The two servant girls also entered the room together. The madam let the servant girl in green, named Liu open the box. Liu was immediately unhappy. "Madam, these are all the young miss clothes. How could a wild girl from the countryside be worthy of wearing their young miss clothes?" The madam's gentleness lessened a little. "Go out and bring in another vegetarian meal. Remember to bring one for this girl." The servant girl felt the pressure from her master, and bowed her head. "Yes." The madam personally picked out a set of clothes from the box and gave it to Jiyu Jiao. "These are my daughter's clothes. I don't know if they fit you, but they're better than wet clothes. Young miss, quickly change into them." Jiyu Jiao went behind the screen to change her clothes. She thought that they would be a little big, but unexpectedly, they fit her. "They really suit you," the madam said with a smile. They were obviously her daughter's clothes, but this little girl looked brighter in them. "How old are you this year?" Jiyu Jiao replied, 14. The madam's eyes lit up. "You're the same age as my daughter. My daughter was born in this temple." Jiyu Jiao, what a coincidence, so am I. Chapter 36. The Furen pointed at the Kang bed beside her and gently smiled. "Sit down and talk." Jiyu Jiao sat down on the Kang bed. There was a small table between the two of them. On the small table were several exquisite pastries. The Furen pushed the pastries in front of her. "Are you hungry? Eat something first. The vegetarian meal will be here soon." After climbing the mountain for so long, Jiyu Jiao's stomach was indeed hungry. Jiyu Jiao picked a yellow flower-shaped pastry. Jiyu Jiao was very quiet. "Is it good?" the Furen asked her. Jiyu Jiao nodded. Seeing the Furen look at her with suspicion, she paused and then said, "It's better than Li Ji's." "What is Li Ji's?" the Furen asked. "The best pastry shop in town," Jiyu Jiao said. The Furen finally relaxed. Actually, these pastries were personally made by her. When she had nothing to do in the Fu, she would make pastries to pass the time. It was a pity that she had a son and a daughter. Her son was weak and sick, so he couldn't eat them. Her daughter was very healthy, but she didn't like to eat them. It made her wonder if the pastries she made were too bad. Jiyu Jiao's table manners were not faked. She really felt that the pastries were very delicious. The Furen found a sense of accomplishment from Jiyu Jiao. She couldn't help looking at Jiyu Jiao a few more times. Jiyu Jiao had a birthmark on her face. She had already noticed this before. What a good girl. It really was a pity. The Furen secretly felt pity. Then she noticed Jiyu Jiao's hands. It was a pair of hands that worked all year round. The palms were calloused and the backs of the hands were crisscrossed with scars. The Furen thought of her daughter. She was glad that her daughter was born in the Marquis Fu and didn't have to suffer the hardships of the common people. Otherwise, as a mother, she would be heartbroken. Jiyu Jiao sat in the madam's room for a while and ate the entire plate of chestnut cakes. At this moment, the abbot also returned to the temple. In the end, Jiyu Jiao did not forget her business. After saying goodbye to her wife, she went to the abbot's meditation room. The abbot was a little old. He had a white beard, but his spirit was very hale and hearty. It should be because he practiced martial arts all year round. Jiyu Jiao stated the purpose of her visit concisely. "I wonder if abbot is willing to sell it." After he finished speaking, the abbot did not reply for a long time. She took a closer look and saw that the abbot was staring at her, face without blinking. Jiyu Jiao wanted to ask if there was something on her face. Just as the words were about to come out of her mouth, she remembered that there was something on her face. "Abbot," Jiyu Jiao reminded. Cough, cough, cough. The abbot regained his senses and cleared his throat. He sat up straight and said, "You just said, you want to buy a mountain?" Jiyu Jiao said, "Yes." "Abbot, how old are you this year?" Wasn't this topic changed a little too quickly? Can't I buy a mountain when I'm young?" Jiyu Jiao asked faintly. No. Amitabha, young benefactor, don't misunderstand." The abbot raised one hand and said, Junior brother Jing Xin, who is in charge of the temple's property, is out. He won't be back for 2 or 3 days. It would be better for benefactor to come back in a few days. That's good. I will find a day before the new year to come again. Jiyu Jiao finished speaking and got up to leave. The abbot's gaze followed her birthmark. Jiyu Jiao frowned. Abbot, although I don't care what others think of me, you are a monk. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to stare at other people's flaws? The abbot hurriedly apologized. This old monk was rude. Young benefactor, please don't take offense. After Jiyu Jiao left, the abbot still took a long time to regain his senses. A disciple came forward and asked, Abbot, what's wrong? I remembered something. The abbot said. What is it? The disciple asked. The abbot gave a long sigh and said, it was a matter from many years ago. That night, he drank too much and wanted to put the chastity sand on the newborn baby. In the end, his hand trembled and he put it on the baby girl's face. When he woke up the next day, he remembered his foolish actions and hurriedly went to apologize to the marquise. In the end, he found that the child in the marquise's arms had a white and clean face. There was no trace of the chastity sand. Because he drank too much, he wasn't very sure about his memory. Since there was no mark on the baby's face, then he shouldn't have done it, right? After so many years, he had completely forgotten about that matter. But when he saw the little girl, the memories came back to him. He suspected that he really put the chastity sand on her face that night. No, he pointed at the marquise's daughter. That girl said she was a villager at the foot of the mountain. After Jiyu Jiao left the abbot's meditation room, she went to find the marquise. In the end, she was told that the other party had already gone down the mountain. These boxes of pastries were ordered by the marquise to give to young benefactor. Young benefactor, please accept them. The monk who cleaned the meditation room handed a large cloth bag to Jiyu Jiao. Jiyu Jiao weighed it in her hand and knew that the marquise had left all the pastries for her. Jiyu Jiao sighed softly. She still hadn't returned the clothes to her. The clothes that the marquise gave Jiyu Jiao were beautiful, but it wasn't suitable for walking on mountain roads. She estimated that it would sew after 2 steps. She couldn't blame the poor quality. After all, people who could afford to wear this kind of material didn't need to walk on their own. On the way back, Jiyu Jiao walked quickly. She was worried that the matriarch wouldn't get along with the people next door. After all, the matriarch had a bad temper and was picky. She was the type who didn't get along with others. Unexpectedly, when Jiyu Jiao entered the door, she was dumbfounded. What was going on? Why were there so many people? And all of them were women. Jiyu Jiao and Xiao Liulang didn't take the initiative to interact with the villagers. In the past, only those who wanted to write faith letters would come to their house. The highest record was 3 letters a day, no more than that. So Jiyu Jiao didn't understand why their family's central room was suddenly crowded. The matriarch sat on the chair at the top with a mighty and domineering aura. Second Uncle Luo's wife, Second Aunt Luo, was holding a pot of tea and respectfully standing beside her. On the other side was Aunt Zhong's daughter-in-law, Gui Fang. Gui Fang was holding a tray with melon seeds and a teacup on it. Jiyu Jiao was even more puzzled. Didn't Sister Gui Fang just finish her confinement? The rest of the people didn't seem to have the qualifications to get close to her, so they stood on the opposite side. You squeeze me, I squeeze you. It was like a village version of a palace drama. Okay, you can all go back. The matriarch put down the melon seeds and waved her hand. Everyone retreated. Before they left, they all saluted the matriarch in a mess. The imperial concubines saluting was pleasing to the eye, but a group of village women wearing headscarves saluting was simply a scene of a large-scale car accident. Jiyu Jiao was shocked. She grabbed Xue Ningxiang next to her and asked, "What did my matriarch do again?" Xue Ningxiang couldn't hide her admiration and said, "Great-aunt was telling the villagers about the play. She said it so beautifully." Jiyu Jiao's mouth twitched. What's with saluting? Xue Ningxiang thought for a while before she understood what Jiyu Jiao was referring to. Oh, you mean this? Great-aunt taught her. She said that the people in the theater were all like this. The people in the theater weren't like this. The matriarch was blatantly tricking everyone into saluting her. Jiyu Jiao was puzzled. Where did this matriarch come from? Was she so good at causing trouble? Chapter 37. The ancients loved to listen to opera. After all, other than that, they couldn't do much else, especially women. It was very difficult to listen to opera in the countryside. The nearest opera house was in the town, and one had to pay a lot of money to enter. People in the countryside couldn't afford to listen to it. Although the old lady didn't know how to sing, she could speak in detail. Where did you listen to the opera? Jiyu Jiao went over and asked. I don't remember. The old lady shook her head. Jiyu Jiao saw that she didn't look like she was lying, so she asked, then do you remember anything else? The old lady thought seriously for a moment. No. Jiyu Jiao said again, then can you stop fooling people like this in the future? The old lady thought seriously again, I can't. Jiyu Jiao, with the end of the year approaching, Jiyu Jiao became busy and didn't have time to keep an eye on the old lady. The old lady occasionally caused trouble, but she could handle it herself and didn't cause trouble for Jiyu Jiao and Xiao Liulang. After that, Jiyu Jiao went to the temple again. The master in charge of the treasury hadn't returned yet, so Jiyu Jiao decided to come again after the new year. Before the new year, the academy held another exam. Perhaps it was because of the theft incident, but Jiyu Daxian's performance was obviously much weaker this time, and he fell to 10th place in the class. Jiyu Xiaoxian's results were very stable, and he was still in the last place. Xiao Liulang rose by 1 place, but this time, it wasn't because he did well in the exam, but because the original second from last and fourth from last had asked for leave due to illness. They were tied with Jiyu Xiaoshan in the last place. Many teachers of the academy knew that Xiao Liulang had written an 8-legged essay when he was admitted to the academy. But since then, he had never written another essay and basically handed in a blank paper. Some people suspected that Xiao Liulang had run out of ideas, while others suspected that he had cheated his way into the school. However, Dean Li had always firmly believed that Xiao Liulang was talented. No matter what others said, he did not want to give up on Xiao Liulang. The imperial examination was held once every 3 years, and it just so happened that the autumn examination would be held next year. If he missed it, he would have to wait another 3 years. The examinees who wanted to participate in the fall quarter examinations had to first pass the county examination and become an elementary scholar. The county examination was held once every 3 months during the new year. Dean Li hesitated for a moment before signing up Xiao Liulang for the examination. Jiyu Jiao was still unaware of all this. The academy was on annual leave. Tomorrow was the day of Xiao Liulang's operation. She had to get enough sleep and adjust herself to the best state. In fact, she had done this kind of operation many times in her previous life. Logically speaking, there was no need for her to have any psychological burden. However, operating on a stranger was different from operating on Xiao Liulang. He was such a perfect child. She could not leave any regrets in him. Before going to bed, Jiyu Jiao checked the small medicine box. As expected, the anesthetics and injections needed for the operation had all appeared. These drugs were not the ones sold in the pharmacies in her previous life. They were all drugs from the research institute. Jiyu Jiao seriously suspected that as long as the research institute did not close down, her medicine box would continue to be supplied. Yes, this was a good thing. Jiyu Jiao slept soundly. When she woke up, she made breakfast and boiled the medicine for the old lady. When Jiyu Jiao brought the medicine to the old lady's room, the old lady looked at the pills on the plate and then looked at the medicine in the bowl. She frowned and said, "Why do I feel that this medicine can be drunk or not? You're thinking too much. The medicine is just as important as the pills," Jiyu Jiao said without changing her expression. The old lady doubtfully drank the pills and medicine. It was so bitter that she rolled her eyes. She seriously suspected that Jiyu Jiao was here to take revenge on her. Jiyu Jiao still entrusted the old lady to Xuaningxiang. Afterwards, she and Xiao Liulang took second Uncle Luo's ox cart to the research institute. Feng Lin naturally would not miss such an important day. He had been waiting at the research institute for a long time. However, The weather was getting colder. He did not want to sit inside and wait, so he stood outside and froze into a small popsicle. When Feng Lin saw the young couple on the ox cart, his face sank. He had the urge to scold this adulterous couple. However, he suppressed it. Brother Xiao was not wrong. It was this woman who was getting more and more shameless. She was always sticking to Brother Xiao. Jiyu Jiao saw Feng Lin with a calm expression. "You didn't go back to celebrate the new year?" Feng Lin snorted. "My home is so far away. How can I go back?" Jiyu Jiao remembered that transportation was inconvenient in ancient times. In her previous life, the distance that could be reached in a day by high-speed rail would take a month here. Feng Lin might not even reach home before the New Year's holiday was over. Jiyu Jiao, oh. Feng Lin, who had punched cotton, the date was set in advance. Shopkeeper Wang and the old doctor were waiting in the research institute at dawn. Feng Lin and Jiyu Jiao followed them inside. The old doctor first asked about Xiao Liulang's condition in the past few days. "Every night before I go to sleep, there's the medicine." Xiao Liulang answered honestly. Every night when he came home from school, Jiyu Jiao would have already prepared his meals and decocted his medicine. The old doctor nodded. Feng Lin said, "Dr. Zhong, is Brother Xiao's leg going to recover soon?" The old doctor said, "We'll know after the surgery." "What did you say? Surgery?" Feng Lin was stunned. Xiao Liulang's eyes flashed with a hint of astonishment. Jiyu Jiao was worried that this would happen, so she did not tell them. In this era, surgeries were not common, and people did not accept it. Most people thought that it was only useful on the battlefield. Feng Lin said in shock, "Dr. Zhong, you didn't tell me before." Of course, the old doctor would not tell the truth. He said seriously, "That's because the conditions didn't allow it. Now that the medicine has been used for a while, the meridians have opened up, and we can perform the surgery." However, this was a serious matter. Feng Lin was very hesitant. "Other than surgery, is there no other way?" "Yes." The old doctor nodded. "Will it succeed?" Feng Lin asked again. "I can't guarantee this." The old doctor touched his conscience and answered, "If it succeeds, he will be able to walk normally. If it fails, he might be in a worse condition." This was also Jiyu Jiao's original words. Even if she was the best doctor in the research institute, she did not dare to say that there was no risk at all. "Brother Xiao." Feng Lin wanted to back out. He was a conservative and did not want to take such a big risk. Xiao Liulang moved his lips slightly and said casually, "Then let's perform the surgery." "Sorry to trouble you, Dr. Zhong." He agreed so quickly that even Jiyu Jiao looked at him. In fact, even though they had known each other for so long, Jiyu Jiao had never really understood him. However, at that moment, she felt a cold indifference from him. It was as if he did not care that the surgery might fail. Was he really brave, or did he not care about his own life at all? Chapter 38. Feng Lin winked at Jiyu Jiao, hoping that she could persuade Brother Xiao. Jiyu Jiao pretended not to see it, making Feng Lin furious. Before the operation, the old doctor handed over a strange document. Xiao Liulang paused slightly. "What is this?" he asked. The old doctor coughed softly and said, "The operation consent form requires the signature of the family member." It was very confusing. He had been a doctor for decades, but he had never heard of such a thing before. However, since it was Miss Gu's strong request, they could only comply. Feng Lin couldn't sign it, and Xiao Liulang couldn't sign it either. Dr. Jiyu finally wanted to experience the addiction of being a family member, but sadly found that she didn't know how to write her own name. It was so sad, wasn't it? When he asked the second boss to draft the operation consent form, he didn't consider this problem at all. If he used the doctor's style in his previous life to sign Jiyu Jiao's name, wouldn't it be mistaken as scribbling? He was most afraid of the sudden silence. Jiyu Jiao grabbed the pen and scratched her ears and cheeks. She was so anxious that her small face turned red. She wanted to show off in front of Xiao Liulang, but now it was all over. Xiao Liulang glanced at Jiyu Jiao. She grabbed the pen so smoothly that he thought she knew how to write. In the end, Xiao Liulang signed Jiyu Jiao's name on her behalf. Xiao Liulang was brought to a special room. Using calming decoctions again and again could easily expose him. This time, the old doctor directly handed him a bowl of mafezen. Mafezen was an ancient anesthetic. It was said that it was created by the divine Dr. Hua Tuor. However, the real formula for mafezen had been lost. Nowadays, most of the mafezen that doctors used was made from datra flower powder or liquid. This kind of drug can cause people to be anesthetized and calm at the same time, cause the muscles to relax and the secretion of sweat glands to be suppressed, so it is also called a knockout drug. The knockout drug was quite toxic. Of course, Jiyu Jiao wouldn't use it on Xiao Liulang. What was in the bowl was actually the tranquilizer from Huichun Hall. Xiao Liulang fell into a deep sleep not long after drinking it. Jiyu Jiao finds an excuse to leave Feng Lin. This time, it will take longer than last time. Jiyu Jiao does not say that she needs to go to the toilet. Instead, she wants to walk around the streets to see if there is anything she can buy. Feng Lin was so angry that his liver hurt. It was fine if he didn't stop Brother Xiao just now, but now that Brother Xiao was about to be stabbed, she still had the mood to look at New Year's good. She was indeed a heartless woman. Jiyu Jiao returned to Huichun Hall from the back door. The old doctor was already waiting at the door of the side room. The old doctor is a veteran of Huichun Hall. He has worked here for no less than 30 years. Although his medical skills are not as good as Dr. Zhong in the capital, his morals are definitely worthy of being called the conscience of the industry. Otherwise, the second master would not be at ease to let him participate in this matter. The old doctor is very curious about this operation and wants to follow Jiyu Jiao inside. However, Jiyu Jiao seems to have no intention of taking him back. After entering the room, she closed the door. The old doctor, Jiyu Jiao feels that the old doctor did not have it easy. Later, she will give him a few prescriptions as thanks. As for the secret of the medicine box, she does not intend to let others know for the time being. Jiyu Jiao opens the medicine box and gives Xiao Liulang a shot of local anesthesia. 2 hours later, Jiyu Jiao comes out with a small basket on her back. The old doctor and the second master quickly come up and ask in unison, "How was the operation?" Jiyu Jiao nodded and said, "The operation was very successful. There was no problem with her operation at all, but the specific recovery process differed from person to person. Also, his ankle had been injured for too long. Even if the operation was successful, he would still need to do a long period of rehabilitation for both his legs and feet. But at least if the operation was successful, he will not be in pain anymore." Thinking about how he has been in pain for so many days and nights, and how he always fetches water and firewood to do work that is within his ability, Jiyu Jiao feels a little uncomfortable. If she knew that he was in so much pain, she would not have cared about his self-esteem and let him do any work. When Xiao Liulang woke up, the old doctor is still by his side. The old doctor told him about his condition. The operation was very successful, and asked him to go home to recuperate and come back in 10 days. Remember, in these 10 days, you must not exert yourself. Stay in bed and rest more. Don't eat spicy food and avoid alcohol. Xiao Liulang suddenly said in confusion and looked at the old doctor in a daze. The old doctor thought that he did not understand, so he smiled and said, "When I ask you to avoid alcohol, I mean don't drink, understand? You are so young. Even if you are not sick, you must not drink." Xiao Liulang lowered his eyes and said, After the old doctor gave his instructions, he asked the staff to go to the lobby to call Feng Lin and Jiyu Jiao. Feng Lin rushed into the room and the first thing he said was, "Brother Xiao, are you still alive?" Jiyu Jiao, who was behind him, rolled her eyes. Feng Lin came to the bedside and wanted to see Xiao Liulang's injury, but it was already bandaged. He could only see layers of gauze. "Does it hurt?" Feng Lin asked. The anesthetic had worn off, so it was a little painful. But after so long, he was used to the pain, so he shook his head and said, "It doesn't hurt." When he was still unconscious, the old doctor had already gone to the lobby to tell Feng Lin about his condition. Feng Lin knew that the operation was successful, so he was not particularly worried. But he suddenly thought of something, so he turned his head and fiercely glared at Jiyu Jiao. "You weren't here just now, so you didn't hear what Dr. Zhong said. I'll tell you again. You'd better remember this. He repeated the old doctor's instructions to Jiyu Jiao without missing a word. Jiyu Jiao listened very seriously. The old doctor on the side wiped away his cold sweat. Kid, you don't know who told you these things, right? When they left Tongren Medicine Hall, it was already late. Second Uncle Luo helped Feng Lin help Xiao Liulang onto the ox cart. Then, second Uncle Luo sent Feng Lin back to the academy, and then took Xiao Liulang and Jiyu Jiao back to the village. Halfway there, Jiyu Jiao and Xiao Liulang's stomachs growled at the same time. The two of them came out after breakfast, but they were busy for most of the day and forgot about lunch. The sky was gloomy, and it looked like it was going to snow. Jiyu Jiao thought about it, and said to Xiao Liulang, "It's going to snow soon, so we won't eat outside. I'll go buy some scallion pancakes to fill our stomachs." There happened to be a stall selling scallion pancakes nearby, so Xiao Liulang nodded, "Okay." The place that sold scallion pancakes was just around the corner when they passed by. Jiyu Jiao lightly jumped off the ox cart and strode towards her destination. Perhaps because she was walking too fast, she was bumped into by someone. In all honesty, this time it was not her who deliberately bumped into someone, but someone else who deliberately bumped into her. Jiyu Jiao was not really a doctor in her previous life, so how could this kind of insignificant trick her? The person who took advantage of her was not even born yet. After that person bumped into Jiyu Jiao, he plunged into the crowd. Jiyu Jiao sneered. She looked at the ground and stomped on it with the tip of her foot. A stone flew up and was kicked by the tip of her foot. It hit that person's head squarely. "Ah!" That person screamed and fell to the ground. Then he turned around and saw Jiyu Jiao, who was like a little killing god, behind the crowd. Chapter 39. Perhaps it was because her gaze was too penetrating. Through the sea of people, it was like a knife stabbing into the little thief's eyes. The little thief almost instinctively felt the danger. He got up and ran. A thief that escaped from Jiyu Jiao's hands, Yuan, there had never been one before. Jiyu Jiao chased after him and entered an alley. The little thief used all his strength to escape, but Jiyu Jiao was still getting closer and closer. In his panic, he seemed to have chosen a dead end. There was no road ahead. The little thief panicked. His blood and chi surged as he pulled out the dagger hidden in his sleeve. "Don't come over, or I'll kill you," he roared with anger. Jiyu Jiao didn't even lift her eyelids. She kicked the wall with one leg and used the force to leap up. With lightning speed, she kicked the thief's dagger with her other leg and sent it flying away. The little thief's eyes widened. In the next second, Jiyu Jiao's hand fell and kicked him in the chest. He didn't even have time to scream as he fell to the ground. Jiyu Jiao coldly walked over and used her foot to push him away. She picked up the pouch that fell out of his sleeve. Xiao Liulang was still waiting on the ox cart. Jiyu Jiao didn't have time to waste with him. She also didn't plan on calling the authorities. She prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, as soon as she turned around, the little thief quietly picked up the dagger on the ground. But before he could make a move, Jiyu Jiao stepped on his wrist and broke the bones in his hand. "Ah!" the little thief cried out again. He didn't understand how she did it. She didn't even turn around to look. Did she have eyes on the back of her head? "Catch him!" Several men dressed as guards suddenly appeared in front of the alley. They quickly glanced at Jiyu Jiao and didn't pay her any attention as they ran towards the little thief. "Did you find it?" At this moment, a young master followed them, panting heavily. Perhaps it was because he had run too fast and exhausted his energy, but he couldn't run anymore. He leaned against the wall and gasped for breath. Jiyu Jiao brushed past him. He suddenly spoke, "Miss Jiyu?" Jiyu Jiao stopped and looked at him. "Young Master Qin." Was the town so small? How could he run into him while catching a thief? On the other side, the group of guards who had held down the thief returned. One of them held a scroll in his hand. He presented it to young Master Qin and said, "Young Master, we found it. So fast. Didn't they say that it's hard to catch a thief?" Young Master Qin took the scroll. The guard glanced at Jiyu Jiao and said, "It was this lady who caught him." After what had happened last time, young Master Qin's impression of Jiyu Jiao had changed. Even though Jiyu Jiao had extorted 100 taels of silver from him, he could accept her greed more than being pestered by her. "Thank you again this time," young Master Qin said politely. Jiyu Jiao glanced at him. "Why do you always have things stolen from you?" Young Master Qin said embarrassedly, "The news must have been leaked and I was targeted by the enemy." He didn't say what the news was, and Jiyu Jiao didn't ask. Jiyu Jiao just wanted to find her purse. Everything else had nothing to do with her. She didn't pay attention to young Master Qin and left expressionlessly. Looking at her back without any hesitation, young Master Qin frowned in confusion. Was she really not interested in him anymore? "Young Master." Another guard ran over. "I found a handkerchief on the ground. I don't know if it belongs to the lady just now." Young Master Qin quickly grabbed the handkerchief and chased in the direction Jiyu Jiao had left. When he caught up with Jiyu Jiao had already bought the scallion pancakes and returned to the ox cart. "Miss Jiyu. Miss Jiyu." Young Master Qin was a scholar who lived like a prince. Chasing the thief had drained him of his strength. This time, he had persevered with his willpower. He supported himself on the ox cart and was out of breath. He couldn't speak for a long time. Xiao Liulang's eyes became cold. Jiyu Jiao spread her hands. She looked like she didn't know him. It had nothing to do with her. "What's the matter?" Xiao Liulang asked lightly. Young Master Qin was taken aback when he heard this. He stared at Xiao Liulang and an embarrassed look surfaced on his face. "Ah! Young Master Xiao is also here." Xiao Liulang thought, "So you chased after me when I wasn't here?" Young Master Qin handed over the handkerchief in his hand. "Miss Jiyu, you dropped your handkerchief." Jiyu Jiao looked at it and said, "It's not mine." "Ah!" Young Master Qin was even more embarrassed. He had chased after her all the way, but it wasn't hers. Why did he feel a little embarrassed? Young Master Qin was anxious. He leaned over and the painting fell from his arms. It happened to hit the ox cart and spread out at Xiao Liulang's feet. It was a painting of Jiangnan's misty rain. There were mountains, rivers, and black awning boats in the rain. Even though Jiyu Jiao didn't know much about calligraphy and painting, she felt that the painting was full of ink and the mood was profound. It was not easy to get this painting. His father had told him to take good care of it and not let anyone see it. Now that the painting was suddenly exposed, young Master Qin was very nervous. However, when he saw Jiyu Jiao staring at the painting curiously, he was not in a hurry to put it away. He said proudly, "This is the calligraphy of the young Duke of Zhaoju. It's called the Spring Mountain Misty Rain painting. It was painted by the young Duke when he was 12 years old. The young Duke's painting is hard to find. I spent a lot of money to buy it from an acquaintance." Jiyu Jiao picked up the painting and opened her eyes wide. "He can paint so well at the age of 12? Her startled look was cute. Even the red birthmark on her face was not ugly in young Master Qin's eyes. Young Master Qin said proudly, "This is just a casual painting." It said that he was not satisfied with it and threw it away. It was secretly kept by the servants. "If you like it, I'll let you look at it more." Jiyu Jiao, Xiao Liulang's eyes swept over the painting lightly. Then he said lightly, "It's a fake." Young Master Qin was stunned for a moment before he realized that he was talking about the painting. He immediately jumped up and said, "Nonsense. My painting is obviously authentic. How can it be a fake?" Xiao Liulang said, "It's a fake." Young Master Qin raised his voice. "How can you tell it's a fake?" Xiao Liulang seemed to think it was unnecessary to give him a look. "How can you not tell it's a fake?" These words were too arrogant. He was saying that the painting was fake and that it was terrible to look at. There were flaws everywhere. Young Master Qin finally couldn't help but explode. "What do you know? You're just a poor scholar. Do you know how to paint? I had it appraised by a specialist. This is the young Duke's authentic painting. He hasn't painted this painting," Xiao Liulang said calmly. "How do you know he hasn't painted it? Do you know him?" When he said this, young Master Qin laughed. How could a little cripple from the countryside know the famous young Duke of Zhaoju? There were many marquises in the capital of the kingdom of Zhao. There were also many sons of marquises. They were all young marquises, but there was only one who could be called the young Duke of Zhaoju. The young Duke of Zhaoju was the only son of Marquis Xian Ping. His birth mother was the Princess of Xinyang. He was deeply loved by the emperor. When he was 3 years old, he went to the throne room and fought a group of scholars. He became famous in one battle. When he was 4 years old, he entered the Imperial College. When he was 5 years old, he read the book hall and was proficient in the 6 languages. Principal Li of Tianxiang Academy was ranked first among the 4 great scholars in the capital. This was because one had to be at least 18 years old to enter the Imperial College. Principal Li's results in the Imperial College had never been surpassed because the young duke had never participated in the Imperial College. When he was 12 years old, the emperor appointed him as the Imperial College's chancellor. The envoys of the 5 countries had all come to congratulate the young chancellor. He was truly a magnificent person. But the heavens didn't let him. Although the young duke had an unparalleled background and talent, he died in a fire at the Imperial College. It was said that he was burned alive. He died on New Year's Eve at the age of 14. Chapter 40. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. Xiao Liulang didn't remind him because he had a good relationship with him. Since he didn't believe it, then forget it. Jiyu Jiao originally admired the painting, but when she heard that it was a fake, she immediately lost interest and returned the painting to young Master Qin. Young Master Qin looked at her disdainful face and suddenly explained, "Don't listen to him. This painting is an authentic one." Jiyu Jiao said firmly, "If my husband says it's fake, then it's fake." Young Master Qin was really angry. If it was in the past, he wouldn't care what a clown thought of his painting. But today, he didn't want to lose face in front of her. Young Master Qin straightened his back. "It's real. He hasn't seen the world and doesn't understand painting." "You're the one who hasn't seen the world." Jiyu Jiao wouldn't allow anyone to belittle her child like this. Last time, when young Master Qin came to Jiyu Jiao to get the letter, Xiao Liulang only heard the result afterwards. But now, he truly understood Jiyu Jiao's indifference to young Master Qin. She actually quarreled with him because of him. Xiao Liulang looked deeply at Jiyu Jiao and suddenly generously reminded young Master Qin, "If you give this painting away as a gift, I advise you not to make a fool of yourself." Then, Xiao Liulang said to second Uncle Luo, "Let's go back to the village, second Uncle Luo." "Okay." Second Uncle Luo didn't want to get involved in young people's business. He smiled and drove the ox cart away. Young Master Qin looked at the backs of the 2 people eating scallion pancakes in the cold wind. He was so angry that he wanted to curse them. However, this matter left a thorn in his heart. When he took the painting back to the Qin family, his father couldn't wait to greet him. "How was it? Did you get the painting back?" "We did find her." Young Master Qin wanted to say something but stopped. His father panicked. "What happened? It's not broken, is it?" "It's not bad, Sai." In the end, young Master Qin told his father what Xiao Liulang said. His father's attitude was even tougher than his. "You believe the words of a little cripple? He is a student of the Heavenly Fragrance Academy." When young Master Qin went to find Jiyu Jiao to get the letter, he saw Xiao Liulang. At that time, Xiao Liulang was wearing the uniform of Tianxiang Academy. "So what if he's a student of Tianxiang Academy?" his father asked disdainfully. "They are all very powerful." Young Master Qin said. His father said nonchalantly, "Aren't you very powerful too? I spent so much money to hire a teacher from the capital for you. How did you lose to them? What's more, they're all bookworms. How could they have seen the world?" Young Master Qin thought to himself, "I thought that was what Shi Yi said." Young Master Qin was actually a very proud person. If someone else had reminded him like this, he wouldn't have listened to half a word. However, Xiao Liulang's gaze and aura at that time were inexplicably convincing. In the end, young Master Qin wasn't able to convince his father. He watched as his father wrapped up the painting and sent it to the nobles in the capital. It snowed heavily for 3 days. The roads in the village were all blocked and the ox carts couldn't move. Many people in the village wanted to go to the market to do some business before the new year, but because of the heavy snow, they could only helplessly put it on hold. These days, everyone was cooped up at home. No one came to the matriarch to watch the opera. The matriarch was bored to death, so she had Jiyu Jiao call Xueningsiang over. The matriarch didn't know that Xueningsiang and Jiyu Jiao had disagreements in the past. When she came over, the relationship between the two had already improved. Moreover, ever since Xueningsiang encountered a lecher, she avoided men like the plague. She didn't have any good feelings towards Xiao Liulang. On the other hand, Jiyu Jiao was always clingy. This made the matriarch wonder if this young widow had taken a fancy to her granddaughter-in-law. However, Xueningsiang's needlework was done well and her hair was combed well. Thus, the matriarch liked her very much. Before the new year, the brother-in-law at the border sent a letter to the family. Xueningsiang couldn't read, so she took it to Jiyu Jiao. Ah! Of course, Jiyu Jiao can't read, but what gave you the illusion that I can read all of a sudden? You actually brought the letter for me to read to you? Jiyu Jiao was at her wit's end. I. Xueningsiang saw Jiyu Jiao frowning and said in a panic, You're not stupid anymore. I thought you could read too. Jiyu Jiao, since when did not being stupid equate to being literate? However, Xueningsiang didn't want to trouble Xiao Liulang. First, the shadow in her heart hadn't completely disappeared. Second, she knew that she was wrong in the past, so now she wanted to avoid suspicion with Xiao Liulang. Xueningsiang lowered her head and didn't know what to do. Jiyu Jiao scratched her head gloomily. She was also someone who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. If Xueningsiang wanted to be unreasonable with her, she definitely couldn't win. But once Xueningsiang showed weakness, she couldn't be unreasonable. Jiyu Jiao felt that her heart wasn't that soft. It was mainly because Xueningsiang helped her with a lot of needlework. She was a very useful neighbor. She also wanted to be a useful neighbor in exchange for Xueningsiang to help her with all the needlework in the house in the future. Jiyu Jiao took the letter and went to Xiao Liulang's room. Now she didn't need to knock to enter his room. Xiao Liulang had been recuperating in bed for the past few days. Knowing that he needed to study, Jiyu Jiao personally made a small table that could be placed on the bed. He was practicing calligraphy on the table. A 17-year-old young man with a thin figure, cold eyes, jade-like wrists, and an orchid temperament. How could there be such a good-looking person in the world? Jiyu Jiao rubbed her chin. What's the matter? Xiao Liulang noticed her and turned his head to look at her. Jiyu Jiao stared at him several times and was caught by him. But Jiyu Jiao didn't feel embarrassed even once. She walked over and sat on the other side of the table. She handed the letter to him and said, I want you to read it to me. As she spoke, Jiyu Jiao saw the red paper on the table and asked, What's this? Red paper. Feng Lin gave it to me. Xiao Liulang said, as if he was explaining that he didn't buy it. Jiyu Jiao didn't care about where it came from. She asked curiously, What's it for? Xiao Liulang thought for a while and said, Cutting window flowers and writing spring festival couplets. Jiyu Jiao's eyes suddenly lit up. She hadn't cut window flowers or pasted couplets before. In her previous life, she always looked at other people's couplets and was envious of them. But in her mind, those were things that people did when they were reunited with their family. She didn't have a family to reunite with, so she didn't do such things. Do you want to write it? Xiao Liulang asked. I don't know how to. Jiyu Jiao lowered her head and looked at her little index finger. Xiao Liulang remembered how she pointed at the words on the prescription and asked him how to read them. He also remembered how she grabbed the pen and wanted to sign it before the operation. So she wanted to learn how to write. Jiyu Jiao, no, I don't want to. Xiao Liulang placed the book and the letter on the small table on the bed and spread out a piece of red paper. I'll teach you. Jiyu Jiao. Chapter 41. Jiyu Jiao would never have thought that in her previous life, she would have to start from a primary school girl after going through college entrance exams, postgraduate exams, and PhD exams. Moreover, It was in the field that she wasn't good at writing with a brush. Jiyu Jiao was listless. She didn't feel very good. Although there was a beauty by her side, she didn't want to practice writing with a brush. No, no, no. Let's start with your name, Xiao Liulang said. His voice was between a teenager's voice and a mature man's voice. It didn't have the unpleasant sound of a duck's throat. Instead, it had a clean and low tone. Jiyu Jiao was a little powerless to resist. She opened her eyes wide and silently watched him write her name on the paper. It was different from when he signed the surgical consent form earlier. This time, it seemed to be more neatly written. However, Jiyu Jiao still didn't understand it. Jiyu Jiao was opposite Xiao Liulang. From her perspective, the words were upside down. Xiao Liulang turned the paper upside down so that Jiyu Jiao could see it clearly. Then, he wrote down the strokes and the order of the strokes one by one on the paper. Jiyu Jiao looked at all the strokes and felt a headache coming on. These weren't traditional Chinese characters, nor were they clerical characters. They were characters that she was completely unfamiliar with. Xiao Liulang saw Jiyu Jiao clumsily grasping the numbness with a bitter look on her face. He said, "The way you hold the brush isn't right. Move your hand up a little. Don't be too stiff with your wrist. Like this." Jiyu Jiao adjusted her hand according to his instructions. Jiyu Jiao's way of holding the brush was actually quite standard in her previous life. However, in front of Xiao Liulang, it was a little inadequate. "Index finger," Xiao Liulang said. Jiyu Jiao was confused. Xiao Liulang hesitated for a moment. Then, he reached out with his slender fingers and gently pushed her index finger up. If he had done this on any other occasion, Jiyu Jiao would definitely have said, "He touched my fingertips, so it can be considered as holding hands." However, he was teaching her how to read. To put it simply, it was a lesson. Jiyu Jiao had always been very serious in class. Jiyu Jiao took off her shoes and sat cross-legged in front of him. She practiced stroke by stroke seriously. Xuaningxiang was waiting in the living room. She didn't understand why Jiyu Jiao was in there for so long. The letter was not long. Why did he have to read it for so long? Xuaningxiang didn't know that the two people in the room had completely forgotten about the letter. One was reading a book, and the other was practicing calligraphy. Xiao Liulang would occasionally correct Jiyu Jiao's posture when holding the brush. As for whether her handwriting was good or not, he didn't force her. After all, it was her first time holding a brush. It was already good enough that she didn't write on the paper. If Jiyu Jiao knew what he was thinking, she would probably jump up and run away. She was a modern top student. How could it be her first time holding a brush? Jiyu Jiao's memory was still very good. She only needed to write once to learn the complicated strokes. However, her handwriting was too ugly to look at. According to Xiao Liulang's standards, it was like a primary school chicken who had just started holding a brush. After all, his handwriting when he was 2 years old was better than this. The two of them unknowingly stayed in the room for an hour. In the end, the matriarch came to look for Jiyu Jiao out of boredom. Only then did she discover that the two of them were actually writing in the room. The matriarch didn't go closer to look. She only glanced at the door. It was red paper. She immediately made a judgment in her heart, writing couplets. "Oh, it's time to write. If you don't write now, you won't be able to make it in time. Call me when you're done." She wanted to put up the couplets. This was a very beautiful misunderstanding. However, Jiyu Jiao didn't think that Xiao Liulang didn't take the red paper to write couplets. It was just a coincidence that she was learning how to write and it was delaying his progress. Now that the matriarch mentioned it, she would return to the right track and start writing couplet. "I'll cut the paper." Jiyu Jiao put down the brush and went to the room to find scissors. "Thank you, great aunt, for saving her from this disaster. If she continued to practice like this, Zhangzhe would be crippled." Xiao Liulang looked at the red paper in front of him and his expression was a bit absent-minded. However, when Jiyu Jiao neatly cut the paper in front of him, he still picked up the brush and wrote a few couplets. "Write a few couplets for Xiao Shui too," the matriarch reminded. The matriarch liked Xuaningxiang very much. Of course, She also liked Jiyu Jiao very much. Although she didn't say it, Jiyu Jiao could feel other people's good intentions and bad intentions towards her. When Xuaningxiang met her for the first time, she had a strong sense of bad intentions. Now, this bad intentions had completely disappeared. The matriarch's liking for Xuaningxiang was different from her liking for Jiyu Jiao. To Jiyu Jiao, she liked Xuaningxiang as a family member. To her, she liked Xuaningxiang as a master. To put it bluntly, she felt that Xuaningxiang was a good guest and was suitable to visit often. When the matriarch said this, the two finally remembered that they had forgotten about Xuaningxiang and her letter. A trace of awkwardness flashed past their faces. They didn't know what kind of feelings Xuaningxiang had when she was waiting for them in the living room. An hour later, Jiyu Jiao brought Xuaningxiang's letter, the Spring Festival couplets personally written by Xiao Liulang, and a plate of sesame candy and chestnut cakes to Xuaningxiang's home. Why are there so many? Xuaningxiang was stunned. Of course, Jiyu Jiao wouldn't say that she was here to apologize. She said in a serious tone, "It's almost the new year. Great-aunt asked me to bring these over. The Spring Festival couplets are for you. The chestnut cakes and sesame candy are for your mother-in-law and son." Xuaningxiang hurriedly thanked her. Just now. Jiyu Jiao hesitated for a moment, but still decided to explain. Unexpectedly, Xuaningxiang smiled mischievously and gave her a look that said, "I understand." Jiyu Jiao, what do you understand? You understand. Xuaningxiang was experienced. Her daughter-in-law went into her husband's room and didn't come out for a long time. What could she be doing? How could she be angry over such a thing? The reason why she left quietly was to avoid seeing or hearing things that she shouldn't see or hear. That's right. She whispered to Jiyu Jiao, "Remember to close the door next time. Great-aunt is still at home." Jiyu Jiao, I think you've misunderstood something. Xuaningxiang's brother-in-law said in the letter that he made a small contribution at the border and was promoted to a sergeant. He also received 10 taels of silver as a reward. He sent the reward back to Xuaningxiang. He asked Xuaningxiang to take care of her mother-in-law and son and not treat himself badly. He would earn a lot of money in the future, so she shouldn't be stingy. This brother-in-law was a good person. Jiyu Jiao asked Xuaningxiang if she wanted to reply to the letter. Xuaningxiang shook her head. Everyone went back to celebrate the new year. There was no one at the relay station. Even if she wrote the letter, she wouldn't be able to send it out. Jiyu Jiao gave the letter to Xuaningxiang and went home. Xuaningxiang accepted the food and only asked for a set of Spring Festival couplets. The reason was that they were too expensive. Jiyu Jiao said that the couplets weren't bought outside. They were written by Xiao Liulang himself. She then said, "Paper is expensive." Feng Lin gave them a lot of paper. Jiyu Jiao didn't care about the price. After she asked Xiao Liulang, she found out that the paper used to write Spring Festival couplets was several times more expensive than normal paper. It's not this expensive usually. After the new year, the price will increase. Xiao Liulang explained. Then, is Feng Lin's family very well off? Jiyu Jiao asked. Xiao Liulang thought for a while and shook his head. I didn't ask, but I don't think it's too good. Chapter 42. Feng Lin's family background was only slightly better than Xiao Liulang's in the past, but it really couldn't be considered very good. This could be seen from his daily food and clothing. However, he had always been unconditionally generous towards Xiao Liulang. For example, the red paper this time cost dozens of copper coins. A dozen of them would cost almost half a tael of silver. He usually ate salted vegetables and steamed buns in the academy. In the evening, snow fell from the sky again. Feng Lin stayed in the academy alone. He was reading in the dormitory. One oil lamp was not bright enough, but he didn't want to light a second one. A cold wind blew through the crack in the door, making him shiver. He didn't burn charcoal. First, the academy didn't allow him to do so. Second, he didn't want to burn it. There were 4 people living in the dormitory. Usually, his classmates were all here, so he didn't feel so cold. Now, he was all alone and felt that all the cold wind was pouring into his stomach. This was his first year in a foreign land. He missed his parents and his sisters, but he couldn't go back. It was true that he could save a few taels of silver for travel expenses. Of course, more importantly, he had to spend all his time on studying. He didn't want to waste a single day. His family had only one son for 3 generations. In his generation, they didn't have a second son. In order to support his studies, one of his sisters married a widower as his second wife, and the other married a tea merchant who was over 50 years old. They gave up their whole lives for him. He had to work hard and return home in glory. After blowing hot air on his hands, Feng Lin wrapped the quilt tighter around himself and continued to read. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Strange. Who would be looking for him at this time? The academy was on holiday. Everyone had left. Even the teachers had gone back to celebrate the new year. He was the only one left in the empty academy. Could it be a ghost? He successfully scared himself. His face turned pale and he wrapped the quilt tightly around himself. Who are you? It's me. A familiar girl's voice came from outside the house. Feng Lin threw off the blanket, put on his shoes, and walked over to open the door. When he saw Jiyu Jiao covered in snow, he thought he might as well have seen a ghost. This was a male dormitory. What was a woman doing here? Why are you here? Did something happen to Brother Xiao? Other than this, Feng Lin could not think of any other reason. Without waiting for Jiyu Jiao's reply, he immediately put on a cloak and said to Jiyu Jiao, "Where is Brother Xiao?" "At home," Jiyu Jiao said. Feng Lin left the room without another word. Looking at his anxious back, Jiyu Jiao calmly said, "There's no carriage." It was New Year's Eve, and it was dangerous, so they couldn't hire ox carts or horse carriages. Feng Lin said without thinking, "Don't you know how to walk without a carriage? Hurry up." Jiyu Jiao, "Oh." She wasn't the one who couldn't walk. Reality proved that Feng Lin's stamina was not as good as Jiyu Jiao's. Along the way, Jiyu Jiao's face was not red, and she was not out of breath, but Feng Lin almost fell down several times. When they finally reached Jiyu Jiao and Xiao Liulang's house, Feng Lin felt his legs were no longer his. He used the last of his strength to open the door, and when he looked inside, he was dumbfounded by the scene inside. Xiao Liulang was sitting on a chair in the living room, watching the old lady teach Jiyu Xiaoshan how to cut the window flowers. His complexion was as rosy as it could be, and he didn't look sick at all. "You're back." Xiao Liulang greeted the two. "Little Feng, you're here. Come and sit." The old lady also greeted. Jiyu Xiaoshan had always disliked Feng Lin, but she did not roll her eyes at Feng Lin today. Feng Lin was confused, and he looked at Jiyu Jiao in a daze. "No, it's not Brother Xiao," Jiyu Jiao shrugged. "That's what you said." "I didn't say anything." Feng Lin, why didn't he realize that this woman was so cunning? Feng Lin spent his first New Year's Eve at Jiyu Jiao and Xiao Liulang's house. Because he hated Jiyu Jiao and Jiyu Xiaoshan, he thought that he would feel uncomfortable, but it turned out to be unexpectedly harmonious. Jiyu Jiao made dumplings according to the custom of the village, and also made Osman thus sweet rice cakes according to the custom of his and Xiao Liulang's hometown. When the taste of his hometown rushed to the tip of his tongue, he burst into tears. "Ah, isn't this little evil woman a local? Why did she make the sweet rice cakes so fragrant?" Feng Lin ate until tears streamed down his face. At first, it was so delicious that he cried, but later, it made him miss his hometown. He began to miss his sisters and his elderly parents. He wondered how they were doing in the year that he was not at home. Jiyu Xiaoshan saw that he cried so miserably, and for the first time, she did not choke him. She even gave her share of the sweet rice cakes to him. This was undoubtedly a lively New Year's Eve, for Feng Lin, and for Jiyu Jiao and the others. In Jiyu Jiao's previous life, she had spent New Year's Eve alone in the organization. After she grew up, she was no longer an experimental subject in the organization, but she had only moved from the laboratory to another room. She was still alone. Jiyu Xiaoshan used to spend New Year's Eve with the Jiyu family. There were many people in the Jiyu family, but no one would notice him. For example, if he ran away tonight, he was sure that no one would notice. Old Madame Jiyu could not remember how she spent New Year's Eve in the past, But she was happy this year. She personally put up the couplets and taught Jiyu Xiaoshun how to cut the window ornaments. Sure enough, he cut the window ornaments worse than her. She immediately felt better. Other than that, Jiao Jiao made an exception and let her eat 5 candied fruits. Usually, she would only eat 2. Xiao Liulang was very calm. He was never a person who showed his emotions on his face, but Jiyu Jiao could still feel a faint sense of sadness coming from him. It was more than usual. The few of them stayed up until midnight. There were only 3 rooms in the house, and it was not good for old Madame Jiyu to squeeze with others. Jiyu Jiao tidied up Xiao Liulang's room for Feng Lin to stay in temporarily. No matter how close Feng Lin and Xiao Liulang were, he did not know that the 2 of them had not slept together. He happily stayed in the room. Including the night at the inn, this was the 2nd time that the 2 of them slept together. Jiyu Jiao's bed was much more spacious than the one at the inn, and the blanket was thick enough. The lights were not turned off on New Year's Eve, and the oil lamp on the table emitted a faint light. The 2 of them lay in their respective blankets. Xiao Liulang closed his eyes, but Jiyu Jiao knew that he was not asleep. "Did you have a good New Year?" Jiyu Jiao asked softly. Without waiting for Xiao Liulang to answer, a slender hand reached into his blankets and grabbed his cold and stiff hand. "Jiyu Jiao, next year will be better." Chapter 43. Xiao Liulang hated New Year's Eve because every New Year's Eve, he would dream of a boundless fire. He tried not to fall asleep, but as soon as he closed his eyes, he could deeply feel the despair in the fire. "Xiao Liulang, let me say this first. We are only husband and wife in name. You can't touch me," Jiyu Jiao said seriously. "Who wants to touch you?" He turned his face away in annoyance. Jiyu Jiao brought a bowl of water over. "Who can guarantee that? You men say one thing and another behind my back. In order to prevent you from doing bad things, I'll put a bowl of water here. If you dare to climb over in the middle of the night and spill this bowl of water, you'll be a beast." "Okay, if I come over, I'll be a beast." How could he go over? He didn't have any thoughts about this woman at all. When he woke up the next day, he proudly looked at Jiyu Jiao, who was in a daze, as if to say, "So? I'm not interested in you, right?" Unexpectedly, Jiyu Jiao didn't feel happy. Instead, she slapped him. "You're worse than a beast." Xiao Liulang woke up with a whoosh. He sat up and realized that this wasn't his room. There were a few crooked Fu characters pasted on the walls, and the windows were covered with ugly window decorations. These were all the masterpieces of old Madame and Jiyu Xiaoshun. Xiao Liulang finally remembered where he was. He looked to his side. Jiyu Jiao was sleeping on her side facing him. Her baby fat cheeks were squashed and her small lips were pouted. She had been grabbing his hand the entire night. Xiao Liulang thought of that strange beastly dream and frowned. He coldly removed Jiyu Jiao's hand. Jiyu Jiao grunted in dissatisfaction at being ignored in her sleep. She grabbed his hand again. Xiao Liulang took her hand away again, but it was useless. She still wrapped herself around him. He didn't know how many times he struggled, but in the end, he got tired and fell asleep again. The incubus didn't appear until dawn. Feng Lin stayed in Qingchuan village for 3 days. Xiao Liulang also slept with Jiyu Jiao on the same bed for 3 nights. Except for the first night when she grabbed his hand, she didn't do anything else. She used both her hands and feet. When Xiao Liulang woke up, he would always find that their blankets were together. When Xiao Liulang was angry, he would ask her, Did you do it on purpose?" "En." Jiyu Jiao would look at him blankly. This made Xiao Liulang Shiyi unsure who was the one who wasn't obedient in their sleep. Maybe he was the one who kidnapped her into his bed. Today was the day that Xiao Liulang's stitches were removed. In fact, Jiyu Jiao could also remove the stitches at home, but it would be easy to be exposed. Moreover, the matriarch had finished drinking her medicine, so it was time to get a new one. Even though the prescription was only an auxiliary treatment, it would definitely be more effective. After breakfast, Jiyu Jiao, Xiao Liulang, and Feng Lin sat in second Uncle Luo's ox cart and went to Huachun Hall in town. The workers had all gone back to celebrate the new year. There were only second master, shopkeeper Wang, and the old doctor who had always pretended to be a famous doctor for Xiao Liulang. The three of them had specially rushed over from home to see the results after the stitches were removed. Not to mention them, even Jiyu Jiao herself was looking forward to it. She was sure that there were no mistakes during the operation, but the specific recovery would depend on the final result. The stitches were removed by the old doctor, so he still had some medical skills. After the stitches were removed, everyone's eyes fell on Xiao Liulang. There were too many things involved in this operation. Second master still hadn't given up on the idea of treating the young marquis, even though he had been scolded by his own father when he returned to the capital for the new year. Shopkeeper Wang was looking forward to the success of the operation. After all, he was a person with a conscience. However, he also hoped that the operation would fail. After all, to be a person with a conscience, he had to be a person first. If he died, he would be a ghost. If he treated the young marquis, he would really die. Xiao Liulang sat on the chair. After the stitches were removed, his legs slowly moved to the ground. The crutch was next to him, but he didn't reach out to take it. He supported himself on the chair and stood up. First, he used his uninjured left foot. When he used his right foot to take the first step, he felt the soles of his feet go soft and his whole body fell forward. Jiyu Jiao quickly caught him and hugged him tightly. They were a young couple. Others didn't say anything, but Xiao Liulang's ears turned red. Jiyu Jiao didn't notice his strangeness. All of her attention was on his ankle. "Are you all right?" She stared at his ankle and asked. Xiao Liulang shook his head. "I'm fine." He had been injured for half a year and had been using the crutch for half a year. His right foot rarely exerted any force. Every time he exerted force, he would feel a heart-wrenching pain. Although he didn't stand still, it didn't seem to hurt anymore. Xiao Liulang took the crutch and tried to take another step to make sure that it didn't hurt anymore. He usually didn't have any expression, but this time he was a bit stunned. He didn't expect that he would be able to treat it to this extent. He thought that he would be limping for the rest of his life and be in pain. "Brother Xiao, have you recovered or not?" Feng Linjian anxiously asked. "I don't feel pain anymore. I just don't have any strength," Xiao Liulang said. Feng Lin couldn't help but ask, Then is it really healed? Why do you have no strength?" The old doctor slowly said, "Young Master Feng, don't worry. Young Master Xiao doesn't feel pain anymore. This means that the operation was very successful. But after all, he was injured for too long. His blood and qi are stagnant, his muscles and bones are weak, and his ankle is stiff. He still needs to be carefully nursed and trained hard. Can he recover to his original state?" Feng Lin asked worriedly. The old doctor glanced at Jiyu Jiao and smiled, "As long as young Master Xiao is not afraid of the hardship." Chapter 44. The success of the operation gave the second boss great encouragement. He decided to talk to Jiyu Jiao about receiving patients. At that time, Jiyu Jiao promised to receive patients once a month. Since Jiyu Jiao came to Huichun Hall, it had been exactly a month. He felt that he could arrange the schedule. Of course, because of the importance of this matter, he decided that some information unrelated to the illness could be kept secret. For example, if he couldn't be cured, he would be beheaded. However, before he could say who the other party was, he was rejected by Jiyu Jiao. "Why?" The second boss's face was full of astonishment. Jiyu Jiao said without hesitation, "It's too far. I don't make house calls. Tell him that if he wants to be treated, let him come to Huichun Hall himself." The second boss was confused. She could even invite an imperial physician to her residence. How could she lower herself to come to a small town's medical hall? The second boss smiled embarrassedly. "It's not far. It's in the hot spring villa near Qingchuan town." Jiyu Jiao raised her eyebrows. "It's already out of the town. Isn't it far?" The second boss was speechless. The second boss often felt that Jiyu Jiao was too capable. She really didn't seem like a village woman. However, at this moment, she felt that the hot spring villa 20 miles away was too far. Her ability showed that she was a village woman who had never traveled far. The second boss looked at Jiyu Jiao with some grievance. We agreed to receive patients once a month. Jiyu Jiao spread her hands and said, yes, it's only once, but not once. The second boss was finally defeated by Jiyu Jiao's various reasons. To put it bluntly, he didn't want to fall out with Jiyu Jiao. He didn't want to fall out with her in the past, but now that he had seen her medical skills, he was even more unwilling to fall out with her. Miss Jiyu, if you don't agree, then so be it. At the very least, you've saved the lives of our rejuvenation hall. Shopkeeper Wang secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Jiyu Jiao's rejection. The second boss was at his wit's end. What do you know? I've already sent out the invitation. Shopkeeper Wang jumped up in shock. Boss, what did you say? The second boss coughed lightly and said, aren't I thinking that she can definitely cure young Master Xiao? So I sent a visiting card in advance. The entire Zhao country knew that the young master of Marquis Ding and Fu was sick. Even if the consequences were severe, with a large sum of money, there would be brave men. There were still many doctors lining up to treat the young master. If they handed in the invitation now, the young master might not even be alive by the time it was their turn. Shopkeeper Wang simply didn't know what to say to his second boss. It's fine if you don't go. The second boss curled his lips and said. Jiyu Jiao was completely unaware of the conversation between the second boss and shopkeeper Wang. She went to the main hall to grab some medicine. In order to not let people see that she was grabbing medicine to treat leprosy, she added a few extra ingredients. It just so happened that she could make some golden saw medicine at home. Feng Lin returned to the academy. Jiyu Jiao and Xiao Liulang sat in second Uncle Luo's ox cart and returned to the village. Although Xiao Liulang did not feel any pain, his right leg had not recovered its strength. For the time being, he could not let go of his crutches. He used the crutches to walk back with Jiyu Jiao. In the distance, he saw a horse carriage stop in front of their house. The emblem on the horse carriage was somewhat familiar. The horse carriage had clearly just arrived. The driver lifted the curtain and helped a middle-aged man with an extraordinary bearing down. Excuse me, is this Xiao Liulang's house? The middle-aged man politely asked from outside the door. I am. Xiao Liulang said indifferently. The middle-aged man turned around and saw Xiao Liulang and Jiyu Jiao. He revealed a gentle smile. I am the steward of Tianxiang Academy. My surname is Liu. The headmaster and my master asked me to send some things over. If the Jiyu family was here, they would definitely recognize him as the man who had delivered Jiyu Xiaoxian's admission papers. He took out a letter from his bag and handed it to Xiao Liulang. This is from the headmaster. He then took out a brocade box and handed it to Jiyu Jiao. This is from my master to young Master Jiyu. When they heard that Jiyu Xiaoshan also had a part in it, the two of them guessed who the master he was talking about was. Xiao Liulang took the letter and Jiyu Jiao took the brocade box. Jiyu Jiao said, Steward Liu, please come in and have a seat. Steward Liu smiled. No, I still have matters to attend to. I will leave first. At this time, Great Aunt called for Xiao Liulang from inside. Xiao Liulang supported himself with his walking stick as he entered the room. Steward Liu took out a brocade pouch from his chest and handed it to Jiyu Jiao. This is from my master to Miss. Why is he giving it to me? Jiyu Jiao asked. Steward Liu smiled but did not say anything. He turned around and entered the carriage. Jiyu Jiao returned to the room and looked at the things the old man had sent. He had given Jiyu Xiaoshan a very exquisite weasel hairbrush, while he had given her a warm sheep-fat jade. She had a cold constitution. When she wore the warm jade on her body, she felt like she was wearing a mini heat pack. Even if Jiyu Jiao did not know much about the trade, she could still see that this was a piece of precious jade. Its value was definitely not below Jiyu Xiaoxian's weasel hairbrush. Jiyu Jiao rubbed her chin and muttered, Oh, I thought I had fooled him. So the old grandfather already knew it was her. Jiyu Jiao was very satisfied with her New Year's gift. She quickly ran over to see what the principal had given Xiao Liulang. In the end, she saw Xiao Liulang sitting in a chair with a dark expression. He looked like he wanted to tear something apart. What's wrong? Jiyu Jiao poked her head out and asked. Xiao Liulang wanted to destroy the evidence that should not be there. However, Jiyu Jiao had already walked over and successfully picked up the document in his hand. What is this? It seems to have the official seal of the Yamen. Jiyu Jiao pointed at a word she had just learned on the document and read it out loud. Test. Is there an exam? Yes, the county exam. That hateful principal, he had actually signed him up for this month's county exam behind his back. He did not want to take the county exam at all. You signed it up? Jiyu Jiao asked. The principal signed it up. Xiao Liulang clenched his teeth and said. This made Jiyu Jiao very surprised. Did the entire class sign up? I don't think so. Xiao Liulang said. That's right, Jiyu Xiaoshan did not sign up. Xiao Liulang was famous for being at the bottom of the class. From the time he entered the school until the end of the year, he had never been third from the bottom in any of his exams. Even with this kind of poor results, the principal did not give up and personally signed him up for the county exam. What a great teacher! The principal's image in Jiyu Jiao's heart instantly grew. Husband, I think that we should pay a visit to the principal and give him some gift. Jiyu Jiao's eyes sparkled. In her previous life, she had wanted to bribe the teachers, but first, no one helped her. Second, her grades were too good so she did not need to bribe anyone. Her husband's grades were so bad, shouldn't they hurry up and build a good relationship with the principal? I don't want to. Xiao Liulang expressed his refusal. Seeing Jiyu Jiao looking at him with a startled face, he turned his head away awkwardly. It's too far. Jiyu Jiao asked, where is it? Xiao Liulang suppressed his rebellious conscience. Near the hot spring villa. It's out of town. Jiyu Jiao lost her memory of the medical center for a second. It's not far, not far. It's not far at all. You stay at home and recuperate. Xiaoshan and I will go tomorrow. Chapter 45. Xiao Liulang really didn't want Jiyu Jiao to visit that old fox, but this suggestion was unanimously approved by his family. His family was his great-aunt. Old Madame Fu said, yes, you should go visit him. Xiao Liulang gloomily hugged his blanket and returned to his room. Jiyu Jiao looked at him in surprise. Tonight, you're still sleeping at my place? Xiao Liulang's heart suddenly felt awkward. I went the wrong way. Jiyu Jiao raised her eyebrows and crossed her arms in front of her chest. You stayed in the West Room for half a year and didn't go the wrong way. After staying at my place for 3 days, you went the wrong way. Xiao Liulang's ears turned red and he said angrily, I already said that I went the wrong way. Jiyu Jiao calmly said, oh. Xiao Liulang, Jiyu Jiao did what she said and that night, she counted the New Year's gifts that she bribed the teacher. The next day, Jiyu Xiaoshan came over for breakfast. When he heard that his sister was taking him to the hot spring villa to visit the director, he automatically filtered out the nearby area and the director. His mind was filled with the hot spring villa and he was so excited that he cried out. I've grown so big. I've never been so far away. I've grown so big. My sister has never taken me out. The truth was, if Jiyu Jiao didn't bring him along, Xiao Liulang wouldn't allow a girl like her to go so far away alone. It was impossible to take an ox cart for such a long journey. After all, it was too slow and they might still be wandering in the middle of the road when the sky turned dark. However, the town's carriage shops were closed and they couldn't hire a carriage. After thinking about it again and again, Jiyu Jiao brought her younger brother to Huichun Hall. Faced with Jiyu Jiao's sudden appearance, the second master's expression was somewhat inexplicable. Does Miss Jiyu have any advice for me? Jiyu Jiao's expression did not change as she said, I've thought about it. The hot spring villa is indeed not far away. It's only an hour's ride by carriage. Let's hurry up and set off. You have a carriage, right? Yesterday, he swore that he wouldn't make house calls. Why did he change his mind in just one night? The second boss looked at the bundle in her hands with suspicion, as well as Jiyu Xiaoshan, who was also holding a big bundle outside the door. Why did you bring someone and so many things? Are they all used to treat illnesses? Jiyu Jiao shook her head with a smile. These are New Year's gifts for the director. I forgot to mention that my husband's director lives near the hot spring villa. After seeing the patients, I can pay him a visit. The second boss almost spat out a mouthful of tea. I think it's more important for you to pay a visit to the headmaster. Treating people is more convenient. You make it sound so refreshing and refined, doesn't your conscience hurt? In the end, the second boss compromised. The second boss, Jiyu Jiao, Jiyu Xiaoshan, and the old doctor all got on the carriage. The carriage went very fast. In less than an hour, they arrived at the residence near the hot spring villa. The high plaque above the residence had the words Li Residence written on it. This should be the director's residence. It was said that the director was originally an official in the capital. However, his mother fell seriously ill, so he resigned and left the capital. He bought a residence here for his mother to live in comfort for the rest of her life. Jiyu Jiao and Jiyu Xiaoshan got off the carriage and knocked on the closed courtyard door. Not long after, a servant opened the door for them. Seeing that it was two shabbily dressed country bumpkins, the servant did not show any disdain. Instead, he politely asked, "May I ask who the two of you are?" Jiyu Jiao said, "My husband and my younger brother are students of Tianxiang Academy. We specially came to pay a visit to the director." "Ah!" The servant was stunned. "What's the matter?" An old voice came from inside the residence. The servant quickly turned his head and said, replying to the old madam, "They are the master's students." The old madam said in a somewhat confused voice, "Then why aren't you inviting them in? It's cold outside. Let them in and have a cup of hot tea." Although Jiyu Jiao had never seen the director, the attitude of his family members and servants made her feel very comfortable. The servant opened the courtyard door and said, "The two of you, please come in with me. The master went out to fish. If he's fast, he might be back in a while. If he's slow, he might come back when it's dark. The person just now is my family's old madam, the master's mother." The servant brought the two of them to pay a visit to old Dr. Li. However, when they came to old Madam Li's bed, she was already asleep. Old Madam Li was already very old. She was like a baby, waking up and sleeping every day without a fixed number of times. "The two of you, please come to the tea room and sit for a while. I will bring you some tea." The servant then brought Jiyu Jiao and Jiyu Xiaoshan to the tea room. He served them tea and burned charcoal. He was very considerate and did not treat them lightly because of their low status. Jiyu Jiao sat for a while. She guessed that the director would not come back so soon and that old Madam Li would not wake up so soon. Thus, she told the servant that she would go find the director herself. The fishing place was not too far away. The servant pointed the way for her. "I want to go too," Jiyu Xiaoshan said. Jiyu Jiao coaxed, "If the old madam wakes up and finds out that the two of us are not here, she will feel that we are neglecting her." "Oh." Jiyu Jiao obediently stayed. Jiyu Jiao left the residence and turned to board the second master's carriage. "I thought it would take a long time," the second master said. "The director is not here." Jiyu Jiao asked, "Where is the patient you mentioned?" "Ha, over there." The second master waved his hand and pointed. At the end of the path, there was a green mountain. The scenery at the foot of the mountain was beautiful and the residences were arranged in picturesque disorder. This was the famous Ding and Marquis Fu's hot spring villa. As for the other person's identity, the second master did not introduce him too much. He only said that he was the youngest son of a marquis in the capital. He was born prematurely and was born with a weak illness. After searching for so many years, he still could not find a doctor. "That young master is about the same age as you. The rumors say that he will not live past 15. The second master regretfully said. "Then doesn't that mean there is only 1 year left?" Jiyu Jiao was already 14 this year. "Isn't that right? However, it is possible that he will not last until June. Is his illness really that serious?" The second master sighed and nodded. "That's right. The pitiful marquis only had this one son. Although the young master had an older sister who was a boy and a girl, this could not make up for the pain of losing a son." The second master did not give Jiyu Jiao any information unrelated to the illness. As they spoke, the carriage arrived at the entrance of the hot spring villa. There was an enormous archway with overhanging eaves. The words Hot Spring Villa were written in large gilded characters. On the rightmost side of the words, there was a line of small cursive characters, Dingen Marquis Manor. The group got off the carriage. Jiyu Jiao stood under the grand archway, as small as a rabbit. The Marquis Manor's grandeur was vividly displayed, and this was only a villa under its name. The second master had passed by the villa many times, but this was his first time here. To be honest, he was also shocked by the large archway in front of him. Of course, what he did not know was that the reason Jiyu Jiao was staring at the archway in a daze was not because she was shocked. She was purely wondering if the gold on the archway was real. Chapter 46. There were 2 guards stationed under the archway. They were different from the guards of the large families in town. They were tall and sturdy, had sharp eyes, and held spears in their hands. They were tall and straight, and it was obvious that they were well trained and disciplined. Because the invitation was sent many days in advance, the second master's name was on the list, and the guards let him in. He pointed at the old doctor and Jiyu Jiao and said, "Our rejuvenation hall's doctor and his medicine boy." It wasn't common for women to be medicine boys, but it wasn't unheard of. The guards didn't say anything, but they became suspicious of Jiyu Jiao's small basket. "What's inside?" one of the guards asked. Jiyu Jiao directly showed the basket to him. The guard rummaged through it and found some mountain goods and a small tattered box. He returned the basket to Jiyu Jiao. "Follow this road and walk straight. After you pass through the first pavilion, someone will receive you." The guard pointed the way for the 3 people. The second master cupped his hands in thanks and walked towards the pavilion with Jiyu Jiao and the old doctor. After walking a few steps, another carriage came out of the archway. The second master thought that it was someone from the mountain villa and didn't take it to heart. Who would have thought that he would be stopped by a voice full of energy? "Is that the one in front?" The second master stopped and turned around in surprise. He saw a fat man about the same age as shopkeeper Wang walking towards him with large strides. Behind the man was a doctor in his 50s and a medicine boy carrying a medicine box. The second master's face darkened. The man didn't seem to see his disgust. He walked forward with a smile and cupped his hands in greeting. "Uncle, what a coincidence that we met here. Did Uncle know that I would bring people to treat the young master, so you waited here for me? But, who are these 2 people?" "A doctor from the return of Spring Hall," the second boss said indifferently. Both of them were doctors. The second boss didn't explain in detail, but the man took it for granted that the old doctor was the only doctor. This ugly girl with a birthmark on her face was just a little medicine boy. "Who is he?" Jiyu Jiao asked the second boss. The second master coldly looked at the man and said, "The steward of the Hu clan, the shopkeeper of the capital's Huichun Hall. My surname is He." "Steward," he said to Jiyu Jiao with a smile. Jiyu Jiao cast a sidelong glance at him. "He as in lotus? The white kind?" "Steward," he. Somehow, I felt like she was scolding me. "Let's go." The second boss was too lazy to feign civility with him. However, "Steward," he called out to him once again, and in his tone, there was a hint of mockery. "So first master is also here to treat the young master's illness. I wonder if master and big boss know about this matter." Naturally, he didn't know that if he were to inform the family of this matter, the old man would be the first to disagree. The second boss clenched his fists, and his expression became very unsightly. At this time, Jiyu Jiao started her lesson. "Who is master? Who is big boss?" The second boss took a deep breath. "Master is my father, big boss is my younger brother." Jiyu Jiao was puzzled. "Why is your younger brother the big boss? You're only the second boss. Are you the son of a concubine?" "Not really. He was the legitimate son. He was the true eldest son of the Hu clan. However, his mother passed away early, and his father married a second wife. Not long after, his stepmother gave birth to a younger brother. His younger brother was smarter than him, and was more liked by the old man. The old man gradually forgot that he was the legitimate eldest son, and threw him to the return of Spring Hall in a remote town on the grounds that he was mediocre and incompetent. The Hu clan's business was almost handed over to his younger brother. His title of second boss was actually just a nice name. Shopkeeper, he was only a shopkeeper, but because he was the trusted aide of the big boss, he did not place the second boss, the head of the Hu clan, in his eyes. Ding and Marquis Manor's young master is not one of the commoners in town. If he dies, then he dies. Don't overestimate yourself and harm the entire Hu clan. Jiyu Jiao looked at him and irritably said, "You like to crow so much, are you a rooster?" Shopkeeper, he choked. Jiyu Jiao's group of 3 left. They passed through the pavilion and really did meet a few servants from the villa. The servants' clothes were more dignified than the masters of the large families in town. Their appearance and bearing were not ordinary. Although they were not as simple as the servants of the principal, they all followed the rules. They were scrupulous, making it impossible for people to find fault with them. Jiyu Jiao's group of 3 was led away by a servant. Shopkeeper, his group of 3 came over. It's Return of Spring Hall again? How many people came from Return of Spring Hall? The one who received Shopkeeper, he was a sharp-tongued maidservant. Don't look at how Shopkeeper, he had the support of the Hu clan and Return of Spring Hall behind him. He did not dare to be pretentious with any maidservant in the Marquis Manor. Shopkeeper, he politely smiled and said, "Miss, please look carefully at this token. I am one of the people from the capital's Return of Spring Hall. Those people are from Clear Spring Town's Return of Spring Hall. They are unrelated to our capital's Return of Spring Hall and the Hu clan. In a moment, if something happens, I hope that Miss will not blame our Return of Spring Hall." "Are they not all from Return of Spring Hall?" the maidservant asked. "It's not the same, it's not the same." Shopkeeper, he smiled and said. The maidservant thought for a bit. "Is it just a coincidence that the name of your medical clinic is the same?" "Ah, you can say it like that." Shopkeeper, he could not find a more suitable explanation for the time being. The maidservant nodded her head. "I know. Our Marquis Manor will not implicate unrelated people." Shopkeeper, he breathed a sigh of relief. That mediocre old man could not find a good doctor. Otherwise, he would not have borrowed Dr. Zhong from the capital's Return of Spring Hall. This time, it was most likely going to be a bad thing. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and distanced himself from the old man in time. Shopkeeper, he and the other 2 people walked quickly. When Jiyu Jiao and the other 2 people arrived, they had also arrived. The maidservant who came with Shopkeeper, he opened the curtain and entered the main room. She whispered to the steward, "Those 3 are from the capital's Return of Spring Hall. These 3 are from the town." This meant that Jiyu Jiao and the other 2 people were using their reputation. The steward had seen this kind of thing many times. However, since they were already here, there was no reason to drive them out without seeing them. She said, "Let those 3 come first." "Okay." The maidservant responded. The young master did not eat anymore. The maidservant called in Shopkeeper, he and the other 2 people. The young master had been ill for many years and many doctors had been invited. However, every doctor was ordered to keep their mouths shut after seeing him. Therefore, no one knew what illness the young master had and how serious his illness was. This time, Shopkeeper, he brought a divine doctor who was known as Hua Tuor in Jiangnan. He was especially good at treating difficult and complicated diseases. Before they came, both of them were full of confidence. However, with just one look, the divine doctor was stunned. "What's wrong, divine Dr. Liao?" Shopkeeper, he asked. Divine Dr. Liao did not answer Shopkeeper, he. Instead, he turned to ask the maidservant in the room, "How long has the young master been in a coma?" 10 days. The maidservant said. Divine Dr. Liao's face turned pale. He braced himself and took the young master's pulse. Then, he staggered and stood up. "Forgive me for my shallow medical skills. I am unable to treat the young master. Your residents, please find someone better." What he really wanted to say was that the young master was suffering from a heart disease. This illness was incurable and he had been in a coma for 10 days. Even the gods could not save him. Quickly prepare for his funeral. Chapter 47. Divine Dr. Liao ran out as soon as he finished speaking. He was afraid that if he didn't leave now, he wouldn't be able to leave anymore. Once little young master died, he would be the one who killed him. Ari. Divine Dr. Liao, Divine Dr. Liao. Steward. He didn't expect that the divine doctor that Big Boss spent a lot of money to hire would be so disappointing and run away without even treating him. But he also understood why Divine Dr. Liao would run away. That little young master's condition was really too bad. He wasn't a doctor, but he could tell that little young master was dying. No wonder he heard that Marchioness used her knees to climb up the mountain before the new year, kowtowing every step to pray for her son's blessings. This was indeed not something that could be salvaged by human strength. Steward. He chased after him. That little medicine boy also ran away quickly with his master and steward. He didn't even manage to catch up to them. Second boss saw the three of them leaving in a hurry and he had an ominous guess. Seeing that Jiyu Jiao was about to head in, he suddenly grabbed onto Jiyu Jiao's wrist. I suddenly remembered that I still have some matters to attend to at Rejuvenation Hall. Jiyu Jiao. Oh, then you go back and settle it. Second boss, you go back with me. Second boss wanted Jiyu Jiao to treat little young master, but that was built on the premise that Jiyu Jiao was able to cure him. But steward, he and the other two's actions made him waver. Behind steward, he was his younger brother, and he was clear of his younger brother's ability. The person who was invited must be a local divine doctor. Once the divine doctor went in, he left, which meant that little young master was indeed incurable. There might be thousands of medical treatments, but only one method was enough to determine death. He couldn't cheat Jiyu Jiao. If Jiyu Jiao went in now, little young master might just die in front of her. In that case, she wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Jiyu Jiao of course understood his meaning. She had been a doctor in her past life, but that was just a cover for her identity. She wasn't a good person, so she wouldn't gamble with her life. All right, let's go. Jiyu Jiao nodded. Just as Jiyu Jiao turned around, her heart skipped a beat. Young master, a maid's scream came from inside the room. The young master started to twitch on the bed. Jiyu Jiao suddenly felt uncomfortable. She was absolutely certain that she was not sick, so this feeling of panic was simply inexplicable. Do you think I have such medical ethics? If I leave the patient alone, will my conscience be so uneasy that it hurts my heart? He was in pain, and so was she. How strange. In the end, Jiyu Jiao walked in. There was an imperial physician in the manor, and he was currently in the pharmacy preparing medicine for the young master. He was not in the young master's room, so the servants hurriedly went to invite him over. In the chaos, no one cared whether Jiyu Jiao had entered the room or not. When Jiyu Jiao came to the bed, his heart had stopped beating. Jiyu Jiao's expression became serious. Without saying anything, she stepped onto the bed and knelt by the young master's side. She pressed her hands on his chest and began to perform emergency cardiac resuscitation. Aunt Jiyu. The second master entered the room and was stunned by the scene in front of him. What was this girl doing to the young master? Jiyu Jiao did not care whether the medical kit was exposed or not. She sternly said, "Guard the door. Don't let anyone in." All right. The second master's mind was still numb, but he used his fastest speed to close the door. The old physician stayed in the room to see if there was anything he could do to help. Jiyu Jiao pressed for a while, but the other party did not respond. Take out my medical kit. Light the oil lamp and candles. Light them all. The old physician quickly took out the small box from the basket on his back, but he found that he could not open it. Jiyu Jiao opened the medical kit and he went to light the oil lamp and candles. Jiyu Jiao injected a shot of epinephrine into the young master's vein. The old physician was stunned. This girl, what kind of strange thing did she use to inject into the young master's veins? After the first shot of epinephrine, the effect was not ideal. At this time, the housekeeper and maidservant of the manor came with the imperial physician. The second master remembered Jiyu Jiao's instructions and took a big step forward to block their way. Who are you? The housekeeper grumpily asked. The person who brought Jiyu Jiao and the other two over was a manservant. He had already left. Only one of Yuya's maidservants recognized him. Yuya was the one who brought shopkeeper he over. Yuya pointed at him and said, "I recognize him. He is the one who impersonated the Hui-chun Hall in the capital. The second master said sternly, "What impersonation? We are from the Hui-chun Hall. But we are not the one in the capital." Yu complained, "Look, Mama." He admitted it. The second boss was confused. "No, miss, was that what I meant?" Although the housekeeper grumpily did not misinterpret the second master's meaning, she did not think highly of the medical hall outside the capital. The reason why they were allowed to come in was because the Marchioness had nowhere else to go. "Why are you blocking the way here?" she coldly asked. The second master bolstered himself and said, "Our Hui-chun Hall's physician is saving your young master. If you don't want anything to happen to your young master, it's best not to go in and disturb her." "Mama, they are lying," a maidservant said. She had seen it from inside the room. The young master was already dead. "Are you sure you can save the young master?" The housekeeper's stern voice was like a knife hanging over the second master's head. A layer of cold sweat suddenly appeared on the second master's back. What a cunning mama! She put the blame on them. If something happened to the young master, it would not be because they did not take good care of him, but because the Hui-chun Hall did not treat him well. In fact, they had already taken good care of him. But if the young master died, someone had to take the blame and bear the anger of the Marquis and Marchioness. Who would want it to be them? The second master's legs and stomach were trembling. "Miss Gu, can you do it or not?" "No." She had already used 3 doses of epinephrine. The old physician gradually realized that something was wrong. Even if he did not know where this strange injection came from, he knew that it must be used to prolong the young master's life. "Miss Gu, give up, I'll try again." Jiu Jiao counted the time and injected the 4th injection into the young master's body. It had already been 4 times. If this injection did not work, she could not save the young master. The people outside the door could not wait any longer. Every minute and second was torture for them. The second master's cold sweat dripped to the ground. The housekeeper grumpily said, "Break the door open." 2 strong maidservants came forward and pushed the second master aside. They lifted their feet and were about to kick the door. Suddenly, the maidservant named Yu said, "Mama, listen." The housekeeper made a gesture and the crowd instantly quieted down. "It's so noisy." It was the young master's voice. It was very small and weak. They had not heard the young master's voice for 10 days. They really thought that the young master was going to pass away, but just now, you all heard it, right? The housekeeper grumpily felt so nervous for the first time. Everyone nodded. Although it was very weak, they did hear it. Chapter 48. Soon, the door was opened from the inside. The room was quiet, and the originally lit candles were extinguished one by one. The room was a little dark. The old doctor fell to the ground weakly, as if he had died. To be honest, he wasn't the one who saved the person. He only helped to carry the box and light a few oil lamps and candles. However, he was the only one who witnessed Jiu Jiao dragging the person back from the palace of the King of Hell. The process was so thrilling that he had never encountered it before, and he would never encounter it again. The nanny in charge asked the servant girls to help him up, and she walked to the bed with small steps. In the end, she saw a little girl dressed like a village girl sitting on the edge of her young master's bed. This was the young master's bed. Where did this wild girl come from? How dare she dirty the young master's bed? The nanny in charge opened her mouth to scold her, but she was surprised to find that it wasn't the other party who was lying on the young master's bed, but the young master, who was holding the girl's hand. The nanny in charge was the Marchioness's concubine. She had watched the young master grow up, and she was very clear about the young master's virtue, character. He was arrogant, unapproachable, and did not get close to others. He had never even held his own mother or sister's hand. The nanny in charge suspected that she had misjudged, so she went forward to take a look. She was sure that the girl was not playing tricks, and that the young master was really holding her hand. He was holding it so tightly that the back of the girl's hand was red. It was rare that the girl didn't get rid of the pain. The young master fell asleep again, but his breathing and complexion were completely different from when he was unconscious, so the nanny in charge could see that he was getting better. Ah, how could it be? Just now he. The little girl who followed in widened her eyes. Shut up. The nanny in charge stopped her. It was the new year. If she dared to say that the young master was not breathing, she would tear her mouth apart. Cough, cough, this is my medicine boy. The old doctor explained. It turned out that he was the medicine boy of Huichun Hall. The nanny in charge looked more polite and asked softly, "Did my young master wake up just now?" "Yeah." Jiyu Jiao nodded and turned to look at her. She woke up for a while, took her medicine, and went back to sleep. As Jiyu Jiao turned her face around, the supervisor nanny saw clearly that there was a huge birthmark on the left side of her face. She thought that Jiyu Jiao was a little beauty. What a pity. She had originally thought that if the young master really took a liking to this girl, it wouldn't be impossible for him to keep her in his room as his personal woman. The young master's brows were relaxed, and he seemed to have slept well. The nanny in charge could not remember when the young master had last had a good night's sleep. He was always out of breath while sleeping, or he would have night sweats, colic, and palpitations. The nanny in charge did not dare to disturb them and stood silently at the side. Jiyu Jiao had been busy trying to save him and hadn't had time to look at his appearance. Now that she had a closer look, she realized that he was unbelievably good-looking. What kind of peerless beauty was this? He was so beautiful that it was against the rules. "Okay, since you're so beautiful, I'll allow you to hold my hand." The floor of the room was heated, so the heat dissipated evenly. It was not dry, and it was warm and comfortable. Jiyu Jiao felt sleepy, and her head started to peck like a chicken. After countless pecks, she fell down with a thud. The old doctor and the nanny in charge were shocked to see that Jiyu Jiao had fallen asleep next to the young master's pillow. The two of them were frightened, and the old doctor could not even make a sound. The nanny in charge's mouth twitched. "Holding your hand is giving you face. Who allowed you to fall asleep next to the young master's pillow? You're taking advantage of me." The nanny in charge did not care if she would wake the young master up. She walked over quickly and was about to pull Jiyu Jiao up. However, the moment she reached out, the young master, who was sleeping soundly, seemed to have sensed something and woke up with a swoosh. He was thin, and his skin was thinner than ordinary people. Light blue veins could be faintly seen under his skin. He looked at the nanny in charge coldly. The nanny in charge was so frightened by that look that she trembled and staggered a few steps. The young master of the Lord Protector's manor was famous for not being easy to deal with. Not only was his temper bad, he was also unreasonable. Because he was seriously ill, no one dared to do anything to him. None of the maids in his room could work for a full month. They were either chased away or scared away by him. The nanny in charge was the Marchioness's confidant. Otherwise, she would have been chased away by him many times. The nanny in charge did not dare to be tough with him. She smiled and said softly, "Young." The young master said, "Get lost." The nanny in charge said, "Yes." The nanny in charge quickly went out. The old doctor was at a loss. Should I go out? No one cared about him. Too pitiful. The young master looked at the person sleeping soundly beside his pillow. Her face was facing his direction. Half of her face was squashed, and her small lips were pouted. She looked rather cute. What was exposed was the left side of her face with a birthmark. The young master hated anything with flaws, and refused to let anyone get close to him. Only this time was an exception. He did not think that she was ugly at all. He looked at her sleeping face and listened to her breathing close to him. A sudden feeling of wanting to get close to her rose in his heart. Ordinary people might have some misgivings, but the young master was not an ordinary person. He had been living a life waiting for death since he was born. How could such a person care about the rules of the world? He felt comfortable being close to her, so he really did it. The young master leaned closer to her, but did not let go of her hand. Instead, he raised his other hand weakly and adjusted his blanket for her. Then, he leaned against her and fell asleep peacefully. When the young master woke up, Jiyu Jiao was no longer around. He angrily tore up several antique paintings from the previous dynasty that his father had treasured. After leaving the manor, the second master asked about the young master's condition. Jiyu Jiao did not answer, but asked first, "What did the imperial physician say?" The second master did not stay idle outside, and asked the imperial physician about the situation. The imperial physician was quite generous, and told the second master everything he knew. He said that his heart is not strong enough, and his blood is clotted. "It's a heart disease. Dr. Li, what do you think?" Jiyu Jiao asked. Shi took the young master's pulse while he was sleeping. He said thoughtfully, "It should be a heart disease." Jiyu Jiao was silent. Actually, her diagnosis was similar to theirs. In the words of her previous life, he had a congenital heart disease. This disease was too difficult to treat in the ancient times. Medicine alone was not enough. He needed surgery. This surgery was much more complicated than Xiao Liulang's surgery. She did not have the necessary conditions for the surgery at the moment. "Miss Jiyu, can it be treated?" the second master asked. Jiyu Jiao thought for a moment, then said, "I left him some medicine. Let's treat him conservatively for now." Chapter 49. After shopkeeper he escaped from the manor, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he waited for the manor to make a move. The young master didn't seem to be able to make it. He didn't know if the old master would run into him. If the young master really died in his hands, there would be no place for the old master in the Hu family. Shopkeeper he was secretly delighted when he saw Jiyu Jiao and the other two come out of the manor safe and sound. He was stunned. What happened? The young master didn't die. Or were they the same as them? Did they run away without any treatment? But looking at their calm appearance, it didn't seem like it. While shopkeeper he was stunned, Jiyu Jiao and the other two got on the carriage and went to Dean Li's residence. The maid called Yu Yaya chased after them. "Oh, Huichun Hall. Wait." However, the carriage was already far away and her shouts couldn't be heard. Yu Yaya held the pillar of the memorial arch and gasped for breath. Shopkeeper he walked out from behind the big tree in a daze. He came to her and asked, "Miss, did something happen to the three of them?" Yu Yaya said, "What can happen to them? It's my young master." Shopkeeper his eyes lit up. Was the young master really dead because of their treatment? Yu Yaya gasped for breath and continued, "My young master woke up and threw a big tantrum." Shopkeeper he understood every word, but he didn't understand when they were put together. It's the young master's illness. Huichun Hall really has a divine doctor. My young master woke up. He still has the strength to throw a tantrum. Yu Yaya was overjoyed. Her young master tore 4 of Master Hu's antique paintings in one breath. He hadn't been so powerful for a whole year. Shopkeeper he couldn't keep up with the other party's thoughts. Yu Yaya sighed and blamed herself. "It's all our fault. We were too happy and forgot to pay them." "Wait, you mean, they?" Shopkeeper he didn't dare to finish his sentence. It was impossible. Unexpectedly, Yu Yaya nodded vigorously. Yes, they're the ones who woke up my young master." This was like a blind cat running into a dead mouse. Shopkeeper he couldn't believe that a doctor from a small town could have such brilliant medical skills. However, that didn't stop him from taking the credit for it. "That's right, our rejuvenation hall is a magical hand that can bring people back to life. What does that have to do with you?" Yu Yaya rolled her eyes at him. "I." Shopkeeper he smiled embarrassedly. "That person is the second boss of our rejuvenation hall, the first master of the Hu clan." Yu Yaya mocked. "Isn't it just the same name? They are the town's rejuvenation hall, and you are the capital's rejuvenation hall." There was no relationship between the two families. They had nothing to do with the Hu clan. Did he forget what he said so quickly? Ha ha ha. The second boss had escaped death once, so how could he still remember about the consultation fee? Jiyu Jiao remembered, but she thought that the second boss had accepted her. When the carriage arrived at Headmaster Li's residence, Headmaster Li had just returned from fishing. He had taken off his headmaster's clothes and changed into a fisherman's clothes. He even wore a fisherman's bamboo hat and straw raincoat, making him look no different from a fisherman. Of course, if one got closer, they would still be able to feel his extraordinary temperament and style of speech. Jiyu Jiao and the second boss got off the carriage. You are. The headmaster had never seen Jiyu Jiao before, and he had never seen the second boss before. Jiyu Jiao politely said, Xiao Liulang is my husband. Today, I came with my younger brother to visit you. My younger brother is in the room. The headmaster's attitude immediately changed. He had always been against students visiting him, but if the other party was Xiao Liulang, the family of his future disciple, then it was a different matter. The second boss. Why do I feel that the headmaster's gaze suddenly changed when he looked at his daughter-in-law? The headmaster warmly asked, How should I address you? Jiyu Jiao replied, My surname is Jiyu. The villagers call me Jiaonyang. Actually, the villagers called her Little Fool. Jiyu Jiao then introduced the second boss to the headmaster. Today, they also came to the vicinity, so they gave me a lift. The headmaster was very polite and didn't ask why the other party came to the vicinity. He simply expressed his sincere gratitude to the second boss for helping his student and his family. He also invited the second boss and the others into the room to sit. This headmaster, is he the headmaster of Qianxiang Academy? When they entered the courtyard, the second boss asked Jiyu Jiao in a low voice. Her husband was a student of Qianxiang Academy, so wasn't his headmaster the headmaster of Qianxiang Academy? Don't tell me you only realized it now. The second boss had been nervous about treating the little Gongzi all morning, so he even forgot his own name. How could he realize this? When he realized it, he felt that things weren't simple. The headmaster's reputation in the small town might not be prominent, but in the capital, he was an existence that everyone scrambled for. He studied under the old chancellor and was the head of the 4 great scholars in the capital. The second boss was a few years younger than the headmaster, so he grew up in the headmaster's shadow. Every parent hoped that their son would grow up to be as talented as the headmaster, but unfortunately, most of them only grew up to be a rookie. The headmaster was simply the nightmare of their generation. Because of this abnormal person, how many parents felt that their sons were worthless? In terms of background, the Hu family was an aristocratic family with 100 years of history. The headmaster was a grassroots person, but in terms of influence, all the children of the Hu family added together couldn't compare to Headmaster Li. He was once a grand scholar in the cabinet. It was said that he moved here to accompany his mother to recuperate. The headmaster came to Clear Spring Town earlier than the second boss, so the second boss initially considered whether or not he should pay him a visit. However, when he thought of the shadow of his childhood, he quickly gave up. Of course, the main reason was that he understood that the headmaster wouldn't meet him. I heard, he doesn't accept gifts. The second boss said to Jiyu Jiao. When the headmaster was an official, he was an honest person, so he offended many people. When he came here to open an academy, he was even more disdainful of private gifts. Jiyu Jiao took out the mountain goods from the basket. Headmaster, this is Liulang's gift to you. The headmaster hurriedly took it, as if he was afraid that someone would go back on their word. Liulang is very considerate. The second boss was dumbfounded. Wait, aren't you going to be polite? Does the dignified headmaster lack mountain goods? The headmaster thought, although you said you don't want it, your body is very honest. You even asked your wife to give you a gift for becoming my disciple. Under Jiyu Jiao's encouragement, Jiyu Xiaoshan also gave his New Year's gift a wooden carving he carved. He loved carving things since he was young, otherwise, he wouldn't have carved his name on Jiyu Jiao's umbrella handle. This wooden carving was originally meant for Jiyu Jiao, but Jiyu Jiao said that it was more important to give it to the headmaster first, and that she could carve another one for herself later. Jiyu Xiaoshan felt that his sister's words were very reasonable, so he cupped his hands and gave the wooden carving to the headmaster. He carved Jiyu Jiao, vivid and lifelike. Without the birthmark on her face, she was as beautiful as a fairy. But, is it really okay to give your sister's carving to the headmaster? The second boss's mouth twitched. Jiyu Jiao's mouth also twitched. She didn't expect Jiyu Xiaoshan to carve this. The headmaster thought, isn't it a little inappropriate for him to put a carving of his student's wife in the room? At this moment, old Madam Li woke up. Her eyes lit up when she saw the wooden carving. Bodhisattva. Old Madam Li took Jiyu Jiao's wooden carving and placed it on the table reverently. She even lit 2 incense sticks. Jiyu Jiao, the headmaster, everyone. Chapter 50. The group of people had lunch at the director's house before leaving. It was already late when they arrived in town. The second boss sent Jiyu Jiao and her brother back to the village in a carriage. Old Lady Li was very satisfied with the bodhisattva that Jiyu Xiaoshan gave her. Before leaving, she asked the director to give Jiyu Xiaoshan the prayer beads that she had treasured for many years. The prayer beads were made of jade and had been blessed in front of Buddha. No matter its value or significance, it was incomparable to ordinary jade. However, Jiyu Xiaoshan did not like this, so he gave the prayer beads to Jiyu Jiao. Of course, Jiyu Jiao would not be greedy for his things. However, if he brought them back to the Jiyu family, they would only be pocketed by the Jiyu family. Thus, she accepted them first and planned to return them to him when he got married and started a new family. "Sister, I'm going in," Jiyu Xiaoshan said. Jiyu Xiaoshan entered the Jiyu family's old house. Jiyu Jiao carried the basket and continued to walk forward. After a while, she entered the house. Xiao Liulang and the old lady were sitting in the central room eating dinner. The old lady's expression was not very good. When she saw Jiyu Jiao return, she showed a very warm expression for the first time. "Jiao Jiao is back." Jiyu Jiao nodded. There was no need to be so warm. Jiyu Jiao was used to the old lady's sullen face and ignoring her. She was not used to her sudden enthusiasm. "What's wrong?" Jiyu Jiao looked at the food on the table. It was obviously cold, but the two of them did not touch their chopsticks. The old lady pursed her lips and said bitterly, "Liulang's cooking is terrible. He looked like a dog, but his cooking was worse than Jiyu Xiaoxian's." "Ah!" Jiyu Jiao did not know how to answer. She looked at the old lady and then at Xiao Liulang. She had never tasted Xiao Liulang's cooking. She did not know whether it was good or bad. However, it was understandable that old madam disliked it, but why was he disliking it too? Didn't he always cook for himself? Xiao Liulang said nothing with a deadpan expression. Jiyu Jiao sighed. She remade the dishes and baked a few egg pancakes. The old lady's eyes were glowing green. Xiao Liulang was still quite serious, but Jiyu Jiao felt that perhaps she had seen too much of the old lady, so when she looked at Xiao Liulang again, she felt that there was a hint of lust in his eyes. Xiao Liulang did not talk much at the dinner table, but the old lady would. If Xiao Liulang did not allow her to talk, she would snort, "I'm your grandaunt." Even if he had to kneel, he still had to show his filial piety to his grandaunt. The old lady asked about the visit to the director. "Did you see the director?" "Yes, I did. He is a kind person. He has an old mother and a young servant at home." With his status as the director of Qianxiang Academy, Jiyu Jiao thought that his home would be very luxurious and even have a group of servants, but it was not. His house was very large, but it was also very elegant, quiet, and simple. The old lady asked, "Just two people?" Jiyu Jiao replied, "Three, and a servant." Jiyu Jiao had the mindset of her previous life. A servant was also a person. "No wife or children?" the old lady asked. "His wife has passed away." Xiao Liulang suddenly spoke. He paused for a moment, then said, "She passed away when she was young, and he never remarried." Quite pitiful. The old lady did not say anything else. After dinner, Jiyu Jiao took out the gifts the director had given her. It was a large box of Osmanthus-flavored 1,000-layer pastry and 2 fish that the director had personally caught. The old lady liked the 1,000-layer pastry very much, but Xiao Liulang did not like the 2 fish at all. His eyes were filled with disdain. Jiyu Jiao marinated the fish and boiled water to wash up. When she was taking off her clothes, something suddenly fell out. She picked it up and found that it was a white jade thumb ring. This jade thumb ring was of excellent quality. Its texture was warm, and its shape was like congealed fat. It was definitely not an ordinary item. "Strange, why do I have this on me?" She did not remember the director and old Madam Li giving her such a big treasure. She held the jade thumb ring to the tip of her nose and smelled it. There was a faint medicinal fragrance. Could it be his? Hot Spring Villa. The Marchioness finished her daily prayers and returned to the villa. She was overjoyed when she heard that her son had woken up. Halfway there, she asked about the specific process and situation. The nanny in charge told her one by one, the young master's condition was not good. Fortunately, the godly doctor of Rejuvenation Hall helped and successfully woke him up. She did not dare to say that the young master was really not breathing. After all, she did not see it with her own eyes. In addition, it also saved her the trouble of the little medicine boy climbing into the bed. She only knew that the little medicine boy was very clever and served the young master very well. During the conversation, the two of them arrived at Jiyu Yang's courtyard. After Jiyu Yang woke up, he angrily tore a few antique paintings. After tearing them, he collapsed on the bed like a salted fish and panted. His appearance was too horrible to look at. However, the Marchioness was thankful that he could wake up. The Marchioness excitedly walked forward and sat on the edge of the bed to hold her son's hand. Yang, you're awake? Jiyu Yang said speechlessly, I'm not awake. I'm still unconscious. The Marchioness was choked. Instead of being angry, she laughed. Yang has the strength to talk to mother. You've been unconscious for so long. Do you know that mother was scared? Fortunately, Bodhisattva protected you. What does Bodhisattva have to do with it? Jiyu Yang hummed. The Marchioness laughed. Yes. It's Yang luck that is great. Jiyu Yang said seriously, she cured me. I know it was her. She even left me medicine. When Jiyu Jiao saved him, he didn't wake up. When she left him medicine, he didn't wake up either. However, he had an intuition that she was the one who did all these things. The Marchioness thought that Jiyu Yang was talking about him, the old madam of Huichun Hall. She hurriedly nodded. Yang is right. It was the doctor from Huichun Hall who saved you. Mother will properly thank them. Hey! Yang why is the jade thumb ring on your finger missing? That jade thumb ring was Jiyu Yang's personal item. Although she didn't know where he got it, he always carried it with him and never allowed anyone to touch it. There was once when he couldn't find it under the quilt. He was so angry that he fainted. She took it. Jiyu Yang said calmly. Who? This time, the Marchioness didn't guess the old doctor. After all, how could a dignified divine doctor do such a thing? Jiyu Yang didn't answer her question. Instead, he said, she accidentally took it. Although they had only met once, he seemed to know her very well. Even he couldn't explain why he had such a strong intuition. Maybe it's that little girl. The nanny in charge whispered in the Marchioness's ear. The old doctor brought her here. She's quite young and doesn't know much. The Marchioness sighed. Forget it. They saved Yang. It's just a jade thumb ring. Since Yang doesn't care, it's fine to give it to her. There's no need to pursue the matter. Chapter 51. In the next few days, Jiyu Jiao didn't go out again. She stayed at home and learned to write from Xiao Liulang. She also accompanied Xiao Liulang in his rehabilitation. Xiao Liulang didn't seem to care about whether he could stand up again. Jiyu Jiao noticed this before the operation. She didn't know what he had experienced, but his heart was like dead ashes. He had no love and passion for life at all. Feng Lin was worried that he would have an accident during the operation, but he agreed without hesitation. This was not because he was brave and fearless, but because he didn't care whether he died or not. However, Jiyu Jiao would not let him die, nor would she let him be crippled. It's time to exercise. Jiyu Jiao tidied up the house and went to Xiao Liulang's room. She didn't treat herself as an outsider anymore. She didn't even knock when she came in. Xiao Liulang's face suddenly became ugly. It wasn't because she didn't knock when she came in. It was because he didn't want to exercise. Jiyu Jiao guessed that he would have such a reaction. She didn't give him a chance to refuse. She walked over and pulled him up from the chair. Not only did she enter his room, but she also pulled and pulled him. It was really inappropriate. Xiao Liulang frowned. He couldn't win against her with one leg. He was still pulled out of the room. Crutches. Xiao Liulang said. Jiyu Jiao raised her eyebrows. From today onwards, there are no crutches. Xiao Liulang glanced at her and said lightly, without crutches, I can't walk. Jiyu Jiao crossed her arms in front of her chest and said flirtatiously, If you can't walk, I'll help you. I'll be your crutches. She could tell that every time he used crutches, he didn't do rehabilitation. He put all his weight on the crutches. His right foot didn't get any exercise at all. Xiao Liulang frowned. Jiyu Jiao smiled. If you want a crutch, you can walk back to the house yourself. My right leg has no strength. What's going on? He could only bounce back. Xiao Liulang decisively gave up when he thought about how he was hopping around. Just like that, the idea of Xiao Liulang using the walking stick to slack off was extinguished by Jiyu Jiao. He could put his weight on the crutch without any qualms, but he couldn't put his weight on Jiyu Jiao's soft little body, because, husband, don't always press on me. You have to learn how to use your own strength. That's right, that's it. Put in some more effort. I'm going to be crushed by you. How can you count on a woman like me for this? Xiao Liulang gritted his teeth. I'm just borrowing your strength. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Can't you shut your mouth? Xiao Liulang was forced to walk seriously. In the past, he could walk more than 10 rounds without panting, but now he couldn't even walk once. Jiyu Jiao also set a rule that he couldn't walk less than 100 steps a day. After walking 100 steps, Xiao Liulang was completely soaked. Jiyu Jiao took a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. Husband, do you feel sore all over, like you were run over by a big carriage? You're so tired that you can't move. You can't even lift your fingers, and your legs can't stop shaking. Xiao Liulang was speechless. Xiao Liulang finally finished his torture for the day. Next, it was his turn to torture Jiyu Jiao. Have you practiced your calligraphy today? He asked seriously. Jiyu Jiao, who was gloating just a second ago, suddenly froze. Xiao Liulang found a little pleasure in taking revenge. He narrowed his eyes and said, You make me walk so many steps every day, but you don't practice a single word. Including yesterday, you haven't written 100 words. Jiyu Jiao scratched her little head in annoyance. She hated writing with a brush, especially the Jiao state characters with so many strokes. Xiao Liulang snorted and said, If you don't write today, you'll have to write 200 words tomorrow. Jiyu Jiao put down the pen with a bang. Then you'll walk 200 steps tomorrow. Xiao Liulang, I'm not walking. Jiyu Jiao, then I won't write. Xiao Liulang, up to you. Jiyu Jiao, it didn't matter if she didn't write or not, but he had to do rehabilitation. Otherwise, he would be a little cripple for the rest of his life. Xiao Liulang didn't care if he was a cripple or not. He looked at Jiyu Jiao indifferently and went back to his room with a victorious expression. Xiao Liulang could tell that Jiyu Jiao didn't like writing. At first, she was curious about the words on the prescription, but after she tasted the boredom of practicing calligraphy, she gave up. He was sure that Jiyu Jiao didn't know how to write. The next day, when he opened his eyes, he saw a little person sitting cross-legged on his bed. Her arms were crossed in front of her chest, and she was fuming like a grumpy little wild cat. She had 2 huge dark circles under her eyes, and she was giving him a terrifying death stare. What are you doing? Xiao Liulang looked at her in shock. He didn't know how long she had been there. Had she been staring at him while he slept? Jiyu Jiao snorted coldly and took out a thick stack of words that she had practiced. She threw it in front of him in a domineering manner. Man, these are the words you wanted. Xiao Liulang looked at the words and then looked at her dark circles. He frowned and said, Don't tell me you didn't sleep the whole night to write this. How many words was that? She must be crazy. Jiyu Jiao was like a little beast that had finally bared its fangs. 1,000 words. Today, you have to walk 1,000 steps. Xiao Liulang, the days of chaos in the Jiyu family had begun. Old Madame Fu's daily entertainment was not only eating melon seeds, eating sweets, and teasing Xuaningxiang, but also watching them torture and hate each other. Jiao Jiao, Liu Lang is missing a step. Old Madame Fu didn't mind watching the drama unfold. Jiyu Jiao rushed out of the kitchen with a kitchen knife. Looking at Jiyu Jiao, who could chop a cow to death with a kitchen knife, Xiao Liulang's expression was sorrowful. That shy little girl who had lowered her head in the wind and snow, waiting for him to put on a cloak for her. In the end, he had misjudged her. In the blink of an eye, The 15th day of the first lunar month had passed and Tianxiang Academy had started school. Xiao Liulang woke up early in the morning and packed his bundle. After so long, the academy's dormitory should have been repaired. Once he moved into the dormitory, he wouldn't be forced to walk anymore. When he was packing, Jiyu Jiao didn't say a word. As usual, Jiyu Jiao sent him to second Uncle Luo's carriage and gave him his crutches. When she left, she suddenly thought of something and smiled at him. "Ah, that's right. I've been too busy recently. There's something I almost forgot to tell you. It's inconvenient for you to practice walking in the academy. The last time I went to visit the dean, I told him that you don't have to live in the academy for a few months until you recover." Xiao Liulang, thunder from a clear sky. Not long after Jiyu Jiao left, Jiyu Xiaoshan came. Jiyu Xiaoshan sat down next to Xiao Liulang. "Brother-in-law, why did you bring a bag?" "He only brought a bag of books." Xiao Liulang didn't want to say that he was tricked by his sister, so he asked, "You don't live in the academy?" Jiyu Xiaoshan said, "If brother-in-law doesn't live there, of course I don't live there either. I'll accompany you. If anything happens along the way, we can take care of each other." No matter what, he was the #1 village bully in the surrounding area. Protecting his brother-in-law was appropriate. Xiao Liulang held back his anger. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Sister didn't want me to say. She said she wanted to give you a surprise." Jiyu Xiaoshan spread out his hands and smiled. "How is it, brother-in-law? Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Xiao Liulang gritted his teeth. "Jiyu Jiao." Chapter 52. On the other side, Jiyu Dashun also came out of the Jiyu family's old mansion. Jiyu Daxian's complexion was not very good. The Jiyu family had a terrible New Year this year. In the past, so many people came to pay their New Year's greetings that the doorstep was almost broken. But this year, they all heard about the Yamen incident and were afraid that their reputation would be affected, resulting in the Jiyu family being deserted this year. The villagers did not think much of Jiyu Dashun. Everyone had lived in the same village for so many years, and everyone knew about Madame Liu's and Madame Ju's morals. But Jiyu Dashun was a good seedling. He was different from the other children in the village since he was young. He was going to be successful in the future, but he was implicated by his mother and the second branch. The villagers all felt sorry for him. But Jiyu Dashun did not think so. He felt that everyone was laughing at him, and every gaze that fell on him was full of disdain and evil intentions. When he got on the ox cart, he saw Jiyu Xiaoshan and Xiao Liulang talking and laughing. Jiyu Xiaoshan used to not stick to Jiyu Dashun, and Jiyu Dashun was happy. But now, he felt a kind of shame and anger from being isolated. Xiao Liulang and Jiyu Xiaoshan ignored Jiyu Dashun the whole time. Later on, the two of them entered Earth Class B together. Only when he saw the wooden sign of the class did Jiyu Dashun feel better. So what if they were in cahoots? In the end, it was impossible for them to be successful. The academy held an exam for the returning students. Jiyu Dashun wanted to get first place to wash away his shame, but he used too much strength and his mind was too tense. He did not perform as well as before, and fell out of the top 10. Jiyu Xiaoshan was still at the bottom. He went to school to make his sister happy, not to take the exam, so he had no pressure at all. However, it wasn't as if he didn't learn anything. He liked carving, and Xiao Liulang had told him that the highest level of carving was not carving people or objects, but carving words and books. If he could inscribe the 4 books and 5 classics without missing a single word, then he would be truly amazing. Jiyu Xiaoshan took these words to heart. From that day onwards, he no longer dozed off in class. He sat more energetically than a fighting cock. He wanted to remember every word the headmaster taught him. He wanted to be a real sculptor. The poor student who had applied for leave before the end of the year didn't miss the exam this time and successfully squeezed into the 3rd from the bottom. Xiao Liulang got his wish and fell back to the 2nd from the bottom. However, his good days did not end there. The day after the exam, he was called to the dean's fair hall. Xiao Liulang's eyes were instantly filled with wariness as he looked at the dean who was smiling treacherously on the chair. The dean smiled gently and said, "You don't have to be nervous. I didn't call you here today to talk about the exam. Have you received the county exam documents? The county exam is in 10 days. I promised Jianyang that I would help you review your homework when school starts and strive to help you pass the county exam. From now on, you will come to Fair Hall to study at noon. I haven't even settled the score with you for secretly signing up, and now you want to steal my lunch break?" Xiao Liulang expressed 10,000 rejections. The dean said in a tone of voice, "Jianyang told me that you are already very diligent. You study until very late every day. Your brain is actually not stupid, but I don't know why you always do poorly in the exams. Maybe your study method is not right, or your mood is not high. She told me to think of a way. Not letting him live on campus, and asking the dean to give him special treatment. I didn't even know that you two talked so much during that visit." Xiao Liulang's handsome face was completely dark. "How about it? Let's start now." The dean smiled and looked at Xiao Liulang. Xiao Liulang snorted and nonchalantly said, "I won't be participating in the county examination. You should give up on this idea." After saying that, he leaned on his walking stick and walked away without looking back. Jiyu Jiao knew nothing about the academy. She was still thinking that the dean would give Xiao Liulang special treatment today. Xiao Liulang's talent was not bad, but he did not focus on his studies. Once there was a good teacher to guide him, he would definitely soar. Jiyu Jiao happily tidied up the house. She washed the clothes and chopped the firewood. Then she said to the old lady, "Great aunt, I will go to the temple in a bit." The old lady cracked a melon seed and said, "Why are you going to the temple?" "May the Bodhisattva bless Liulang to pass the county exam." Oh! Jiyu Jiao was stunned. So there was such a way. Although she believed in science, wasn't there a saying that the end of science was theology? She might as well ask the Bodhisattva to bless her husband and let him become a top student. Okay, actually she was going to buy a mountain. The new year was over and the abbot's junior brother should have returned from his travels. "Jiyu Jiao, for lunch, the old lady waved her hand, "Xiao Shui will come and make it. You can go." The old lady did not like to eat hot food. Although Xuening Xiang's cooking was not as good as Jiyu Jiao's, the old lady still wanted to eat freshly made food. She did not know who had spoiled her to this temperament. Jiyu Jiao often felt that the old lady was an ordinary person, but occasionally the other party would reveal her habits and make her feel that she was a person above everyone else. Thinking too much, Jiyu Jiao rubbed her chin and carried the basket to the other side of the mountain. When she arrived at the foot of the mountain, Jiyu Jiao saw a luxurious carriage. She felt strange. That temple was only a small one, why were there always noble people coming here? Jiyu Jiao did not take it to heart and walked towards the top of the mountain. When she reached the last few steps, the figure of a woman suddenly fell down from above. This was a mountain road and the steps were very steep. It would be strange if she did not fall to her death. What was worse was that Jiyu Jiao was directly below her. Jiyu Jiao did not want to fall down with her. In a flash, Jiyu Jiao stepped to the side and reached out to grab her. That person spun in place before stabilizing herself. Then she raised her head to look at Jiyu Jiao. Jiyu Jiao also looked at her. The moment their eyes met, both of them were shocked. "It's you? Jiyu Jiao, isn't this the madam that I met at the temple last time?" "Madam, isn't this the little girl who blocked the food box for me at the temple last time?" The madam smiled in surprise. "Miss, you saved me again." Jiyu Jiao asked faintly, "Why is it that every time I see you, something happens to you?" The madam smiled embarrassedly. Jiyu Jiao saw the red swelling on her forehead and then looked at the mud on her knees. She asked, "Did you knock all the way here?" "Yes." The madam nodded, "I prayed to the Bodhisattva to protect my son. In the end, the Bodhisattva appeared and I came to fulfill my vow." Although Jiyu Jiao also wanted to burn incense and ask the Bodhisattva to protect Xiao Liulang, she would not do it if she had to fall step by step. Chapter 53. Miss, are you here to see the abbot this time? If she remembered correctly, she came to see the abbot last time. Jiyu Jiao thought for a moment and nodded seriously, yes. She originally planned to ask for Bodhisattva's blessing for Xiao Liulang, but Bodhisattva was so stingy that she had to kowtow to him. The madam hurriedly said, then go quickly. The abbot is in the temple. If you are late, he will go down the mountain again. The abbot went down the mountain a lot recently. It was said that a family in the town wanted to adopt a child in the temple. Jiyu Jiao looked at her as if to say, can you walk alone? Don't fall down again, then no one will save you. The madam understood Jiyu Jiao's eyes and smiled warmly. I was tired just now and felt a little dizzy. Now I am fine. Besides, there are only a few steps left. Jiyu Jiao asked, do you feel dizzy often? Do you feel dizzy in the morning or at night? Do you feel dizzy on an empty stomach or after a full stomach? The madam was stunned by her series of questions, but she still answered politely, in the morning, I feel dizzy when I just get up. If I don't eat, I will feel dizzy. Jiyu Jiao said oh and took a piece of sesame candy from her purse, eat more candy. After giving the candy to the madam, Jiyu Jiao went to see the abbot. It was the second time that Jiyu Jiao came to the temple. Many young masters still remembered her. They knew that she came to buy the mountain, so they led her to the abbot's meditation room. Coincidentally, the abbot had just received a guest. The guest came out of the abbot's meditation room and passed by Jiyu Jiao. It was a young man in his early 30s. He looked handsome and wore luxurious clothes. This was the second pilgrim that Jiyu Jiao saw in the temple. Young benefactor Jiyu is here, right? The abbot's gentle voice came from the meditation room. Jiyu Jiao grunted and stepped into the meditation room. To Jiyu Jiao's surprise, there were actually a few bald little monks sitting in the meditation room. They were all about 4 or 5 years old. They looked dignified, and their eyes were naughty and clean. The same bald head and the same clothes. Jiyu Jiao suddenly felt that she was a little face-blind. The little monks stared at Jiyu Jiao with their eyes wide open. Although it was the second time that Jiyu Jiao came to the temple, the last time the little monks didn't have time to see Jiyu Jiao before they were scolded and ran away by the madam's servant girl. Therefore, strictly speaking, this was the first time they had met. The little monks widened their eyes in shock. After a long while, she covered her mouth with her small hands and whispered in what she thought was a very soft voice. Wow! There's a flower on her face. Why is there hair on her face? Why didn't we? I also want to have flower. The little monks kept saying hair, but Jiyu Jiao still understood that it was a flower. So, they thought that the birthmark on her face was actually a flower. Did you draw the flower yourself? A little monk asked. Yes, she drew it when she was born, and it couldn't be washed off. Were they envious? Were they jealous? Jiyu Jiao calmly looked at the group of curious little monks. The abbot cleared his throat and said to the little monks, you go and find senior brother Jingchen first. The little monks obviously didn't want to leave, but senior brother Jingchen's charm should be very strong. After hesitating for a while, the little monks ran out to find him. A group of little monks stepped over the threshold one by one, and the last one fell down with a thud. Jiyu Jiao immediately recognized him. She didn't recognize his face, but looking at his clumsy appearance, wasn't he the little wrestling boy who bumped into her thigh last time? Jiyu Jiao wanted to hit him again, but he quickly got up and didn't give Jiyu Jiao a chance to hit him. Jiyu Jiao regretfully pursed her lips. The abbot motioned for Jiyu Jiao to sit down. Jiyu Jiao sat down and drank a few mouthfuls of bitter tea. Thinking of the young man who came out of the meditation room, she asked the abbot, was that a pilgrim? Or like me, he also came to buy the mountain? The abbot smiled gently and said, he didn't come to buy the mountain, but to adopt children. Jiyu Jiao showed an incredulous expression. The abbot explained, the little monks in the temple are all orphans. Sometimes, some kind-hearted people will come to adopt them. Oh. For some reason, Jiyu Jiao thought of the silly wrestling boy. He was so silly, no one would want him, right? After all, there were so many clever little monks competing with him. The abbot said, I mentioned the matter of buying the mountain to my junior brother. He said that if young benefactor Jiyu sincerely wants to buy it, the temple can sell it, but the price will be higher than before. How much was it before? Jiyu Jiao asked. 249 taels. The abbot said. And now? Jiyu Jiao asked again. 250 taels. The abbot replied. Jiyu Jiao's mouth twitched. I seriously suspect that your junior brother is implying me. The abbot saw Jiyu Jiao's indignant expression and also felt that the price was ridiculously high. But the temple's finances have always been managed by his junior brother. How much he said was how much it was. Even the abbot had no right to interfere. The abbot said, if young benefactor Jiyu thinks it is expensive, you can consider other mountains. Jiyu Jiao asked, does your temple have other mountains? The abbot said honestly, no. Jiyu Jiao's mouth twitched again. Jiyu Jiao did not have enough money to buy a mountain, but she had not received the consultation fee for treating the young master of the hot spring villa. That visit cost a lot. She had used 3 vials of epinephrine and only had a few boxes of anti-heart failure medicine, all of which were left to the young master. She decided to ask for more consultation fee from the second boss. When Jiyu Jiao went down the mountain, the madam had already left and the carriage was not there. Jiyu Jiao did not ask where she went and went down the mountain to town. When she arrived at Huichun Hall, she found an extremely luxurious carriage parked at the entrance. Such a carriage would never be seen in town. What was wrong with today? Why was she always seeing luxurious carriages? Was this a reminder that she should buy a carriage? When shopkeeper Wang saw Jiyu Jiao, he was very polite and personally welcomed her in. Miss Jiyu, what brings you here? Sit down first, I'll make a pot of tea for you. Jiyu Jiao lightly said, there's no need for tea. I'm here to get the consultation fee. Huh? Shopkeeper Wang was surprised. What consultation fee? Jiyu Jiao looked at him and said, the consultation fee from the hot spring villa. Didn't I treat the young master of the Marquis's household? Where's the consultation fee? At the mention of this, shopkeeper Wang simply smiled. Miss Jiyu came at the right time. Do you see that carriage outside the door? It's from the Marquis's household. Last time the second boss was too nervous and forgot to ask for the consultation fee. I'm guessing that they're here to deliver the consultation fee, so it was the Marquis's household's carriage. No wonder it was so luxurious. The second boss is in the accounting room. Do you want to go find him? Shopkeeper Wang asked with a smile. There's no need. I'll go find him after the people from the Marquis's household settle the bill. Jiyu Jiao finished speaking and turned to go to the side room behind the main hall. As soon as she left, the curtain of the carriage was lifted. First, a young servant girl dressed in bright clothes jumped down. Following that, a young girl dressed in green and wearing a green veil gracefully walked down with the help of the servant girl. Chapter 54. The semi-transparent gauze on the curtains reached her ankles, but it still couldn't hide her graceful figure. The women in town didn't wear curtains. Only the noble ladies of the capital were so particular about it. Her hand on the servant girl's forearm was as delicate as jade, slender and beautiful. Just by looking at her hand, one could tell that it was a hand raised by a rich and powerful person. After she got off the carriage, she entered Rejuvenation Hall without stopping for a moment. However, the surrounding people were all stunned and couldn't recover their senses for a long time. For such a person to appear in this barren town, it was like a celestial maiden from the heavens descending to the mortal world. Which family's daughter is this? The Qin family? I don't think so. The Qin family's young miss doesn't have such a noble aura. Could it be the Lu family? Also not likely. The 2 largest families in town were the Qin family and the Lu family. One family had a government official who was married to a wealthy merchant, and their family was extremely wealthy. The other family had a county magistrate who could cover the sky with one hand in Clear Spring Town. The daughters of their families were naturally incomparably noble. Normal people didn't have a chance to see them, but for some reason, they felt that this daughter couldn't possibly be someone from town. Of course, there were people who had seen the daughters of the Qin family and Lu family. It really was like the difference between clouds and mud. The daughters of the Qin and Lu families weren't enough to carry the others' shoes. When such a person entered Huichun Hall, Everyone couldn't help but have a higher opinion of Huichun Hall. They had already killed someone before, yet such a noble was still willing to come. Was she stupid, or did Huichun Hall really have some ability? Is your boss here? The young girl entered the hall and asked the dumbfounded shopkeeper Wang. Shopkeeper Wang was stuttering. He had lived for most of his life, but he had never seen such a beautiful and extraordinarily noble girl. The young servant girl frowned in displeasure and scolded, "My family's young miss is asking you a question. Are you here? Young miss? Could this be the Marquis's family's daughter, the young master's twin sister?" Heavens! In his lifetime, he had actually seen such a powerful noble person. Shopkeeper Wang hurriedly came back to his senses. Wiping away the bean-sized beads of cold sweat, he said, Yes, this little one will go and call the owner out." The girl said indifferently, "No need. Go and inform him. I'll go see him myself." I don't dare. How could he make the people of the Marquis estate wait? Since the second boss had nothing to do at the moment, Shopkeeper Wang decided to take him to the study behind the main hall. Shopkeeper Wang's guess was correct. The young girl was indeed here to pay the consultation fee. However, other than paying the consultation fee, she also gave a lot of tips. When the young master was being treated, the young girl was not present. She only heard about many things after the event, but there was no harm in letting her know what had happened. My little brother is very satisfied with that old doctor and his little medicine boy. Let them come again next time. The young girl stood up and left. The daughter of the Marquis's estate had personally come to Rejuvenation Hall to thank Rejuvenation Hall for their miraculous treatment of the young master of the Marquis's estate. It didn't mean that Rejuvenation Hall had the qualifications to make friends with the daughter of the Marquis's estate. The second boss was a smart person. He knew his own weight and also knew that he couldn't make friends with him, so he didn't try to curry favor with him in vain. He politely agreed to the young girl's request and personally sent the young girl to the door. "Second boss, please return," the young girl said unhurriedly. The second boss cupped his hands and bowed. It wasn't until the young girl sat in the carriage and left that he turned around and entered Rejuvenation Hall. After the carriage had traveled for a while, the young girl suddenly looked at her waist and her expression changed slightly. "Not good, my jade pendant is missing. Is it the jade pendant that the Marquis gave you? Didn't you wear it when you left today? Why is it missing?" The young maidservant anxiously searched everywhere, but there was no sign of it in the carriage. The young maidservant asked, "Could it be that it was left in Rejuvenation Hall? We didn't go anywhere other than Rejuvenation Hall today." The young girl nodded thoughtfully. "Ian, go look for it." The carriage turned back and stopped near Rejuvenation Hall. The young maidservant lifted her skirt and entered the main hall. When shopkeeper Wang saw her return, he couldn't help but be startled. "This young lady, why have you returned? Do you have any other orders?" The young maidservant said in a bad mood, "My family's young Miss Jade pendant is missing. Quickly have someone look for it." Hearing this, shopkeeper Wang immediately became cautious. "May I ask, what does Miss Gu's jade pendant look like? What kind of jade is it?" The young maidservant gestured. "It's this big, round-shaped, and made of mutton fat jade." Shopkeeper Wang immediately brought the workers in the main hall to look around. The young maidservant didn't stay idle and went to the second master's study room. She remembered that her family's young miss had sat there before. Perhaps she had left it there. The second master wasn't there and she didn't wait for him to return. She went in and searched for a while, but found nothing. Following that, she searched the corridors, but still couldn't find the shadow of the jade pendant. When she passed by a side room, she noticed that the door to the side room was ajar. She hesitated for a moment, but still went in. On the table in the side room, there was a broken basket that didn't fit in. There were some mountain goods in the basket and a small tattered chest. The young maidservant looked at the chest with disdain and suddenly found a pouch beside the chest. She opened the pouch and faintly felt that something was wrong. She poured out the contents of the pouch and scattered them all over the table. There were a few silver pieces that rolled to the ground. The young maidservant didn't pick them up. Her eyes stared at the jade pendant and the jade thumb ring that fell with the jade pendant. She muttered in a daze, "Isn't this the young Miss Jade pendant and the little Gongzi's jade thumb ring? Why are they here?" Jiyu Jiao's period came and she went to the toilet. When she entered the room, she saw a young girl looking through her pouch. She coldly walked into the room and looked at the mess on the table and ground. She asked, "Did you do this?" The young maidservant looked up at Jiyu Jiao. Jiyu Jiao was dressed like a village girl and had a red birthmark on her face. The young maidservant's face showed undisguised disdain. "So what if it was me? Are these things yours?" Jiyu Jiao crossed her arms and quietly looked at her. There was no trace of fear or guilt in her eyes. The young maidservant was a servant of the Marquis Fu. Her food and clothing were not worse than the young misses of large families. When she went out, it was unknown how many people would be afraid. A little village girl dared to look at her with that kind of gaze. The young maidservant angrily said, "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me ask you a question?" Jiyu Jiao said, You. The young maidservant was angered by her attitude and said in a bad mood, "You stole my master's things and don't dare to admit it, right?" Chapter 55. What happened? The second master and shopkeeper Wang walked over. The one who asked was the second master. The second master had just gone to the bank across the street to exchange money and had just entered the main hall when he heard from shopkeeper Wang that the Marquis's family's daughter had lost something in Huichun Hall. He and shopkeeper Wang went to look for it but unexpectedly saw this scene in the side room. This side room was specially prepared for Jiyu Jiao to rest in. Even though Jiyu Jiao didn't use it much, usually no one would break in. When they heard the servant girl say that someone has stolen our young miss things, they thought that the little thief had hidden inside. In the end, they found that there were only two people in the side room, the Marquis's servant girl and Miss Jiyu. Then, was the little thief that the servant girl was talking about Miss Jiyu? The little servant girl didn't recognize Jiyu Jiao, and seeing that the second master and shopkeeper Wang had arrived, she immediately pointed at Jiyu Jiao and said, "You came at the right time. It was this little thief who stole our young Miss Jade pendant. She also stole our young master's jade thumb ring." The second master was stunned. "Is there a misunderstanding? She wouldn't steal anything. How could this little girl steal someone's things? She could freely go in and out of his account room and she had never touched any of the valuable things in the room. Moreover, the little girl's eyes were magnanimous. If she really was caught stealing, how could she not have a trace of guilt?" Shopkeeper Wang didn't think so. Although he didn't go to the Marquis's family that day, he heard the second master and the old doctor say that it was Miss Jiyu who saved the young master's life. She had the opportunity to steal the young master's jade thumb ring. In addition, the Marquis's family's daughter had just arrived at Huichun Hall today and the jade pendant had been stolen and appeared on Jiyu Jiao's table. Shopkeeper Wang couldn't help but think more. The little servant girl was angry. "What do you mean she wouldn't steal? Are you saying that I'm wrongly accusing her? Who does she think she is? Why would I come all the way here to malign her?" These words were not pleasant to the ears, but the words were crude, but the logic was not crude. The servant girl was a servant of the Marquis Fu. Her status was more noble than many of the young misses of large families. If she wanted to frame someone, she had to find someone with the right status. Jiyu Jiao, this little village girl, was like an ant on the ground. Even if she was crazy, she would not go out of her way to step on her. Unless she really stole something from the Marquis estate. Are you sure you're not mistaken? There are many things in this world that are the same. The second boss still firmly believed that Jiyu Jiao was innocent. "I'm wrong." The young maidservant was so angry that she laughed. "Do you think that the ornaments used by my family's young miss and Gongzi are some kind of trashy street item? This jade pendant was bestowed by the palace. Even if your entire Hu family were to go bankrupt, you still wouldn't be able to afford it." The second boss's face turned pale for a moment. If it was such a precious thing, it really couldn't be Jiyu Jiao's. But he still didn't believe that Jiyu Jiao would steal. You don't allow counterfeits. Maybe the thing in Miss Gu's hand was a fake. Shopkeeper Wang looked at the second boss with worry. The second boss firmly believed in Jiyu Jiao, and this would undoubtedly offend the Marquis estate. He didn't want anything to happen to the second boss. Just as he was considering his words and planning to persuade Jiyu Jiao to admit her crime and not offend the Marquis estate, Jiyu Jiao lightly opened her mouth. It's not fake, it's real. Listen, listen. She admitted it. The young maidservant fiercely said. You are you. A gentle and noble voice slowly sounded from outside the door. Young miss, you've come. The young maidservant quickly changed her expression to one of respect and bowed to the young girl. The young girl, wearing a dark-colored curtain, slowly walked in while holding the curtain's gauze and skirt. She combed through the clouds and swept the moon with a graceful bearing. She used the fragrance powder that only the noble ladies in the capital could afford. As she walked, the fragrance wafted and the entire room was filled with a pleasant fragrance. Achoo! Jiyu Jiao sneezed. She was allergic to this kind of fragrance powder. The young maidservant angrily glared at Jiyu Jiao. Not only did she not greet her young miss, she even dared to sneeze. A village girl would always be a village girl. She wouldn't be able to show her face. The young girl's tone was normal as she said, "This jade pendant can't be fake. The jade used is Kuan Mountain's mutton fat jade. In Jiao country, only the imperial family has the right to mine it. Counterfeiting an item used by the imperial family is a serious crime, not to mention that it can't be exactly the same." Oh. Jiyu Jiao rubbed her chin. What kind of attitude is this? The young maidservant continued to glare at her. But because the Marquis estate's daughter was present, she wasn't as domineering as before. The young girl looked at Jiyu Jiao and warmly said, "You're that little medicine boy?" Jiyu Jiao responded. She didn't ask how she guessed it. After all, it wasn't hard to guess. The young girl calmly said, "I'll give you the jade pendant and return the jade ring to me. I'll pretend this never happened." Young miss. The young maidservant stomped her feet. Shopkeeper Wang didn't expect the situation to take such a shocking turn. The Marquis estate's daughter was really magnanimous. She gave away such a valuable item without announcing it to the public, protecting Miss Gu's and Rejuvenation Hall's reputation. Seeing that Jiyu Jiao didn't speak, the young girl continued, "The jade pendant is mine. If you like it, you can take it. But the jade ring is my younger brother's. I must return it to him." Shopkeeper Wang was anxious to death on the side. Quickly agree. Jiyu Jiao expressionlessly looked at the young girl and said, "You can take the jade ring back and put down the jade pendant." She had previously suspected that the jade ring belonged to the Marquis estate's young master. Now, her guess was confirmed. She didn't explain that the jade ring had accidentally slipped into the young girl's sleeve when she was rescuing the young master. First, she couldn't explain the rescue process. Second, this pair of master and servant wouldn't believe her. Since that was the case, why should she waste her breath? The young girl said, "You really know how to pick things. This jade ring only has a special meaning for my younger brother. Speaking of value, it's not as valuable as the jade pendant." Jiyu Jiao said, "I'll return the jade ring to you because it really does belong to your younger brother. The jade pendant isn't yours, so you have to return it to me." The young maidservant snorted, "If it's not my master's, could it be yours? Why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror? Can you afford to wear such a valuable jade pendant?" The young girl, "You are you." The second boss frowned, "Young miss, please be careful with your words. If you don't believe me, then I can't do anything about it." Jiyu Jiao said and stretched out her hand, "I'll say it one last time. Return the jade pendant to me." The young maidservant took a step back. "You're dreaming. This belongs to my young miss." The young girl pinched her fingers and suppressed her anger. She said to the second boss also saw what happened today. She personally admitted that she stole. "Seeing that your Rejuvenation Hall has treated my younger brother, I won't report this to the authorities. But I hope that this kind of thing won't happen again in the future." From beginning to end, Jiyu Jiao only admitted one thing, that the jade ring belonged to the young master. She didn't say that she stole it. However, in the other party's mouth, it became her admitting that she stole it. Chapter 56. The two sides were in a deadlock for a long time. All the workers in Huichun Hall were attracted. There were only 3 people in Huichun Hall who knew about Jiyu Zhao's medical skills: the second boss, shopkeeper Wang, and the old doctor. Although the others often saw Jiyu Zhao come, they only thought that she was a family member of the patient. The second boss and shopkeeper Wang were very polite to her. Everyone thought that it was because her husband was a student of Qianxiang Academy. Don't look down on any scholar. In the future, they could be a country squire, a minister, or a local official. They just didn't expect her to do such a thing. I didn't expect that such an honest person would be a thief. Yes, she stole someone's jade pendant and jade thumb ring. I knew it. Her husband didn't come today and she didn't need to get medicine. Why did she enter Huichun Hall? Is she eyeing that rich young lady? She chased after her to steal things. She's not afraid of ruining her husband's reputation. Isn't that right? It's really bad luck for a scholar to have such an evil woman. Of all the people present, except for the second boss, no one believed that Jiyu Zhao was innocent. Wasn't it obvious? She was so poor. How could she have such a good jade pendant? Young miss, please keep the jade pendant. As the young maid spoke, she bowed and hung the jade pendant on the young lady's waist. Jiyu Zhao reached out to take it. How dare you? The young maid's eyes were cold. She raised her hand and slapped Jiyu Zhao. However, before her slap could land on Jiyu Zhao's face, she was slapped down by Jiyu Zhao. No one knew how Jiyu Zhao did it. By the time they reacted, the young maid was already lying on the ground with her cheeks swollen. The young lady was also stunned. Jiyu Zhao stretched out her small hand that was covered in scars from years of hard work. She lifted the young girl's curtains and pulled down the jade pendant hanging on her waist. Throughout the whole process, Jiyu Zhao held his breath and did not smell the fragrance on her body. The young girl stared at her with her almond-shaped eyes. You, impudent. A country bumpkin actually dared to touch her. After Jiyu Zhao took back the jade pendant, she wasn't in a hurry to put it into her pouch. Instead, she took out a clean handkerchief from her bosom and wiped the jade pendant from top to bottom. The girl's breathing stopped. This country bumpkin. Was she despising her for being dirty? If Jiyu Zhao wanted to annoy someone, she had to do it from all angles. The young girl only felt that her chest was suddenly blocked, and she was almost unable to breathe properly. The young girl gritted her teeth and angrily shouted, "Report this to the authorities." Who wants to report to the authorities? Accompanied by a dignified and cold male voice, the dean walked over with a stern expression. Another one that wasn't to be trifled with had arrived. The servants of the Return of Spring Hall all made a path for him. The dean entered the room and looked at the young girl who was fuming with anger. He then looked at the servant girl who was lying on the ground for a long time, unable to get up. His expression was normal as he walked over to Jiyu Zhao's side. From where he stood, one could see his position. He turned around and looked at the young girl in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Is it this young lady who wants to report to the authorities? I don't know what happened to make this young lady so angry. His words were polite, but his tone was not. The young girl knit her brows and asked, "Who are you?" The dean said, "I am the dean of Qianxiang Academy." The young girl, "Dean Li?" The dean, "That is me." Dean Li's name was like thunder in the capital, so it was impossible for the young girl to not have heard of him. Don't look at how Dean Li was a teacher in a small town, but his influence in the capital was still there. The young girl was still polite to him. She looked at Jiyu Zhao and said, "She stole something from our family. Why haven't you returned it to me?" "I didn't steal it. The jade pendant is mine." Jiyu Zhao could ignore the young girl's opinion, but she cared about the dean's opinion. She was Xiao Liulang's wife, so she didn't want to leave a stain on the dean's heart. "What do you say about the jade thumb ring?" the young girl asked. "It accidentally fell into my sleeve. I only found it when I got home." Jiyu Zhao told the truth. The servant girl angrily said, "You didn't say that just now. You admitted that you stole it." See, this was why Jiyu Zhao wasn't willing to explain to them. It was because they wouldn't listen to her properly. "Let me see the jade pendant," Dean Li said to Jiyu Zhao. Ji Jiao handed the jade pendant to him. Dean Li remembered that his teacher also had an identical jade pendant. He also remembered that his teacher had once given Ji Xiaoshan a New Year's gift, so he roughly understood what was going on. This jade pendant was given away by his teacher. As for whether it was given to Ji Jiao herself, Ji Xiaoshan, or Ji Xiaoshan giving it to Ji Jiao, none of this was important. The important thing was that Ji Jiao definitely didn't steal it. His teacher had retired and didn't want anyone to know where he went, so he naturally wouldn't mention his teacher. He faintly smiled and said to the young girl, "Miss, you're mistaken. This jade pendant isn't yours. It was given to me by my teacher, and then I gave it to her husband." Her husband? The young girl looked at Ji Jiao from head to toe. Her husband is my direct disciple. Dean Li unilaterally declared his disciple's sovereignty. If that was the case, everything could be explained. Dean Li's teacher was the old chancellor of the Imperial College. Before he retired, he was highly regarded by the emperor. It wasn't strange for him to have an item from the imperial court. But the young girl still felt that it was inconceivable. Many people in the capital wanted to take Dean Li as their teacher, but they were all rejected by him. This little village girl was so poor, so she should have married a poor country boy. How could she have entered Dean Li's eyes? Just as the young girl was feeling suspicious, a waiter from the rejuvenation hall ran over, panting, Found it, achoo. Ji Jiao smelled the fragrant powder on the jade pendant and couldn't help but sneeze. The jade pendant was found in the grass, and it had the same fragrance as the young girl. Compared to Ji Jiao's jade pendant, this piece was clearly more like hers. Is the truth out now? Ji Jiao asked. Even if you didn't steal the jade pendant, you still stole the jade thumb ring. The servant girl whispered. Don't say any more, you are you. The young girl stopped her and looked at Ji Jiao with a complicated expression. She walked forward and bowed. Sorry, I misunderstood you. Miss. The servant girl turned pale with fright. Her miss was the daughter of a marquis. How could she lower her voice to a lowly village girl? So what if she was wronged? Wouldn't it be enough to prove her innocence? Why did she have to apologize? The young girl said to the servant girl, You should also quickly apologize to this girl. But, apologize. The young girl's tone instantly became strict. The servant girl didn't dare to disobey and apologized to Ji Jiao with a dark face. The young girl turned to the second boss and said, I hope this matter won't affect the treatment of my younger brother. The second boss calmly looked at Ji Jiao. Seeing that she didn't object, he smiled and nodded at the young girl. Miss Ji, what are you saying? Our Huichun Hall is benevolent. We won't delay the treatment of patients because of personal matters. Thank you. The young girl nodded and left with the servant girl with a bruised nose and swollen face. Dean Li looked at her back and said thoughtfully, The Jiu family? The Jiu family in the capital? The second boss sighed with emotion. Other than the Jiu family in the capital, who else could raise such a precious daughter? Everyone is not a saint. How can there be no mistakes? But to be able to admit her mistake and repent in time and sincerely apologize to a lowly village girl, it was enough to show her noble character. What Dean Li didn't say was that the precious daughter's name was really Jiu Jinyu. Chapter 57. Novels with substance that cannot be found online are all available here. After Jiu Jinyu left the clinic, she went straight to a tea house in town. The Marchioness had been waiting there for a long time. Jiu Jinyu entered the tea house and threw herself into the Marchioness's arms like a swallow. She called her mother tenderly. The Marchioness hugged her daughter whom she had not seen for many days. Her heart was about to melt, but she said, How old are you? You're still burrowing into your mother's arms? You're so shameless. Jiu Jinyu hugged her even tighter and said coquettishly, No matter how old I am, I'm still your and father's daughter. How am I shameless? How could the Marchioness despise her for being shameless? She was just coaxing her to say a few childish words to comfort her after not seeing her for so long. The Marchioness pinched the tip of her nose. You've really been spoiled by your father. Jiu Jinyu snorted. Who told father to only have me as his precious daughter? The Marchioness did not know whether to laugh or cry. She asked her, "Did you pay the consultation fee at Huichun Hall go smoothly?" At the mention of this, Jiyu Jinyu averted her gaze. The Marchioness keenly sensed her daughter's abnormality. "What's wrong? Is Huichun Hall not satisfied with the consultation fee?" The consultation fee was a big blunder. The Marchioness thought that the servant had paid, and the servant thought that the Marchioness had paid. If the Marchioness had not casually asked, they would not have known that they had been in arrears with Huichun Hall. It was also because of this that the Marchioness had planned to personally make a trip to Huichun Hall. Unexpectedly, she had just left the villa when she ran into her daughter who had rushed over from the capital. After hearing the whole story, Jiyu Jinyu took on the responsibility of paying the consultation fee. But the Marchioness was not idle either. She went up the mountain to offer incense to the Bodhisattva. It's not that Huichun Hall is not satisfied with the consultation fee, but Jiyu Jinyu recounted everything that had happened at Huichun Hall. She did not embellish or hide anything. But her mother had taught her not to judge a book by its cover, so she did not deliberately emphasize that the village girl was ugly and had a striking red birthmark on her left cheek. Daughter was wrong. I shouldn't have been so arbitrary. She lowered her head and admitted her mistake. The Marquise said earnestly, "In this world, there will always be people of higher status than us. Your status is higher than hers, so you can look down on her. If in the future you meet someone of higher status than you, won't they look down on you too?" Although the Marquise doted on her daughter, she was not without principles. Jiyu Jinyu coquettishly held the Marchioness' arm. "I am the Marquis's daughter. Who would dare to belittle me? You." The Marquise glared at her helplessly. "But what's with younger brother's jade thumb ring?" Jiyu Jinyu asked. The Marchioness said, "Your brother said that she took it by accident. You know that your brother wouldn't lie." But Jiyu Jinyu still did not understand. "What do you mean by accidentally? How did he know that she was careless? Did he see it?" "This? I don't know either." The Marquise doted on her daughter and had her own principles, but when it came to her son, all of them didn't count. After all, her son was someone who lived one day less, and she couldn't bear to use rules to restrain him. Her son didn't want to talk about what happened that day, so she didn't ask. It was just a jade thumb ring. If it was gone, it was gone. As long as her son was happy, it was fine. Jiyu Jinyu snorted with jealousy. "I also accidentally took it last time, but he ignored me for a whole month. Am I still his biological sister?" "You." The Marquise poked her forehead and said in annoyance and amusement, "If you're not, then who is? Don't tell me that the little girl who took the jade thumb ring is." Because of this completely impossible joke, Jiyu Jinyu's mood improved. She leaned into her mother's arms and stretched out her small hand. "Mother, my hand is cold." The Marquise touched the back of her hand. It was indeed a little cold. Her heart ached. She put down the candy in her hand and took an exquisite hand warmer to warm her daughter's hand. But Jiyu Jinyu looked at the sesame candy on the plate with a strange expression. "Mother, where did you get this? One look and you can tell it's not clean. Be careful not to get a stomachache." The Marquise thought of that little girl, and a trace of gentleness appeared in her eyes. "A kind-hearted girl gave it to me, so I accepted it." On the other side, Jiyu Jiao received her consultation fee. It was a total of 20 taels. Adding the money she had, it was enough to buy that mountain. The second boss was a little worried that today's matter would make Jiyu Jiao unhappy. He asked embarrassedly, the consultation next month. Jiyu Jiao calmly said, "I promise to see patients once a month. I won't go back on my word." After saying that, she took the money and went to the academy. The dean did not return to the academy and left first. When Jiyu Jiao arrived at the academy, school had already ended. Students in white uniforms came out one after another. Jiyu Jiao was still waiting at the entrance of the alley, but she did not see Xiao Liulang or Jiyu Xiaoshan. Just as Jiyu Jiao was guessing whether the two of them had been detained by the teacher, Xiao Liulang and Jiyu Xiaoshan walked over from another direction. Xiao Liulang and Jiyu Xiaoshan carried a pile of things in their hands. When they got closer to Jiyu Jiao, she realized that it was some candles and a thick stack of paper money. Jiyu Jiao asked, "What did you buy these things for?" Jiyu Xiaoshan was stunned. "Sister, did you forget? Today is the anniversary of third uncle and third aunt's death." Jiyu Jiao was speechless. She really forgot. The original owner remembered such an important day. Unfortunately, Jiyu Jiao was not the original owner, so she had forgotten this day. "Thank goodness you remembered," Jiyu Jiao said to Jiyu Xiaoshan. Jiyu Xiaoshan awkwardly scratched her head. "Actually, I don't remember either. It was brother-in-law." Jiyu Jiao raised her eyebrows as she looked at Xiao Liulang. She did not remember herself mentioning the anniversary of her parents' death. He should have heard it from the villagers. With their current fake relationship as husband and wife, it was hard for him to remember. "Jiyu Jiao, thank you." Xiao Liulang expressionlessly got onto the ox cart with his walking stick. He was still angry at Jiyu Jiao for having a secret relationship with Principal Li. He was planning on not talking to her for a day. Jiyu Jiao didn't know what was going on with his sudden awkwardness, but he had already helped her remember the anniversary of her parents' deaths. It definitely wasn't because of her. Jiyu Jiao heartlessly got onto the ox cart. Jiyu Jiao, who thought that their relationship was very good, deliberately chose the seat closest to him. Xiao Liulang was half dead from anger, but the person who made him angry did not have the slightest awareness that she had done something wrong. Xiao Liulang became even angrier. After the three of them returned to the village, Madame Liu directly called Jiyu Xiaoshan away. Jiyu Jiao and Xiao Liulang went to the cemetery on the other side of the field. Jiyu Sanlang and his wife Madame Shu's graves were next to each other. Because no one had taken care of it for a long time, the grass on the grave was half a person's height. Xiao Liulang was sulking, but he still rolled up his sleeves and pulled out the grass on the grave one by one. He was very focused on pulling out the grass and did not notice that Jiyu Jiao behind him was staring at the grave in a daze. In the original owner's memory, Jiyu Sanlang was washed away by a flood. The villagers searched along the river bank for half a month before they found his body. At that time, the body was soaked and could not be seen. Madame Shu only took one look and collapsed on the spot. After that, she did not have a good life. She only held on for a year before she passed away on the anniversary of Jiyu Jiao's father's death, leaving behind a 5-year-old daughter. They were very good parents. Compared to Jiyu Jiao's parents in her previous life, they were many times better. It was a pity that they passed away so early. It seems that no matter if it was her previous life or this life, she was destined to have no father or mother to love her. Chapter 58. After the two of them finished visiting Jiyu Jiao's parents' graves, they set off to go home. The two of them spent a lot of effort cleaning up the graves, so they were dirty all over. Xiao Liulang, in particular, pulled out the grass on the grave and his hands turned green. Jiyu Jiao knew that he loved cleanliness, so when they passed by the river, she said to him, "Go wash your hands." "Okay." Xiao Liulang responded and limped towards the river with his crutches. Jiyu Jiao observed his walking posture. To be honest, the surgery was very successful, and he had been working hard during this period of rehabilitation, but he still couldn't throw away his crutches. Was the rehabilitation not enough? Jiyu Jiao rubbed her chin. "Aren't you going to wash your hands?" Xiao Liulang turned around and asked her. Jiyu Jiao chuckled. "Wash? Let's wash together." It was just washing hands. Why was she so enthusiastic? It wasn't like they were taking a bath, right? After Xiao Liulang asked, he remembered that this was the river she had fallen into before. Perhaps she was afraid and didn't come over. He secretly blamed himself for talking too much. He planned to quickly wash up and leave, but Jiyu Jiao had already squatted down beside him. The river water was a bit cold, but the two of them weren't pampered young masters and young ladies, so they could endure it and wash up. However, the moment the two of them got up, something suddenly fell out of Jiyu Jiao's arms and fell into the river. "My purse." Jiyu Jiao didn't expect this to happen. She quickly grabbed it, but it was too late. The purse was filled with a lot of silver, so it was heavy and sank in an instant. Jiyu Jiao didn't think and jumped into the river. Xiao Liulang's expression changed. Her diving into the water was even more unexpected than her purse falling into the water. Before Xiao Liulang could react, she had already disappeared. Xiao Liulang looked at the rippling surface of the lake and moved his feet. Of course, he could swim, but now that his leg was injured, he was not sure if he could save her. Just as Xiao Liulang clenched his fists and stared intently at the surface of the water, Jiyu Jiao floated to the surface with her purse in hand. Found it. I found it. Xiao Liulang hurriedly pulled her ashore. Jiyu Jiao knelt on the grass, dripping water and panting. Xiao Liulang frowned as he looked at the pouch in her hand. It's just a pouch. How much silver is it worth for you to throw away your life? It's not silver. Jiyu Jiao shook her head. She opened the pouch and poured out the things inside. She did not look at the silver and only grabbed a palm-sized brown paper bag that was sealed with wax. Do you have a handkerchief? She looked at Xiao Liulang. Xiao Liulang took out a clean handkerchief from his chest and gave it to her. He thought that she was going to wipe the water off her face, but unexpectedly, she used the handkerchief to carefully wipe the brown paper bag. After wiping the brown paper bag, she carefully peeled off the wax on the surface. Then she opened the brown paper bag and revealed a document with an official seal. The document was dry and intact. Jiyu Jiao let out a long sigh of relief. This was the document that the principal had sent to Xiao Liulang for the county exam. Xiao Liulang did not want to take the exam, so he turned around and threw it into a pile of waste paper. Jiyu Jiao found the document while helping him tidy up the room. She thought that he had accidentally dropped it, so she carefully kept it for him. Jiyu Jiao handed the document to him. You hold it well. I'm covered in water, so don't wet the document. Xiao Liulang, you're doing this just for this? He would not take the exam. In this kind of weather, it was fine to wash your hands by the river, but if you really fell into the water, you wouldn't be able to handle it. Jiyu Jiao was shivering from the cold wind. Her wet eyes were wide open and her little hand was stretched out in front of him. Water dripped from her sleeves, but it did not wet his document at all. Those 4 words circled around his mouth, but in the end, he did not say it. Instead, he said, I won't be able to pass the exam anyway, so why bother? Jiyu Jiao righteously said, how do you know you won't be able to pass the exam if you haven't taken the exam? Even if you don't pass the exam this time, isn't there a next time? If you don't pass the exam next time, there will be a next time. There will be a day when you'll pass the exam. Xiao Liulang said, if I can't pass the exam, I'll always be useless. Who said that I'm useless if I can't pass the exam? There are thousands of paths in life, and studying is only the easiest path. If you don't like it, you can do something else. Thinking of something, Jiyu Jiao looked at him carefully. You don't dislike studying, right? Xiao Liulang looked at the pair of eyes that were filled with anticipation. It was as if he said that he did not like it, she would be hurt. Xiao Liulang sighed softly and took the document. Are you stupid? His voice was very low and light. Jiyu Jiao tilted her head and looked at him. Huh? What did you say? Nothing. Xiao Liulang turned around and unbuttoned his school uniform. He turned around and bent down to put the uniform on her. Let's go home. After falling into the water, Jiyu Jiao fell sick. On the day of Xiao Liulang's county exam, she still had a fever. But she still woke up early and made breakfast for Xiao Liulang with her dizzy little head. She also made some dry food to take to the exam. The county exam had a total of 5 rounds. There was an exam every other day. Every day, one had to pass the exam for a whole day. The first round was called the main round. It was an exam that had to be taken. After passing, one could enter the second round. If one passed all 5 rounds, they would have the right to participate in the next month's provincial exam. After the provincial exam, there was still the college exam. After passing the college exam, one would become a scholar of Zhao country. Of course, there were different grades for scholars. The ones with the best grades were called Lin students. They were given grain by the government every month. The next was Sheng students, who were not given grain. The last was Fu students. Jiyu Dashun was a genuine Lin student. Because of this, the Jiyu family had been proud of him for a long time. Jiyu Jiao felt that her husband did not need to take the exam to become a Lin student like Jiyu Dashun. Being a Fu student was actually not bad. She did not have high expectations. It was fine as long as he passed the exam. It was fine if he did not pass the exam. She would support him and did not need him to take the exam. Jiyu Jiao sat on the ox cart. Her small body was shivering from the cold wind. She sniffled and said in a muffled voice, "Don't be nervous. We are just taking the exam casually. Just treat it as going through the motions. I already asked around. There are a total of 5 rounds. It is fine if you did not perform well in the first round. There are still 4 more rounds. I will come with you every day. Achoo, achoo, achoo." After Jiyu Jiao finished speaking, she sneezed 3 times in a row. Her eyes were seeing stars. Xiao Liulang looked at her deeply and did not say anything. After entering the exam hall, the examiner distributed the exam papers to each examinee. The reason why he was sitting here was because someone had almost lost their life because of the exam paper that he had thrown away. But this did not mean that he would take the exam seriously. He was going to hand in a blank paper. Achoo. The sound of an examinee sneezing came from the exam shed next door. Xiao Liulang's mind suddenly flashed with the image of someone sneezing madly on the ox cart. Her small face was flushed red from the high fever, her eyes were blurry and unfocused. Her small body was swaying, but she refused to go back. Thinking of a certain someone dragging her sickly body to wait for him on the ox cart for an entire day, Xiao Liulang picked up his pen in irritation. Xiao Liulang did not take the exam after 1 round. The news quickly reached Jiyu Dashian's ears. Generally speaking, there were only 2 situations when one took the exam. The first was if the examinee performed too well and became the head of the desk, being guaranteed entry into the capital examinations. The second was if the examinee performed too poorly and did not have the qualifications to enter the next 4 rounds. The first situation was rare. After all, no matter how well one performed in the first round, there was no guarantee that no one would be able to surpass them in the next 4 rounds. Not to mention Xiao Liulang, who was ranked at the bottom of Class B, even if he performed at his best, he would not be able to obtain first place. Chapter 59. Novels are updated more quickly. Novels with inner content that can't be found on the internet are all available here. I heard that Liulang went to the county exam. At dinner, Old Master Jiyu asked about Xiao Liulang. What happened to Jiyu Jiao before the new year? Although no one thought that Mr. Qin did it on purpose, they felt that Jiyu Jiao was really unlucky. Since Xiao Liulang married her, then Xiao Liulang was also unlucky. At this time, hearing Xiao Liulang's name, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were all flustered. Unfortunately, it was Old Master Jiyu who asked, so they didn't dare to speak and just ate in the kitchen. Yes, he only took 1 exam. It was Jiyu Dashun who answered. Jiyu Zhonghai wondered, why only 1 exam? Didn't you take 5 exams that time? Jiyu Dashun thought for a while, maybe he failed the exam. If he didn't pass the first exam, he wouldn't be allowed to take the rest. Jiyu Zhonghai, then will the exam fee be refunded? Jiyu Dashun, no. Jiyu Zhonghai picked up some pickles with his chopsticks. Tut, 2 taels of silver. If you throw it into the manure pit, it will bubble up. Old Master Jiyu frowned and looked at his eldest son. Jiyu Zhonghai was scared and shut up. The manure pit ruined everyone's appetite, except for Jiyu Dashun. Don't think he didn't know that it was the dean who signed Xiao Liulang up for this exam. The dean didn't want him, a good cadet, but had high hopes for Xiao Liulang, a rotten piece of wood. In the end, he could only let him down. Jiyu Dashian's heart was filled with the pleasure of revenge. 10 days later, the results of the county exam came out. Jiyu Dashun was waiting to see Xiao Liulang make a fool of himself, but he was directly stunned by a bolt from the blue. There were a few big words written on the big red news of the academy county examination first place, Xiao Liulang. Actually, the Yamen didn't release the results so quickly. It was the headmaster who personally went to the county Yamen to ask about the results. He didn't even wait for the Yamen to release the results before he released the good news himself. It was hung in the most eye-catching position, ensuring that everyone who passed by the academy would be able to see it. The dean stood under the good news and smiled like a fool. Those who knew would say that his student had gotten first place in the county examination. Those who didn't know would think that his own son had passed the provincial examination. He even specially called Xiao Liulang over to the Zhongzheng Hall. I knew my painstaking efforts would not be in vain. You're really touched by me. Xiao Liulang looked at him expressionlessly. I just hate having so many tests. The dean said slowly, oh, then you can hand in a blank paper. Even if you hand in a blank paper, you don't have to take the rest of the exam, do you? Admit it, Liulang. You do love me dearly. You can't bear to disappoint me. Xiao Liulang was too lazy to pay attention to him. He turned around and left. The good news hadn't spread to the village yet, so Jiyu Jiao didn't know anything about it. She had been resting at home for a few days and had recovered from her cold. She was packing her things and was planning to go to the temple. The snacks last time were pretty good. Bring some more back. Before she left, the old lady stopped her. Jiyu Jiao thought for a long time before she remembered that the old lady was talking about the snacks that the madam had given her when she went to the temple for the first time. Those weren't snacks from the temple. They were brought by a pilgrim. I don't know if I'll meet her this time. Although she said that, in her heart, she felt that the probability of meeting her twice was quite high. Jiyu Jiao put some mountain goods in her basket and planned to exchange them for some snacks. However, she didn't meet the madam until she went up the mountain. Instead, she saw a few weird little monks. The little monks had finished their homework and were stacked behind the door like a human pyramid. They stuck their heads out, and it was unknown who they were waiting for. When Jiyu Jiao arrived at the top of the mountain with her basket, their eyes widened. She's here. She's here. She's here with her basket. She's here. She's here. She's here with Fafa. Hua hua. Quick, quick, hide. The little monks hurriedly retreated. However, there were too many little dumplings. They were all on top of each other. The ones on top couldn't get down, and the ones on the bottom couldn't get away. In the end, they could only throw themselves out and roll on the ground like little winter melons. Jiyu Jiao looked at the bunch of little monks who suddenly appeared in front of her. Hey! Was this a large-scale scam? Jingfan, Jingxin, Jingshan, where did you guys go? They had tripped in front of a beautiful female patron. Did they not want to lose face? Stinky senior brother even called them by their names. The little monks got up and wanted to run away. Jiyu Jiao suddenly said, "What were you guys doing just now?" The few of them stopped in their tracks. Little monk 1, we weren't looking at you. Little monk 2, yes, we weren't looking at you. Little monk 3 nodded. Jiyu Jiao raised her eyebrows. Why were you looking at me? Little monk 1 2 3, because you're pretty. Jiyu Jiao, little monk 1 pointed at Jiyu Jiao's birthmark. Your Fafa, Hua Hua, is pretty. It was funny. The children in the village all treated her as an ugly monster. They either bullied her or avoided her when they saw her. However, this group of little monks who had never left the mountain were deeply attracted to her birthmark more than once. Jiyu Jiao was successfully attracted by the little monk's cuteness. She took out a few pieces of sesame candy from her basket and gave them to them. We can't take things from female patron. Little monk 1 refused. Jiyu Jiao thought for a moment and said, don't you monks know how to beg for alms? If you come to me to beg for alms, then these pieces of sesame candy will be yours. The little monks thought about it and felt that it made sense. They immediately went back to the house to take their small alms bowls and begged for alms from Jiyu Jiao. Jiyu Jiao gave them some sesame candy. The little monks held their small alms bowls and sat on the steps to eat. Jiyu Jiao counted the heads of the little monks and asked, Aren't there 4 of you? Why are there only 3 left? Little monk 1, are you talking about Jing Kong? He's going to leave the mountain. So, the little wrestler's name was Jing Kong. Jiyu Jiao learned the whole story from the little monk and found out that the little wrestler was adopted by a kind-hearted rich family. The couple in that family had been married for 10 years and didn't have any children. They took the little wrestler back and raised him as their own son. He must be very sad to leave this place, right? Jiyu Jiao asked. The three little monks shook their heads in unison. Little monk Yi was the most active of them all. He was the spokesperson of the little monk troop. He said, he's not sad at all. He wanted to leave the mountain long ago. Jiyu Jiao didn't understand and asked, why? Little monk one, he said he can eat meat after he leaves the mountain. Jiyu Jiao, what kind of little monk went astray? Jiyu Jiao said again, you must be very sad, right? The three little monks shook their heads again. Little monk one, actually, he can't eat meat after he leaves the mountain. He's dizzy. He doesn't know. There are still people in this world who are dizzy with meat. Don't lie to me. Jiyu Jiao said, you're not going to tell him? Little monk one, if we tell him, he won't leave. Jiyu Jiao paused and said with emotion, you guys are quite considerate of him. Being adopted by a kind-hearted family was better than being a monk for the rest of his life. The little monk said arrogantly, who told him to eat so much? He ate all of our food. Jiyu Jiao, what kind of plastic little monks are these? However, the little wrestling boy couldn't leave the mountain in the end because the rich family suddenly stopped coming. The abbot sent someone to ask around and found out that the madam of the rich family was pregnant. She was pregnant last night. The doctor swore that it was a son. When Jiyu Jiao went to the abbot's meditation room, little monk was sitting on a rock at the door. There was a brand new small bag next to his hand. His little head drooped and he didn't move. His little figure looked lonely. Obviously, he already knew that he was abandoned by his adoptive family. His little body was shrouded in sadness. Jiyu Jiao thought for a while and walked over. She asked him, can I sit here for a while? Little monk didn't say anything. He just pulled the small bag to the side. Jiyu Jiao then sat down next to him. Jiyu Jiao didn't have any resistance to good-looking things. The little monks in the temple were all very cute, but the one in front of her was especially cute. His little head was round, his eyes were big, and his eyelashes were long and black. He was simply an eyelash fairy. Are you sad? Jiyu Jiao asked. What? Little Jing Kong responded. He realized what Jiyu Jiao was asking and snorted, I'm not sad. His voice was childish. Jiyu Jiao raised her eyebrows and said, so, you don't want to go down the mountain? Little Jing Kong crossed his arms in front of his chest. He turned his face and said arrogantly, yes, what's so good about going down the mountain? I heard that I'll be forced to eat meat. I don't want to break my precept. Oh, that's not what your group of friends said. Jiyu Jiao teased him, you really don't want to go down the mountain? Little Jing Kong said seriously, of course not. I won't go down the mountain for the rest of my life. I want to be a monk for the rest of my life. I want to be the abbot of the temple in the future. Jiyu Jiao secretly gave him a thumbs up. He was ambitious. Jiyu Jiao glanced at him and sighed, since you're so determined, then forget it. I was going to ask the abbot to let you go down the mountain with me for a few days. Little Jing Kong said with his arms akimbo, I said I won't go down the mountain. I especially won't go down the mountain with you. You can ask me again if you don't believe me. Jiyu Jiao asked in a daze, do you want to go down the mountain with me? Little Jing Kong grabbed his bag and said, yes. Jiyu Jiao was speechless on the spot. Chapter 60. Jiyu Jiao had never been tricked like this in her entire life, especially when the other party was a squishy little ball. Jiyu Jiao felt terrible. You said that you won't go down the mountain with me. Monks don't lie. That was little Jing Kong just now. It has nothing to do with the little Jing Kong now. The little Jing Kong now agrees to go down the mountain with you. Jiyu Jiao, you can do that. Little Jing Kong ran into the room, Abbot. Someone wants to adopt me. Jiyu Jiao, no, I don't think that's what I said. Who is it? The abbot asked kindly. Little Jing Kong raised his hand and pointed. Huh. Jiyu Jiao, who just stepped into the meditation room, was speechless. Oh, it's little benefactor Jiyu. Amitabha. The abbot bowed to Jiyu Jiao with one hand. Jiyu Jiao cleared her throat. Abbot, I was actually. The abbot smiled gently. I understand what you mean. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. Jiyu Jiao secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the abbot was a reasonable person. The abbot said earnestly, Jing Kong is actually my Shidi's disciple. Usually, you have to get his approval first. But I know little benefactor Gu's character. I'll make the decision for my Shidi. Jiyu Jiao was confused. Wait, what did you make the decision for? The abbot said to little Jing Kong, listen to little benefactor Jiyu when you go down the mountain, okay? Little Jing Kong nodded, okay. I know, abbot. Jiyu Jiao. Wait, are all of you so casual? Jiyu Jiao, I think you should ask the others, for example, his senior brother's opinion, Pa. A chair was moved into the room. Jing Kong, your favorite bamboo chair. Eldest senior brother is giving it to you. Don't forget eldest senior brother when you go down the mountain. Dong. A spinning top was stuffed into little Jing Kong's arms. Jing Kong, your favorite spinning top, second senior brother will give it to you. Don't forget second senior brother. After that, every senior brother sent over a parting gift. They were so fast that it was as if Jiyu Jiao would regret her decision if they were a step slower. The corners of Jiyu Jiao's mouth twitched. Little monk, how many sins have you committed? Look at how anxious your senior brothers are. Is it too late to change my words now? Jiyu Jiao was here to buy a mountain, but when she went down the mountain, there was a little burden behind her. The abbot grinned, buy one, get one free. Jiyu Jiao, I don't feel like I've earned anything. Today was Xiao Liulang's big day. Whether he cared about it or not, he had completed a huge transformation from the bottom of Class B to the top of the county exam. If he was a top student of Class A, it wouldn't have caused such a big sensation. To put it bluntly, it was because he had taken a big step. Xiao Liulang was surrounded by people at the academy for the whole day. He heard from second Uncle Luo that the person who brought the good news had gone to the village. Presumably, the villagers all knew about it by now. Sure enough, when he walked to the door, he saw that it was surrounded by people. The villagers loved to be lively. Whenever something happened to someone's family, the whole village would come to watch. Xiao Liulang took a deep breath and prepared himself to be surrounded by the villagers. However, something unexpected happened. The villagers were blocking his way and he couldn't enter the house. He could only pat the shoulder of the person in front of him. Auntie Zhao, I'll go in for a while. What are you doing? Auntie Zhao moved her shoulder in disgust. It's me, Liulang. He said. Auntie Zhao hurriedly glanced at him. Liulang is back. After saying that, she continued to look into the house and ignored Xiao Liulang. Xiao Liulang was a little confused. Aren't you all blocking the way here because of me? What's with this perfunctory attitude? Xiao Liulang asked a few more villagers and found that they really didn't have the time to care about him. He was puzzled. If they weren't here for him, then why were they crowding around his house? When he squeezed through the door with great effort, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. He saw that in the central room of his house, there was a little monk with 3 heads. The little monk sat obediently on a small stool next to the old lady with a cute face. The villagers were all here for the little monk. They had never seen such a small monk who was obedient and beautiful. It was too rare. Xiao Liulang's limelight of being first in the exam was stolen by a little monk. Who could they find to reason with? The villagers left one after another when the sky was completely dark. Xiao Liulang's face was very dark, especially when he saw Jiyu Jiao come out with a bowl of food and the little dumpling jump into Jiyu Jiao's arms. His face became even darker. Tell me, what's going on? He looked at the old lady and Jiyu Jiao. The old lady was eating melon seeds. Don't look at me, I didn't bring him back. Jiyu Jiao paused. Would you believe me if I said that it was a gift from the mountain? Xiao Liulang, Jing Kong, go wash your hands in the backyard. I've got the water for you. After Jiyu Jiao sent the little Jing Kong away, she told Xiao Liulang the whole story. Of course, she didn't mention that she was tricked by the little Jing Kong. After all, it was a little embarrassing and she would never admit it. He's too pitiful, so I brought him back. Xiao Liulang looked at Jiyu Jiao suspiciously. He felt that she wasn't such a kind person. Are you sure you weren't tricked? Jiyu Zhao's eyes widened. Absolutely not. How old is he? How could he trick me? I'm not that stupid. Xiao Liulang expressed his doubts. Jiyu Zhao quickly changed the topic. She looked down and touched her index finger. If you don't like it. Xiao Liulang interrupted her. No, as long as you like it. They weren't a real couple. It was her freedom to raise as many children as she wanted. He had no right to interfere. Jiyu Zhao went to the kitchen to get the food. Little Jing Kong washed his hands and went back to the living room. He came in front of Xiao Liulang, looked him up and down, and asked seriously, "Are you my father?" Xiao Liulang choked. She acknowledged you as her son? Little Jing Kong shook his head. No, Jiao Jiao said he would take after me. I'm just here to ask you, do you want to be my father or what? Xiao Liulang said indifferently, I don't have a son as old as you. Little Jing Kong said seriously, I'm not old, I'm only 6 years old. Xiao Liulang chuckled, really? But you look only 3 years old. Little Jing Kong, who was indeed 2.5 years younger, was speechless. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and thought for a while, so you want to be my elder brother? Without waiting for Xiao Liulang's answer, Little Jing Kong nodded thoughtfully, okay, it's better than dumplings, and it's more fun than. Xiao Liulang's body shook, shut up. What kind of indecent little monk is this? Chapter 61. The woodcutter in the back of the mountain never said anything nice. The little monks had heard it a few times, but the 3 of them couldn't remember it. Only little Jing Kong never forgot it. He understood it literally. After all, the dumplings were really delicious, and he really wanted to play with Jiao Jiao. Don't say that again. Xiao Liulang said seriously. Why? Little Jing Kong blinked and asked. Xiao Liulang opened his mouth, Jiao Jiao won't like it. After saying this, he glanced at the kitchen without anyone noticing. She was so far away, so she shouldn't have heard the Jiao Jiao. When Jiyu Jiao brought the dishes from the kitchen, the 2 men in the house had already confirmed their relationship. Xiao Liulang pointed at Jiyu Jiao and said, she's your sister, your biological sister. He couldn't have any ideas about her. Besides, Jiyu Jiao already had a younger brother, so it didn't matter if she had one more. Little Jing Kong had already understood Jiyu Jiao's family relationship. He sighed like an adult, okay, although I'm not her unique younger brother, you're not her unique man either. He patted his small chest, indicating that he was also Jia Jiao's man. Xiao Liulang, little monk, you're very arrogant on your first day in the house. In order to show that he was a responsible man, Little Jing Kong even helped Jiyu Jiao set the table. The little monks in the temple actually had a tougher life than ordinary children. They practiced martial arts, attended classes, and worked hard. Therefore, even though he was small in stature, he was quite capable when it came to doing things. Dinner was a pot of wild mushrooms, green pepper eggs, cornflower soup, and cabbage buns. They could eat meat a long time ago, but they were too busy today, so they didn't go to town to get meat. The small monk looked at the table full of vegetarian dishes and couldn't hide his disappointment. There's no meat. Xiao Liulang chuckled and said, aren't you a monk? Monks can eat meat. Little Jing Kong said seriously, but I won't be a monk when I leave the mountain. Xiao Liulang's gaze fell on his little bald head. Little Jing Kong hurriedly covered his little bald head with his little hands. My hair will grow out. Xiao Liulang said seriously, we can't afford meat. Little Jing Kong exclaimed and looked at the furnishings in the house. It was so shabby, as if they were really poor. Oh. He didn't want to eat meat anymore. He removed his little hands from his head and obediently picked up the vegetables. He was a little Jing Kong who was not picky about food. He was easy to feed. Jiyu Jiao chuckled. Your brother-in-law is just teasing you. I'll give you meat tomorrow. Okay. Little Jing Kong smiled happily. Then, he thought of something and stared at Xiao Liulang with a serious face. Bad brother-in-law. Little Jing Kong's appetite was not to be underestimated. He ate more than Jiyu Jiao. After dinner, Jiyu Jiao went to clean up the dishes. Little Jing Kong insisted on washing his own dishes. This was a habit cultivated in the temple. In order to let them be independent, eldest senior brother washed and dressed himself. He still needed someone to help him bathe. After all, he was too small and was not even as tall as the bathtub. There was no bathtub at home, only a wooden basin. However, he was so small that he wouldn't bathe himself even if there was a basin. Jiyu Jiao had never bathed such a small child before, so it was strange. She took the basin to the kitchen. The kitchen had just finished cooking, so there was still some firewood left in the stove. It was warmer than the old lady's house. Moreover, there was hot water in the pot. When the basin cooled down, she could add more water. Jiyu Jiao went back to the house to get clothes for little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong sat on the stool obediently and waited for Jiyu Jiao. However, the person he waited for was not Jiyu Jiao, but Xiao Liulang. Compared to Xiao Liulang, who was cold and disliked him, little Jing Kong certainly preferred Jiyu Jiao, who was always kind to him and would be adorable by him from time to time. Sigh. Little Jing Kong sighed. He was quite disappointed. Xiao Liulang, after bathing, little Jing Kong went to bed. There were 3 rooms in the house, so there was no extra room for him. Jiyu Jiao thought that since he was small, it wouldn't be a problem for him to squeeze in with others. The old lady's house was the warmest, so it was the first choice. Go and sleep with great-aunt. Jiyu Jiao gave him a small pillow. Little Jing Kong came to the old lady's house with the small pillow in his arms. He didn't go in immediately, but stood at the door and looked at her seriously. If you agree to give me half of the candied fruit that you hid, I'll sleep with you. The old lady didn't say anything and closed the door with a bang. Little Jing Kong went back to Jiyu Jiao's house with the pillow in his arms. Great-aunt won't sleep with me. Thinking of the old lady's weird temper and the violent sound of the door slamming, Jiyu Jiao didn't suspect anything. She pulled the quilt and said, "Then you sleep with me." "Okay." Little Jing Kong smiled happily and put the pillow on the quilt. He also climbed up with his short legs. Halfway up, Xiao Liulang lifted him up. "Xiao Liulang, you sleep with me." Little Jing Kong, "I don't want to sleep with you." Xiao Liulang, "No, you want to." Little Jing Kong was carried back to the house by Xiao Liulang. Xiao Liulang's bed wasn't as big as Jiyu Jiao's bed, but it wasn't small either. There was more than enough space for 1 big bed and 1 small bed. The small bed didn't lie properly on one side. He was like a bullseye in the middle of the bed, sprawled out on all 4s. Xiao Liulang put down his crutches and frowned. "Sleep well." Little Jing Kong rolled around on the bed. "No." Xiao Liulang said coldly, "If you continue like this, I'll throw you down. I won't let you sleep." Little Jing Kong was about to say something. Xiao Liulang said, "I'll lock the door too. I won't let you go." Little Jing Kong didn't say anything as his escape route was blocked. Xiao Liulang raised his eyebrows and said, "You'd better behave yourself. Maybe I'll consider letting you squeeze in." Little Jing Kong was stunned for a while, then he got up and said, "I should be the one saying that to you. Jiao Jiao said that I'm also a member of this family. So I should be the one letting you squeeze in with me." Xiao Liulang could understand the first part of his words, but what did the last 2 sentences mean? He said calmly, "What do you mean by letting me squeeze in?" Little Jing Kong looked at him with his hands on his waist. "Because I'm also a member of this family, so I have a share of this family's room. You and Jiao Jiao are married, so you should sleep in the same room. That room is yours. This room is mine. Jiao Jiao didn't want to sleep with you. I'm the one taking you in now." Xiao Liulang, who couldn't refute, was speechless. What kind of nonsense was this? Also, could he throw this little stinky monk out? Children were people who couldn't be judged by common sense. Just a second ago, little Ching Kong was still babbling with Xiao Liulang, but in the blink of an eye, he was lying on the soft pillow, drooling in his sleep. Xiao Liulang liked peace and quiet, so he couldn't get used to this little guy who had been talking all night, but he didn't really throw him out. He took little Jing Kong off the pillow and tucked him into the quilt. Xiao Liulang looked at the little guy who stole his limelight. Because of his arrival, everyone forgot that he was first in the county exam. Although he didn't want to be in the limelight, He felt a little uncomfortable, as if something was missing. Creak, the door was gently pushed open. Jiyu Jiaojiao leaned against the door and asked softly, "Is he asleep?" "No," Xiao Liulang said, then paused and looked at little Jing Kong, who was sleeping soundly. "He's asleep. Then I'll come in." Jiyu Jiaojiao walked in quietly with an oil lamp in her hand. "I see that your oil lamp is almost used up. Why don't you use mine tonight?" "Okay." Xiao Liulang sat on the edge of the bed and responded faintly. Jiyu Jiaojiao put the oil lamp on his table. "Well, I haven't congratulated you on being first in the county exam." Xiao Liulang raised his eyelids slightly. "For you." Jiyu Jiaojiao handed something to him. "What is it?" Xiao Liulang asked. Jiyu Jiaojiao smiled. "You've improved so much. This is your reward." Xiao Liulang turned his face away. "I'm not a kid. Why would I need a reward?" Although he said that, he still reached out and took it. It was a sachet made by Jiyu Jiaojiao herself. There were dried flowers in it that helped him sleep. The dried flowers were also made by her. Jiyu Jiaojiao said softly, "Take the sachet with you, and you'll be able to sleep well." "You?" Xiao Liulang wanted to ask her how she knew that he couldn't sleep well. Jiyu Jiaojiao guessed what he wanted to ask. She smiled and said, "Did you forget that we slept together before?" Xiao Liulang's eyebrows twitched, but his expression remained calm. Jiyu Jiaojiao planned to go back to the house. She suddenly turned back after taking a step. She leaned over and whispered in his ear. "Just now, did you call me Jiaojiao?" Chapter 62. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. The two of them were so close that her breath fell on his ear. He could clearly feel the tip of his ear burning. "No." He denied it and did not turn to look at her. However, Jiyu Jiao kept looking at him. The tips of his ears and cheeks were hot, and the slender and slightly red neck under his black hair was extremely youthful and beautiful. "I don't care. I heard you." After that, Jiyu Jiao went out with satisfaction. She was getting more and more familiar with flirting with her little husband. Xiao Liulang looked at the sachet in his hand. The uneasiness in his heart was dispelled. He held the sachet and slept soundly. When he got up, he caught a glimpse of a little foot on his chest. Little Jing Kong was sprawled on his back and slept in an arrogant manner. Xiao Liulang moved his little foot away. After a moment of silence, he took out the sachet that Jiyu Jiao gave him and put it on the most conspicuous spot on his pillow. Then, he went to copy the book under the light. Little Jing Kong woke up and saw the sachet on his pillow. He rubbed his big eyes and asked in confusion, "Oh? What's this?" Xiao Liulang said casually while copying the book, "A sachet." Little Jing Kong had never seen a sachet before. He looked at it over and over again. "Who made it?" "It's so beautiful." "Your sister made it," Xiao Liulang said. "Is it for me?" Little Jing Kong grabbed the sachet and quickly got up. He then jumped up and down excitedly on the bed. Xiao Liulang glanced at him without changing his expression. "You're thinking too much." "It's for me." Little Jing Kong suddenly stopped jumping. Little Jing Kong didn't believe it, so he took the sachet to Jiyu Jiao, who was cooking breakfast in the kitchen, to ask for confirmation. What else could Jiyu Jiao say? Of course, she admitted it. Little Jing Kong looked aggrieved. He was not an insatiable child. It was just a child's nature. He did not understand why his bad brother-in-law had it, but he did not. Jiyu Jiao found her aggrieved expression adorable again. Jiyu Jiao had never raised a child before, so she did not consider that this matter might cause a psychological impact on him. The main reason was that she did not know that Xiao Liulang would be so childish as to show off the sachet to little Jing Kong. Jiyu Jiao explained the whole story of the sachet to little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong was a very sensible child. He was no longer sad after knowing the meaning of the sachet. He valiantly returned to the house and generously returned the sachet to Xiao Liulang. Xiao Liulang narrowed his eyes and looked at him. "You're not angry anymore?" Little Jing Kong raised his chin and looked at him pitifully. I didn't know that your results were so bad. You should be rewarded for getting first place. I'm used to getting first place in the temple all the time. I don't need a reward anymore. Xiao Liulang was speechless. Today, he wanted to throw the little monk out again. After a while, Jiyu Xiaoshun came to the house for breakfast and got to know the new member of the family, Little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong then realized that there were not only two men in the family. Jiyu Xiaoshun was also a man in the family. He just didn't live at home. Compared to Xiao Liulang, who could always set traps for Little Jing Kong, Jiyu Xiaoshun's fighting ability was not enough to arouse Little Jing Kong's vigilance. Little Jing Kong happily became good brothers with him. After the two of them went to school, Jiyu Jiao was also preparing to go to town. After the old lady came here, she asked Xuaningxiang to make her winter clothes. At that time, Xuaningxiang was not busy, but Xuaningxiang would be busy with farming after spring and would have no time to do needlework. Jiyu Jiao planned to go to town to buy a few sets of ready-made clothes for the old lady. Little Jing Kong also needed to buy clothes. He was abandoned in the temple when he was 6 months old and never went down the mountain. His bag was full of monk clothes. Hearing that Jiyu Jiao was going to town, Little Jing Kong's eyes immediately lit up. Can I go? Can I go? If it was just to buy clothes, Jiyu Jiao would definitely take him there. However, Jiyu Jiao had other things to do. Jiyu Jiao patted his little bald head. I'll take you there next time. Jiyu Jiao could see that Little Jing Kong still wanted to go, but he didn't throw a tantrum and obediently stayed. This child was quite easy to deal with. Jiyu Jiao carried the small basket back to town. She was not going to practice medicine. She just had the habit of carrying the small medicine box with her. After all, the small medicine box was too big a secret, so she felt relieved to carry it with her. Secondly, she might really need the medicine inside later. Jiyu Jiao went to the street full of gambling houses, brothels, and martial arts arenas. 2 hours later, Jiyu Jiao rubbed her right wrist and came out refreshed. She had sweated a lot and took off her cotton-padded clothes. She was only wearing a thin jacket. I haven't been here for a few days, so I'm a lot rusty. She sighed and turned around, planning to go to the shop in the east of town to buy clothes for the old lady and Little Jing Kong. However, she felt that something was wrong after taking a few steps. Someone was following her. Jiyu Jiao coldly raised the corner of her mouth. She was not surprised that someone was following her. Well, I haven't fought enough, so I can practice a few more. When she was about to leave the alley, Jiyu Jiao slowly stopped. The group of people who were chasing after him also stopped and looked at her with vigilance. Jiyu Jiao slowly turned around and looked at them coldly. The 8 of you, come at me together. The leader of the strong men narrowed his eyes coldly. How arrogant. Girl, do you know who we are? Jiyu Jiao looked at him unscrupulously. I don't care who you are. If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't want to fight, then get lost. The leader of the strong men sneered. Girl, the Blackwater Alley is not a place you should be. I'll give you a chance to beg for mercy. As long as you break your right arm and promise not to disturb our business, I'll spare your life. Jiyu Jiao's patience was not for these people. She had said what she wanted to say, but they were still nagging. This was very annoying. Jiyu Jiao quickly ran over to the other side. With one foot on the wall, she used the other to kick the leader's face. The leader did not even have time to react before he was sent flying. Big brother. They were all dumbfounded. Jiyu Jiao did not give them a chance to react. She used her palm as a knife and in the blink of an eye, 3 of them fainted. Half of the people were gone. The remaining 4 pounced towards Jiyu Jiao. Jiyu Jiao grabbed the first 2, swung them up, and smashed them onto the bodies of the other 2. The 4 of them spat out blood from being smashed. They held their chests and wondered if this was real. Jiyu Jiao clapped her hands and turned to leave. However, a black shadow passed over her head. There was more. Moreover, it was someone who knew Qinggong. They were thinking too highly of her. Jiyu Jiao grabbed a wooden stick from the ground and climbed up the wall in a few steps, smashing the black-clothed man down with a bang. The black-clothed man was stunned when he fell down. Girl, do you have a grudge against me? Jiyu Jiao, there's no use pretending. Black-clothed man. No, I really don't know you. Jiyu Jiao smashed him unconscious with the stick. Black-clothed man. After Jiyu Jiao beat him up, she discovered that there was another one nearby. However, that person was very vigilant. The moment Jiyu Jiao noticed him, he disappeared into the crowd. Quick! The assassin is over there. Following a loud shout from outside the alley, a few strong and powerful guards rushed over. They looked at the unconscious assassin and then looked at the ruffians on the ground. They did not understand what had just happened. Could it be that this assassin had a conflict with the ruffians in town and both sides were injured? But this assassin was an expert. How could he not even be able to defeat a few ruffians? Girl, did they hurt you? One of the guards asked Jiyu Jiao. No. Jiyu Jiao shook her head. She felt that the clothes of the guards were somewhat familiar, as if she had seen them somewhere before. Just as she was thinking, a carriage stopped at the entrance of the alley. The curtains of the carriage were slowly pulled open by a pale hand. A weak young man's handsome face appeared. Jiyu Jiao's eyes lit up. Sick. Chapter 63. Jiyu Yang saw Jiyu Jiao's eyes and knew that she still remembered him. His 10,000-year-old world-weary handsome face had a trace of a happy smile. Jiyu Jiao saw his smile and her mood also improved. She was about to go forward and greet him when she saw his jade-like index finger on his lips. Jiyu Jiao instantly understood and lowered her eyes to pretend that she didn't see anything. Although these guards were also people from the hot spring villa, they had never seen Jiyu Jiao before, so they didn't recognize Jiyu Jiao's identity. But seeing that Jiyu Jiao was fine, they continued to look for her. After making sure that they were far away, Jiyu Jiao came to the front of the carriage. This was a civilian carriage and it was very simple. No wonder it could be hidden from everyone. The guards would never have thought that the noble Marquis Fu's young master would be in a carriage like this. The driver was also from the town and had been given enough money, so he wouldn't speak carelessly. Jiyu Jiao opened the curtains and looked at the delicate and petite youth in front of her. She asked, "Why did you come here? You even threw off your own guards." "I came to find you," Jiyu Yang honestly said. "Find me? Are you not feeling well?" Jiyu Jiao unconsciously reached her hand through the window to take his pulse. When she grabbed his wrist, she remembered that she was only a little medicine boy in the Marquis Fu. She calmly took back her hand. Jiyu Yang's pale face revealed a faint smile. "I know it's you." "Ah, how did he know? Where did she give herself away?" Jiyu Jiao scratched her little head. Jiyu Yang was amused by her confused appearance. "No one else knows. Come up." Her secret was getting more and more out of hand. First it was the old grandfather, then it was the second boss and the old doctor, and now it was this young master of the Marquis's estate. Jiyu Jiao still decided to lie. "It wasn't me who treated you. It was Dr. Li from Huichun Hall. I'm just his little medicine boy." Jiyu Yang smiled and said, "Okay, little medicine boy, are you coming up? If I don't come up, they'll discover me." Jiyu Jiao thought about it for a while and finally got into the car. She sat down beside Jiyu Yang. Even Jiyu Jiao felt that this carriage was too shabby to sit in. It was really hard on this young master of the Marquis's residence. Jiyu Yang did not feel wronged at all. As long as he could see her, he could sit anywhere. Jiyu Yang smiled and stretched out his bone-white wrist. "Little medicine boy, do you want to check my pulse?" Jiyu Jiao's expression did not change. "It's not guaranteed." Jiyu Yang smiled and nodded. "Yes." Jiyu Jiao checked his pulse. It was much more stable than last time. Then she opened the small medicine box and took out the stethoscope. "What is this?" Jiyu Yang asked curiously. "Stethoscope, take off your clothes," Dr. Jiyu said coldly. Jiyu Yang was stunned. Jiyu Jiao unbuttoned his clothes and put the stethoscope in. There was still arrhythmia and noise. The anti-heart failure medicine was effective for him, but it was not that effective. "Is it very uncomfortable?" Jiyu Jiao took back the stethoscope. Ji Yang lowered his head and closed his clothes with his slender and pale fingers. It's not uncomfortable. Really, it's much better than before. He had spent so many years suffering from heart disease. He had never experienced the comfort of a normal person. As long as it was less uncomfortable, it would be better for him. You suffered because of the thumb ring, Ji Yang suddenly said. Ji Jiao was stunned for a moment. She would have forgotten if he did not mention it. In fact, it was not a big deal. It was an unimportant person. If she misunderstood, then so be it. I took your thumb ring first. I should apologize to you. Ji Yang hated that she was so distant with him. I don't want your apology. Ji Jiao smiled and did not continue the topic. Why did you shake off the bodyguards? They are annoying, Ji Yang said. Ji Jiao lifted the curtain and looked at the man in black on the ground. But you will encounter assassins. Ji Yang smiled and said, he is not an assassin. He is my secret guard. He led them away. Ji Jiao blinked innocently. Then he is really unlucky. He was injured by a few ruffians. Not far away, another secret guard spat out a mouthful of old blood. Miss, is it really okay to lie through your teeth? Yes. Ji Yang smiled. He was injured by a ruffian. Don't worry about him. Let him fend for himself. That was not necessary. Ji Jiao cleared her throat. You have more than one secret guard, right? Ji Yang's smile did not fade. There are two. It seemed that the one who ran away was his secret guard. Fortunately, she did not chase after him. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if she made him faint. Ji Jiao's face was full of embarrassment. What is your name? Ji Yang asked. Ji Jiao. Ji Jiao said. Ji Yang was surprised. Your surname is also Ji Yang. My name is Ji Yang. We were family 500 years ago. Ji Jiao was amused. You are a dignified young master of the Marquis's family. You are lowering yourself to be related to a small village girl. Aren't you afraid that the Marquis and Madam will beat you if they find out? Are you hungry? Ji Yang asked. Ji Jiao woke up early and walked all the way. Now, she was really hungry. The western part of the town was not as prosperous as the eastern part of the town. There were not many good restaurants. After a long time, they found a small restaurant that was passable. Have you been to this kind of place before? Ji Jiao asked as she got off the carriage. No. Ji Yang said honestly. As a little seedling that would fall when the wind blew, the Marquis's family had raised him in the palm of their hands. How could they allow him to come to this kind of place? Of course, he did not have much interest in it. First, he did not have the energy to do it. Second, he was tired of the world and was too lazy to do it. But it was different now. He did not feel that bad. Also, he wanted to see her. The two found a secluded corner and sat down. Ji Yang's appearance, temperament, and clothes were destined to attract a lot of attention. He hated being stared at, but if it was with her, he did not mind. The waiter had never seen such a noble young master. He even forgot to greet him. Ji Yang ordered a table full of good dishes. Ji Jiao frowned. Can you eat? There was rock sugar pork shoulder, braised meatballs, and steamed preserved vegetables. With his illness, he had to avoid eating. Ji Yang looked at her with his chin in his hand. Help me eat. Ji Jiao wanted to be reserved, but he ordered all her favorite dishes. In fact, Ji Yang had always wanted to eat these dishes, but the imperial doctor did not let him eat them. In the end, Ji Jiao ate all the fish and meat. Ji Yang could only eat porridge at the side. However, watching her eat, it was as if he was also eating. That kind of satisfaction was something he had never felt before. After eating, Ji Yang went to pay the bill. Ji Jiao looked at the small medicine box again. Sure enough, there was medicine for heart failure again. Ji Jiao removed the original packaging. Like last time, the medicine was placed in several different small porcelain bottles. The bottle's instructions and dosage were written in cinnabar. When Ji Yang came over, Ji Jiao had just handed him the medicine. You're almost done with your medicine, right? Jiyu Yang looked at the medicine in her hand and fell into deep thought. Jiyu Jiao continued, Dr. Li gave it to me. Jiyu Yang. Oh. Jiyu Jiao continued, it's okay to take your medicine on time and go out to relax, but don't leave the Imperial Guards behind. Especially your secret guard's ability is not very good. He can be beaten down with a stick. Jiyu Jiao said with a serious expression. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of him looking at her with a smile. Her heart skipped a beat and she said seriously, I didn't hit him. I didn't. I don't hit people. She had exposed herself. Jiyu Yang laughed in his heart. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.